Woo! A loud howl blew, and all the orcs entered a state of battle. Amiri forcibly suppressed the fear that had arisen in his heart and began to command the various arms to enter a state of battle. All the items that can be used are piled up around, and the temporary fortifications are reinforced. The number of orcs is also 300,000, and the huge number can only reinforce local areas. Amiri commanded loudly, and the messengers spread out, quickly passing on the news. Seeing that the bone dragon in the sky is getting closer, Amiri can only order in a hurry. All Batriders are ready to attack, draw the bone dragon away, and the long-range troops are ready to fight. Batrider is a fifth-order flying unit of the orc family. Huge wings and shape resembling a bat, with sharp claws. Riding an orc on its back can attack air and ground units. Even so, the Bat Knight is only a fifth-order unit, which cannot be compared with the legendary arm of the Bone Dragon. Amiri just let them entangle or lead the Bone Dragon to other directions, so the infantry had the energy to deal with the army of undead that approached from the front. Otherwise, once the Bone Dragon enters the battlefield first, the orc army will be difficult to deal with. After all, the orc army is still dominated by infantry. Thousands of Bat Knights rushed into the sky, formed a special formation, and flew towards the Bone Dragon. The orc riding on his back began to draw out his javelin, ready to attack. They also know their position. That is, they are constantly harassing, and they don't really need to decide the winner or loser with the Bone Dragon. But the reality is always crueler than the ideal. When thousands of Bat Knights plan to throw their javelins and attack the Bone Dragon. Whoa. On the backs of nearly 100 Bone Dragons, like birds that startled from the woods, dense skeleton giant bats spread out, circling around in the sky, directly facing Batrider. The Bat Knight team, looking at the skeleton giant bats swarming towards them, changed their expressions instantly. How to fight this battle? Not equal at all. Disperse and harass the Bone Dragon if you have a chance. Captain Batrider ordered loudly. The formation spread out instantly, looking for opportunities to harass the Bone Dragon. Even though the Batrider responded the quickest, several people were still wrapped in skeleton giant bats. When it spreads out again, the flesh and blood have been picked clean, and the bones fall from the air. The sky was like a rain of bones, and bones kept falling. Even the orc army, known for its fierceness and savagery, could not help being a little horrified when they saw this scene. The chase between the Batrider and the skeleton giant bat continued, and 100 skull dragons flew unobstructed to the sky above the orc camp. Ignore the arrows coming up from below. Roar. He opened his huge mouth and spit out death breaths towards the dense area below. A dark beam of light swept across the orc army, hit the affected orcs, and the flesh and blood began to fall off, turning into dry bones in the wailing. The Bone Dragon skipped over its head, flew into the distance, turned around again, and continued to fly towards the orc army. Damn it, Amiri cursed. The battle has already begun, and they have no way out. Even if they know they can't beat it, they can only fight hard. If the retreat is ordered now, the 300,000 army will collapse in an instant, and the casualties will be even more miserable. Warriors, kill these undead and take down the generals commanded by the enemy. Amiri raised his arms and roared. Roar. The orc infantry, their eyes became blood red, and they let out a bloodthirsty roar. In a frenzy, he rushed towards the rapidly approaching army of skeletons. In the ranks of the dead, the 100,000 necromancers in the rear attacked first. A trail of black missiles containing negative energy flew over the army in a throwing arc, smashed into the roaring orc team. The missile exploded, and a large number of orcs were blown away, and negative attributes spread among the orcs. Even so, the mad orcs still rushed towards them recklessly. Huorin looked at the beast man who was roaring like a madman, and ordered in a flat tone, "Raise your shield and bring out your spear." An iron spear glowing with cold glow stretched out from the gap in the shield, towards the roaring orc. Bang, bang, bang. The orc was wearing a shield and used the strength of his body to slam into the shield wall of the skeleton. The huge momentum was like a city hammer, breaking through the shield wall and rushing into the queue. And more orcs were pierced by spears, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The orcs who rushed into the queue of skeletons did not have the expected results. The iron sword that slashed his head and covered his face slashed directly into a puddle of flesh. The main battle forces of both sides fought together anxiously. On the right side of the orc tribe, there are tens of thousands of undead troops, which crossed the rugged rocky mountain and appeared directly in the rear right of the team. The orc girl who led the team looked at the battlefield below, where they had been killed together, and said, "Kill." The order was issued, and he took the lead with the undead army and killed the orc army. Time goes by slowly. The battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage. The undead army is not affected by morale, nor does it feel pain and fear. On the contrary, it was the Orc Legion. After the blessing attribute of the war horn, the morale began to drop rapidly, and the battle was not as crazy as it was at the beginning. Fong Hao looked at the situation on the battlefield, said, "Tarok," and the battle quickly. The copper bull sighed slightly, and the huge bull's head lightly nodded. "Okay, sir." The team of copper bulls began to approach from the rear of the army, hiding behind the shield wall. Huoren glanced at Tong Niu and ordered again. "Open." Swish, swish. The shield opens. The copper bull's eyes were red, and he directly launched a violent collision. Take the Tauren warriors and skeleton minotaurs directly out of the queue, like a galloping train, hitting all the enemies along the way. Crash into the camp of the orcs, get rid of the corpses hanging from the horns, and trample the war of rage of the beast gods one after another. Like bloodthirsty killing gods, fight in the orc queue. The situation in the audience, at the moment when the copper bull rushed out of the camp, accelerated the rhythm of the orcs' defeat. All the undead gave up their defense and began to attack with all their might. The sea of skeletons completely covers the entire battlefield. In such a scenario, the winner of the war has been determined. The orc army began to collapse, and when the morale of a large number of orcs dropped to the bottom, they began to choose to flee, fleeing towards the surrounding forest. But the bone dragons hovering in the sky and the tens of thousands of skeleton giant bats would give them a chance to escape. Pick your targets and kill them one by one. As dusk approached, the sound of fighting subsided. The whole land was covered with blood, and the corpses were scattered all over the field, and the site was full of broken limbs and bones, like a purgatory on earth. "My lord, all the orcs have been killed. We are arranging for the battlefield." Several human corpses were found behind the camp. They should have been made by orcs and are already dead. Huoren stepped forward and reported. "In hand-to-hand combat, it is difficult to survive." Fong Hao directly issued an order not to leave prisoners. "And most of the humans who appear here are traversers like themselves. Take me to see," Fong Hao said. Huoren nodded, took Fong Hao across the sea of corpses, and walked towards the back of the orc camp. Soon, Fong Hao saw the human being in the mouth of the fireblade. 6 human beings were beheaded, their heads turned around, staring at the corner of the sky with unwilling eyes. It can be recognized from the clothes that, like Fong Hao, he is the Lord who has passed through. Bend down and pick up the Book of Lords around one person's waist. The Book of Lords is level 3 and belongs to Lord Guanqi. Level 3? This person's Book of Lords is actually higher than his own level. When Fong Hao continued to look for the Book of Other Lords, he also understood the reason. It seems that the books of the lords of these people have been swallowed up by the person in front of them. Guanqi's territory was destroyed, and he was unable to obtain decision-making power. Right. Today is a mandatory mission, and all lords are fighting defensive battles in their own territories. These people in front of them were caught here by the orcs, and the territory became an empty city, allowing the enemy to attack and plunder. Destroyed is also easy to understand. If today is not a mandatory task, even if the resources are emptied, the territory will still exist. He is now a god present on the skeleton, temporarily unable to devour. You can only go back and devour this Book of Lords. Bury them nearby. I hope that when you wake up, it's just a dream. Fong Hao said in a low voice. Life is too fragile, and when you come to this world, no one can be sure whether they can survive or not. Fong Hao has no shortage of ordinary skeletons in his hands. The corpses of these fellow villagers will not be transformed, and they can be considered to be buried in the ground. Several skeleton soldiers stepped forward, collected the scattered heads of several humans, and buried them together with their bodies. The skeletons began to spread out to sweep the battlefield. The cleaning method of Fong Hao's camp is more complicated. Collect dropped items, weapons and equipment, but also complete corpses. It's not that we bring back all the internal organs, but the limbs need to be intact. The fallen heads and limbs must be collected and put on carts and brought back to the territory. The corpses were tied up with twine, and the scene was still horrifying. Sir, the person who looks at the clothes is the commander of this army. Huo Ren's gaze fell on the corpse in front. The corpse in front of him was obviously dressed differently from ordinary orcs and was better equipped. It was obviously the leader of the army. Let Maester Nelson identify it, and transform into a skeleton hero. Understood. Fireblade replied. Well, collect the spoils, let's go back. Yes, grown-ups. In the center of the undead army, there are carts filled with corpses. The viscous blood dripped down the body of the car, leaving dark brown traces. The army followed the road and headed towards the territory. Release God. Fong Hao woke up from the bed in the room. After walking out of the room, I saw Ear and all the rabbit maids gathered in the hall. Seeing Fong Hao coming out, everyone showed a happy look. Needless to say, looking at Fong Hao's relaxed expression, he knew that this war was won by his side. Master, are you prepared for dinner? Ear stepped forward and asked softly. No, we'll go back after we've dealt with the matter here, Fong Hao said. Even at this time, there were not many creatures in the territory. Those orcs who were forced into the battlefield by themselves. Even if there is a celebration feast, it is estimated that they will not be happy. Rather, when they return to the main city, just a few of them will simply eat something good. Oh, good master. Ear nodded obediently. Soon, the brigade had returned to the city. The team that transported the corpse did not stop and transported it directly to the main city along the road for the transformation of the corpse. Except for the corpses and equipment of the 300,000 orc army this time. A bigger gain is a wriggling spine. In order to cope with this battle, Fong Hao used all his family assets. Only in exchange for the army of nearly 800,000 undead this time. But the winner is Fong Hao, then the strength will grow like a snowball, and it will grow to a terrifying level. Acquisition, Creeping Spine 115782. 110,000 spines. Fong Hao looked at the figure, and the corner of his mouth almost laughed to the back of his head. Not to mention whether the skull-shattered tribe will attack in the future, when the time is ripe and the intelligence collection is complete, Fong Hao wants to lead his troops to fight directly. Directly destroy the broken skull, and there will be no future troubles. Sir, your book. Huo Ren handed the Book of Lords that he obtained to Fong Hao. Fong Hao took it. As soon as the Book of Lords started, there was a reminder that it could be swallowed. The Book of Lords, level 3, can be swallowed. Then, the Book of Lords in his hand turned into light and merged into Fong Hao's Book of Lords. Successful swallowing. Your Lord's book is currently level 4, and it takes 4/6 to upgrade. In the first 2 days, when I killed Li Tong, the level of the Book of Lords was still level 2, and the level needed to upgrade was 1/4. After swallowing, it was directly up to level 4, and the upgrade required 4/6. How many humans did this orc catch along the way? There must be more than the 6 people he saw, maybe more. The Lord has risen to level 4, marching speed plus 3%, resource collection plus 4%, and the number of daily speeches on the regional channel plus 30. After the 4th level, all attributes are improved again. Even the regional channel's speeches have increased by 30, and no one will be afraid of scolding after this. When the other party's number is gone, he can still scold him. It's just a pity that these people's territory and resources, otherwise Fong Hao's territory can be expanded a lot again. Unlocked blueprints. Blueprints for shooting range construction, blueprints for leather boots, and blueprints for kitchen knives. There are actually blueprints for the construction of the shooting range. Sir, I heard that you are leaving soon. At this moment, Tong Yo came over. There are many bandages on his body, and it seems that he still suffered some injuries in the battle just now. Tylok, you came just in time. I was planning to discuss the situation here with you. Fong Hao motioned for the other party to enter the room to talk. The two entered the hall and sat down on chairs. The white water brought to them by the 2 maids of the rabbit tribe. Unlike the main city, there is still fruit wine, and only boiled water can be drunk here. Tarok, this time we wiped out all 300,000 Skull Smashers. How do you think the Skull Smash tribe will react? Fong Hao went straight to the point. Of all the heroes under Fong Hao, In terms of their understanding of the Skull-Broken tribe, I am afraid that only Tong Nyo has a say. Both are orcs and have had private contacts before. Tong Nyo didn't hesitate and answered directly. Sir, you have a high opinion of the Skull tribe. If the Skull tribe wins this war, then the Skull will annex the surrounding tribes based on the occupied city and grow itself. But this war is broken and lost, and 300,000 people have died. I am afraid that there will be internal strife within the tribe. The meaning of Bronze Bull is also very simple. Compared with Fong Hao's worry about the Skull Shard tribe, the Skull tribe will feel panic. Once the news of the failure of the battlefield and the annihilation of the entire army is known, I am afraid that there will be problems within the tribe. You mean, it's difficult for the other side to continue sending troops in a short period of time? Fong Hao's thinking is difficult to understand the local forces. He can rely on the wriggling spine, plus a 100-fold increase, to blast troops. But it is difficult for other forces to accumulate troops and maintain an army. 300,000 troops died outside, and none of the soldiers escaped. This kind of thing will cause chaos even in a country. If you want to send troops again, whether you can accumulate 300,000 troops is a problem. I don't know much about the situation in the Cold Wind Mountain range, but the opponent will definitely not send troops in a short time. Tong Nyo's tone was firm. Fong Hao frowned, thinking in his mind. He didn't know anything about the Cold Wind Mountains, and the other party didn't know him either. The Skull-Broken tribe thought that there were 50,000 undead on their side, and arranged for an army of 300,000 to be destroyed, and then took advantage of the situation to unify all the surrounding orc tribes. Unexpectedly, Fong Hao directly arranged more manpower to destroy 300,000 people. What Fong Hao lacks now is the other party's news. In addition to the road, there is the opponent's military strength, the distribution of the tribes, and everything must be taken into account if you want to counterattack. Fong Hao's army of bones confronted head-on, exerting a terrifying numerical advantage. But once the troops attack the Skull Shard and spread to the Cold Wind Mountains, it is easy to cause problems. Your advantage is a snowball. You can't lose, you can only win. Is there any way to get information on Skull Splinter? Arrange some orcs to go there, or buy some orcs from the Skull Splitter tribe. Before attacking, be prepared and get specific information. And this kind of information can be obtained through many methods, not only arranging investigations. For example, contact some internal orcs, send some money, and buy some unimportant intelligence. This method should not be difficult to achieve in the Cold Wind Mountain range, where the Skull-Shattered tribe relied on force to unite. You can try, Tong Nyo said. Okay, I'll leave this to you to arrange. Don't be afraid to spend money to find out the news of the Skull-Shattered tribe. Fong Hao made a decision directly. Bronze Bull has some prestige, so it shouldn't be a problem to do this. Okay, my lord, Tong Nyo said in a deep voice. By the way, you can continue to operate the mana market, and you will be supported in terms of financial and human resources. Fong Hao said again. The east side of the city is full of orc tribes, and the market that the Copper Bull has operated for many years has brought huge benefits to Manhwa. If it can be maintained, it will also become an important source of income for the territory. Therefore, the Manhwa market cannot give up and still allows Tong Nyo to operate. If necessary, Fong Hao will also invest financial and material resources to support it. Sir, what do you plan to do with the rest of the tribes? Tong Nyo continued to ask. Mention the orcs of several other tribes captured at the Manhwa market. They should go to Manhwa to join the Bronze Bull, and then go to the location set by the Skull-Broken tribe together. But who would have thought that Fong Hao was the first to arrive with the army of undead, killing a lot of people, and these people became prisoners. Tong Nyo was taken under Fong Hao's command, but the status of these people is very embarrassing. You don't have to kill them. Don't let the patriarchs leave first. Prepare the slave contract, sign the contract at that time, and let their tribe become an affiliated village. Fong Hao thought for a while and said, when the force reaches an absolute advantage, there are too many ways to control a small force. Signing a slave contract is also Fong Hao's more easygoing method. There are many places in the city that need manpower, and all these people can be used. Okay, sir, when are you leaving? Tong Nyo asked. Leave right away. I will let Horin stay in this city. If any situation occurs in Manhwa, Horin will support you as soon as possible. Fong Hao said. Kindness. After the problem was solved, Fong Hao took Ir and others out of the Lord's Hall. Hua Ren led the army of 100,000 undead to stay behind, while the rest returned to the main city. If there is any problem, the time it takes for the Bone Dragon to arrive here is only 20 minutes away, so it can fully provide support. When the Bone Dragon returned to the main city and landed, with the help of people, the maids of the rabbit tribe walked down stiffly. One by one, their faces were pale, and they knelt on the ground to ease for a long time. Fong Hao touched the foreheads of the rabbit girls, and he was a little unsure in his heart. Ir, are you all right? Fong Hao asked. Is the Bone Dragon flying too fast? They are so young. How can they become like this after riding a dragon once? It's okay, Master. It's the first time I've flown so high, so I need to slow down. Ir reluctantly stood up. Rabbit people are not naturally timid. The undead, dragons, high altitude, and layers of states are superimposed, which is really scary enough. After a while, the rabbit girls eased up on a lot of their own affairs. My lord, I also went back to work. Nelson set aside. This time, he got the corpse of an orc hero, and Nelson has to make it into a skeleton hero as soon as possible to deal with the possible dangers that may appear in the territory in the future. Bachelor Nelson, Fong Hao said apologetically. Nelson's position in the territory is irreplaceable, making skeleton heroes, fighting, internal affairs, and some things that Fong Hao is not sure about, also need to consult Nelson's opinions. At the same time, he is also the busiest hero in the territory. No matter whether there is a battle or not, Nelson is always busy. I am willing to share the worries of adults. Nelson saluted slightly and walked towards the organ museum. After Nelson left, Fong Hao also started to do his own business. The reward for the mandatory task has not been issued yet, so he can build the blueprint he obtained first. At present, the main city is not open to the public, so there is no rush to build a tavern. Rather, the shooting range needs to be built. First-level shooting range, wood 500, stone 700, thatch 200, leather 120, hemp rope 100. Come to the undead building area and choose a more spacious location. A little light is formed into the outline of the building. 5 minutes later, a shooting range appeared in front of Fong Hao. In the spacious stone-walled courtyard, several straw figurines made of thatch bales stood in the distance. Where materials allow, Fong Hao directly raised the shooting range to level 3. The number of 4th-level shadow stones is insufficient, so they can only give up. 3-level shooting range. Available to recruit, skeleton archer, skull shooter, creeping spine 2. Note, you can recruit archers of your own faction in this building. Raising the building level can unlock new soldier types and higher tiers of troops. Materials required for upgrading. Wood 1700, stone 2500, thatch 1000, leather 800, shadow stone 12. According to the material requirements of recruitment, the cost of the wriggling spine is 2, which means that the initial level of the skeleton archer is the 2nd level. Although it is not high, it is still a rank higher than the 1st rank of the skeleton soldiers. Recruit once first, replacing the normal skeleton on the tower. The number is adjusted to 1. Recruit. Triggered by 100 times increase. Recruit skeleton shooter 101. Swish swish. 101 skeleton frames appeared in front of Fong Hao. Unlike the skeleton soldiers who appeared naked, the skeleton shooters maintained their last dignity. On the forehead, a belt is tied, which means that he has brought his own clothes. Skull shooter. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skill, steady aim. Inherent ability, primary shooting proficiency. Solid aiming. Active entering the stable aiming state. The attack is increased by 20%, and the hit rate is increased by 30%. Remarks. Waking up from the long sleep, the undead shooters continued to fulfill all the orders issued by the monarch with their previous skills and loyalty to the monarch until death, just as they were in their lifetime. It goes without saying that the skeleton archer is a long-range unit. But Fong Hao also discovered that the shooter is different from other arms. There is no fixed weapon requirement. When the skeleton soldiers are recruited, they are equipped with swords and shields, and the skill requirements must wear shields. Skeleton spear is a contradictory match, and the skill requirement is to wear a spear. But the skeleton shooter has no set requirements. There are also many kinds of long-range weapons, bows, crossbows, slings, or firearms that Fong Hao has blueprints but no materials for. This also makes the skeleton shooter not limited by the weapon. Whichever weapon has the highest damage can be equipped with priority. You guys, go to the arrow tower to replace the skeleton warriors, and the rest go to the warehouse to take light crossbows to the city wall. Fong Hao gave the order. All the skeleton shooters began to move to their posts. The sky was dark. At this time, the system prompt appears again. Congratulations, Lord, for completing the Hammer of the Skull. Reward distribution. Influence of all factions plus 50. Influence of the faction plus 100. 1 architectural blueprint of the camp. 1 random architectural blueprint. And war coin plus 100. Forced quests are closed, and random special quests are turned on. I wish all the lords a happy life. Mandatory tasks, more like a funnel. In nonstop and fast, screening and weeding out people who are not suitable for this world. The number of screenings is almost the same, and the mandatory task is cancelled. Of course, this is just Fong Hao's feeling. Whether it is the same or not is still inconclusive. Keep checking out today's rewards. This time, I got 2 architectural drawings. The first is the faction architectural blueprint, Tower of the Dead, purple. Not bad, it's a purple drawing. Tower of the Dead, purple. Category, architectural drawings. Ability, increase the range of Shun Lin's expulsion. Description, special buildings for the undead camp, which can be built in cities/villages and towns within the territory, which can increase the range of God's prophecy. Required for construction, hard and tough wood 3350, stone brick 4500, iron 1200, trace of death 120, shadow stone 30. That's it. Fong Hao was a little dissatisfied with this reward. What kind of thing is this? There is no sense of surprise at all. At least give a special unit building and recruit some powerful units. Otherwise, give a weapon of mass destruction, and you can directly kill the Skull tribe. Get one that increases the range of use of God Pro. Although it is also what I need, I am still not satisfied with it. Even if you complain in your heart, you cannot change the reward. In fact, the role of the Tower of the Dead is also well understood. It is the signal tower of modern society. Fong Hao's divine presence ability is quite useful. He has survived until now, to a large extent. It is due to the contribution of the gods. He can use the gods to possess the troops under his command. No need for him to take the risk himself. But the ability of God to appear also has a considerable limitation, that is, the influence of distance and fit. Fong Hao can use the presence of God to come to the pig village, but he cannot cross the pig village and control the skeleton to go to the dragon burial cave. Instead, I need to go to the pig village and then use the gods to shorten the distance of manipulation. And the Tower of the Dead can solve this problem. It can be regarded as a very useful ability, but the number of shadow stones is too large, and what he lacks the most is the shadow stone, which cannot be built with blueprints. Continue to view Chapter 2 drawings. Seeing this blueprint, Fong Hao's blood surged instantly. Orange drawings. Practice field of merit, orange. Category, special building. Ability, 1 hero assessment, 2 hero advancement. Hero test. If you reach the 10th rank and special arms, you can take the test. If the test is successful, you can be promoted to a hero. If the test fails, the test will be reduced by 3 ranks. After the 10th level, you can continue the test. Transformation, crafting, summoning, and other arms cannot be assessed. Hero advancement. Heroes can be tested here, and they can improve their ranks through the test. There is no penalty for failing the test. Hero assessment. Hero's Heart 1, War Coins 100. Hero advancement. Hero Certificate 1, corresponding template, 500 War Fire Coins. Description. Growth and breakthroughs are the unchanging laws of survival in this world. Sometimes you only need a little pressure to take a new step. Required for construction, hard and tough wood 2200, stone brick 3000, iron 1200, traces of battle 200, perfect essence 30. After reading the properties of the building, Fong Hao looked serious. The significance of this building is self-evident. Whether a territory has an improvement path can be said to directly affect a hero's sense of belonging. No one wants to be bored for a lifetime in an undeveloped village. A territory that can improve and support its own growth is easier to be accepted by heroes. At the same time, After reaching the 10th rank of arms, you can conduct hero trials, and if you succeed, you will be transferred to hero. This also means that in the future, he can form an army of heroes. It's just that only bone dragons reach the 10th order in the territory, and I don't know if they belong to the transformation category. Even if you don't belong, you don't have a hero's heart and hero credentials. The most important thing is that the money is too black, and you don't have to spend so much money for graduate studies. You can't guarantee it. Black really is black. He scolded that the fee was too dark. Fong Hao chose an open space near the statue area and chose to build it. The orange light illuminated the territory, attracting the attention of many people. After a full 20 minutes, a building similar to an altar appeared in front of Fong Hao. Ding! The corpse which, Nelson's loyalty to you increases by 5, and the current loyalty is 85. Duya! Anjia's loyalty to you increases by 10, and the current loyalty is 87. The building was completed, and the favorability of the two heroes in the territory increased again. It seems that this building still has a great influence on the hero. Just build the building, the loyalty will increase. More cultural. The more people who have seen the big world, the harder it is to win over. Nelson, as his first hero, has a loyalty of only 85, which is only higher than the bronze bull he forced to join yesterday. Why? Can only slowly think of ways to improve. Master, it's time to eat. Yi trotted over, glanced at the altar, and then turned her eyes to Fong Hao. Oh, let's go. I just finished my work. The two walked towards the Lord's stone building. In order to celebrate today's victory, Yi prepared a richer dinner. Although there are not many, but Du Fong Hao and Njia usually like to eat. After dinner, the three started to eat. Njia and Yi chatted. Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords to see what everyone was saying in the channel. The system rewards have been issued, and those who can survive can be regarded as relieved. I'm alive, fuck it. In the future, there will be no mandatory tasks, and everyone can develop for a period of time without having to prepare for the 7-day test at all times. Yeah, every time it's the 6th day, I don't even dare to pull shit. I'm afraid that if I die, people in the underworld will say that I'm a ghost of starvation. Now I don't have to worry about it. Upstairs, you can see that the size will live on. Today, I want to eat well and celebrate. After the compulsory mission is over, I have soldiers and food to eat. To be honest, now is the day a lord should live. I think the people upstairs thought it was too simplistic. The system said that the mandatory mission is over, and the random event mission is started, and there is no difference in essence. No, random event missions will be more difficult. Mandatory missions will give you a fixed time to arrange tasks to test the territory, while random events are more terrifying. Do you remember the Lord battle the day before yesterday? That's the first. This is a random event mission. Your territory is exposed to other lords. I am afraid it is not easier than a siege mission. I understand the meaning of the upstairs. This is the same as the game. Before, it was a single player against the computer. Although it was difficult, there were strategies to follow. Now it is not only against the computer, but also against other players. Everyone may be your enemy. Is that what you mean? Almost. The pair offered an explanation for random events. The people who were celebrating the victory in the original channel instantly fainted, and the entire channel was quiet. The cancellation of the mandatory task is not an explanation, but just a new beginning. There are more difficulties waiting for them, and these lords, like the characters in the computer, experience various new ways of playing, endless ways to please inexplicable people. Oh, by the way, I'm here to find Mr. Fong Hao to buy Ho Chung Quan. When you scared me, you almost forgot the business. Yes, I have to buy some too. Then, several people chatted with Fong Hao privately and purchased the rejuvenation spring to recover from the injury. The next morning, Fong Hao just got up when he heard Yi say that the skeleton merchants were already waiting in the market. I calculated the time in my heart, and it is not yet time to replenish the market, so this time, it must be recommended by the King of Bones. If Fong Hao wants to sell his goods through the market, he needs to join a joint chamber of commerce called Tianyin. A necessary condition for joining is the recommendation of veteran members. Skeleton Merchant Rule knew Fong Hao's intention to join the United Chamber of Commerce, so he offered to help introduce the King of Bones, Otis, to see if he was recognized by the undead king. After all, Fong Hao is one of the few new territories developed by the undead camp. There is a high possibility that the King of Bones will support the newcomers of the same camp. It's been a lot of days, and today should be for this matter. Whether it succeeds or not, the answer is immediately known. Come to the market area. The skeleton merchant was still sitting there calmly, waiting silently. The undead are not affected by time, and time cannot threaten them. Even if you sit quietly for a day, you won't feel like you're wasting time. Grown-ups. Seeing Fong Hao coming over, Rule got up and saluted. "Morning, Mr. Roar." Fong Hao smiled. "Sir, this time I came here because of the recommendation letter," Rule said directly. Sure enough, Fong Hao's expression did not change, but his heart couldn't help but lift. Whether I can proceed smoothly to the next step, this recommendation is very important. "Oh, I don't know what Mr. Otis said," Fong Hao asked. Master Otis agreed, but it's not free. Rule shook the crutch in his handshake. "If you have any requirements, Mr. Roar can say it bluntly. Naturally, he will not be stingy if he can do it. It is also a good thing that the other party can make a request. There is no free lunch in the world, especially in such a world. It is even more worrying to help yourself for no reason. After joining, 20% of your profit on items sold for 2 years." Hearing this, Fong Hao's expression instantly became serious. Or 2,000 war coins. Fong Hao's restrained smile appeared again. Compared with 20% profit in 2 years, Fong Hao is more willing to accept the condition of 2,000 warfire coins, although for ordinary lords, this is a sky-high figure. But Fong Hao can still accept it, and he can also take out the 2,000 war coins. Self-made items have a 100-fold increase blessing, which is a function created for the market. You can rely on very few materials to produce items in large quantities, sell them quickly at a similar price, and snatch the market with old-fashioned chambers of commerce. Therefore, it is very important to join the business alliance and link with other forces. Likewise, Otis' desire for a 20% profit in 2 years had a direct impact on his plans. It would be better to have a one-time bleeding and buy it directly. "Can you bargain?" Fong Hao asked. "Lord Otis personally ordered it." "That means you can't bargain. If it's settled, when will you take me to join the Sky Eye Business Alliance?" "It can be done today. The recommendation letter is just a statement, not a real letter. I will take you to go through a set of procedures then," Rule answered. Fong Hao nodded and called a rabbit maid in the distance. "Tell Eeyore to prepare 2,000 war coins to send over." "Yes, master." The rabbit maid ran away. Not long after, Eeyore came over with a skeleton, holding a money box in the skeleton's hand, which was full of shiny coins. "Mr. Roar, take account." Looking at the money box full of war coins, the soul fire in Roar's pupils beating slightly. Although 2,000 war coins are not many for the old forces, but the market in Fong Hao's territory has just been built for less than a month. To be able to take out so much money so easily is still unexpected for Roar. "No, sir. When do you plan to leave and become a member of the United Chamber of Commerce? You still need a process, and it is best as soon as possible." Roar continued. "What do I need to do with this process?" "I also have a number." Fong Hao continued to ask. "I brought a teleportation scroll to the Tianyin Business Alliance station. It can transmit up to 3 people. After going to the station, register. Of course, this process is relatively simple, and there are few cases of failure." Rule explained patiently. Fong Hao thought for a while and continued. "Mr. Roar, let me prepare. We will set off in 20 minutes. "It is good." 20 minutes later, Fong Hao walked over with Njia after breakfast. The heroes in the territory have their own divisions of labor. The Fireblade was placed in the East subsidiary city. While guarding the East, it was also convenient to rescue the situation in the Manhwa market. Nelson is working on a skeleton hero at the Organ Museum retreat. Bloodhunt and Njia are left in the territory. Njia's character is not suitable for guarding the city, so she took her with him and acted as a bodyguard. Recently, Njia seems to have changed her personality and is not as wild as before. I heard from Nelson the day before yesterday that Njia asked him to learn chess and lost several games in a row. If it weren't for the deterrence of Mr. Nelson, Njia almost dropped the chessboard. But it can also be seen that Njia's change is changing herself little by little. "Mr. Roar, you can go." "Okay." Rule did not delay, took out a scroll, and opened it directly. A light blue light curtain appeared in front of Fong Hao. Fong Hao has seen this kind of light curtain. In the second mandatory mission, Nature's Revenge, the Guardians of Nature appeared through this light curtain and launched attacks on various territories. This kind of light curtain can be understood as a portal, and when you enter it, it will be sent out. 2, please, Rule said, walking into the light curtain first. Fong Hao and Njia also followed behind and stepped into the light curtain. Distorted and dizzy, I opened my eyes again, but I had reached a strange place. Looking down from here, it is a flat flagstone road, and the road is full of lush flowers. There were not many people on the street, and it was even a little deserted. There are similar modern street lamps on both sides of the road, and luminous stones are placed on them. If it weren't for people of different races walking down the street, there would be no billboards made of plastic. Fong Hao thought that Rule directly sent himself back to Earth. Welcome to the number 032 station of the Tianyin Business Alliance. Luer found that the two looked around curiously and continued. Sir, the Tianyin Business Alliance only works in the morning. After the formalities are completed, the two can have a good time here. You can even stay here for one night. Okay, it's important to do business first, Fong Hao said. Rule nodded and took the two to the central building in front. The combination of humans, orcs, and undead did not attract the attention of others. It can also be said that this strange collocation method is not uncommon here. A fairy with dragonfly wings kissing a burly orc was staged in an alley not far away. The passionate appearance of the two makes people believe once again that love has nothing to do with race or body shape. 20 war coins, Roar said suddenly. What? Fong Hao retracted his gaze and looked at Luer. Rule glanced at the two people in the dark alley and said, You can find this kind of girl in taverns and hotels. 20 to 100 war coins can meet all your needs, elves, goblins, or female trolls, in good health. You can also let the succubus accompany you for one night. I rely on. Fong Hao glanced at the two in the dark alley again. This is not love, but a transaction. So are these people all residents here? Fong Hao continued to ask. Residents? No, it's not that easy to settle here. Most of the stranded people do things like us. Rule explained. The Business Alliance station belongs to a neutral area. To build hidden areas all over the continent, you need to use a teleportation array or teleportation scroll to go there. Those who can come here are members of the forces who have joined the Business Alliance. We'll stay here for a day or two. Several people chatted, but their feet did not stop at all. Through the layers of streets, came to the central area of the city. In front of it was a gray-white stone fort. In front of the stone fort stood two fully armed soldiers. One was an orc and the other was a dark redhead with horns, somewhat like a legendary demon army. After a simple inquiry and inspection, the guards did not block too much. Let the three walk directly into the stone castle. The corridor built of white marble is clear and clean, and various portraits are hung on the walls, which adds a bit of artistic atmosphere to this corridor. Into the hall. At this time, a lot of people gathered inside. All kinds of strange-looking races are used. Everyone chats in groups of 3 or 5 and manages their own affairs in an orderly manner. Fong Hao followed behind Rule and had the illusion of going to the bank to do business. At this time, Fong Hao felt a sense of being watched, and when he looked to one side, a human was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, and both looked at the Book of Lords on the other's waist. After confirming that they were both from Earth, the man walked towards Fong Hao. The man was tall and thin, with that tan complexion, and was wearing a sports suit. Hey, Earth. Even after seeing the Book of Lords, the other party still confirmed it. And Fong Hao nodded. It's amazing, the first time I saw my fellow, it was here. The man continued. Fong Hao is also a little incredible. In the regional channel, he always believes that his development speed is much faster than other lords. Contacting the Sky Eye Business Alliance should also be the first. Unexpectedly, someone is developing faster than himself, and he has already come into contact with the Business Alliance in advance. Fong Hao looked at him carefully and secretly guessed in his heart, is it not true that he is the first in this area? Hey, brother, this is your thigh? Even skeletons dare to touch. You are much more powerful than me. The other party suddenly approached and lowered his voice. What's next to the thigh? Fong Hao didn't react for a while. It's okay. It's not ashamed. I also came with them. It's not ashamed to find a backer in this world. And not everyone is Fong Hao, so you don't have to worry about food and clothing. The man continued. Only then did Fong Hao understand what the man meant. He thought that he could only come here because he was attached to the undead behind him. Then you came with the trolls? The trolls are so ferocious and eat people. Aren't you afraid? Fong Hao glanced at the direction of the man in the distance. There were a few tall, fangs trolls standing there. This troll is also different from the ogre. Wearing armor and weapons, standing in the queue honestly, it looks like it is not as brutal and violent as the ogre. Brother, don't make trouble. You undead, no matter how you look at it, you are better than trolls. How did you get involved with them? It seems that you have a good relationship. The man continued. In his opinion, the undead are not as easy to touch as trolls. Trolls are at least a living species with many similarities to humans. It's hard to say about the undead. It's really difficult for you to have a relationship with the other party. No, I don't rely on any forces, I developed it myself. Fong Hao said. Speaking of attachment, several nearby orc forces have been destroyed by themselves and become affiliated villages. On the contrary, the situation of the man in front of him is not very optimistic. His situation is very similar to that of Zhuang Hong. Act as free labor for the clan you depend on, and thus gain blessings. In the case of unequal strength, it is difficult to maintain this form. Once a problem occurs, it will be abandoned or directly killed by the attached forces. Hearing that, Fong Hao didn't admit it at this time. The man's face was not very good looking. He is so calm, yet the boy in front of him is still so stubborn. If it wasn't for the fact that he was attached to a force, it would be a joke to be able to come to such a place because of the human beings who have just passed through for more than 20 days. Jay, what's there to pretend? I'm still thinking about what difficulties you have. I'll help you sometime, hum. You are so good. It seems that you don't need it. The man snorted coldly, feeling that Fong Hao was very boring. Some sarcastically dropped a sentence, then turned around and returned to the troll's team, and some flattered chatted with the troll. Fong Hao was also a little helpless. He didn't mock the man's thoughts, but the other party didn't seem to think so. After a while, the team finally arrived at Fong Hao and others. The front desk is made of marble, and a small goblin sits on a high chair and works with his head down. Goblin Teller, Tier 3. Otis also recommends newcomers. The goblin made a high-pitched voice. When he saw that Otis, the king of bones, recommended a human, he stood up from the high stool and looked over the front desk to see Fong Hao's appearance. You undead, recommend a human? The goblin teller exclaimed, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. No, this is a person from our undead camp, but the transformation ceremony has not yet been held. Rule set aside. The goblin sat back in his chair and didn't bother to care about it. As long as the program was correct, he didn't bother to care about the undead and human beings. Okay, what's your name? The goblin asked Xiang Fong Hao. Fong Hao, boom. A loud bang sounded from not far away. I saw that the human man just now fell directly from the seat. Under everyone's attention, he stood up embarrassedly and sat back on the chair awkwardly. The troll went to handle the business, and he sat here and kept observing Fong Hao's position, just waiting to expose the fact that he is attached to foreigners. Then I will make fun of him. But who would have thought that when he heard the other party announce the name Fong Hao? As soon as his legs softened, he fell directly. To ask the traversers, what are they afraid of? In addition to the powerful foreigners, the most feared person in everyone's heart is Fong Hao. One person has shouldered the heavy responsibility of feeding the entire region's population, and the number of equipment sold in recent times has been in units of 10,000. In the last incident mission, Li Teng regarded himself as the son of destiny and challenged Fong Hao. But within half an hour, Fong Hao beheaded him, and the photo was posted on the regional channel. Everyone who provoked Fong Hao and tried to show himself was punished, and no one wanted to provoke this killing god. Who knows when he will come to his territory and chop off his head. Su Yang is the same. When he saw Fong Hao, he subconsciously thought that Fong Hao was the same as him. It was only by relying on foreigners to come here, and in the conversation just now, I was even more disdainful and sneered. Thinking about it now, I can't wait to give myself 2 mouths, just have a good chat, and do something stupid. After finally being attached to the troll, he could be safe for a while, but now he has offended Fong Hao, the killer. In front of the bar, Fong Hao checked his identity according to the goblin's request. A letter with the eye seal of the tower and an architectural blueprint were handed to Fong Hao. The goblin's shrill voice sounded again. Building the building of the Sky-Eye Business Alliance. You can pass the test after completing 3 internal orders and officially become a member. There will be tips on what to do at that time. Fong Hao took the item. Oh, okay, thank you. Several people stepped aside, and the people behind stepped forward to handle their own business. This is the end. Fong Hao looked at the 2 items in his hand. It's not complicated, it just needs someone who understands the process. Ruhr said aside. Oh yes. Fong Hao said. Get out of the building and go back to this street. The 2 who were kissing in the dark alley had already left, and they had changed into 2 new races, exchanging feelings in the depths of the alley. Mr. Rule, what is the test in that goblin's mouth? Fong Hao asked again while he was returning. After Rule left, I wanted to ask, but there was nowhere to look for him. It's not difficult to understand. After you build the Business Alliance building, there will be a 1-week test period. If you complete 3 orders during the test period, you will pass the test. Luer explained. What's the use? When I become a member, don't I also sell goods out? Setting up a test seems to be of little use. Fong Hao asked. You can understand it as an ability, 3 orders a week, the most basic requirements. If you can't complete this one, there is no meaning to join the Business Alliance. Ruhr explained. Sky-Eye Business Alliance is more like a platform that provides a convenient way of trading for all members who join. Display the goods in front of all the forces that build the bazaar. And if you want to join the Business Alliance, you must have your own fixed supply. Whether you are selling weapons and equipment or blueprint props, you must ensure a certain supply. Save and sell this once every 6 months. The Sky-Eye Business Alliance will not allow you to occupy a ditch. In addition to the test at the time of joining, there is still an amount to be completed every month in the future, and membership will be canceled if it cannot be reached. Oh, I see. A few people walked and chatted and stopped in front of a building again. This is a 2-story stone building with a sign with the Sky-Eye Business Alliance hanging at the door. This is the residence store of the Sky-Eye Business Alliance. Here, you will know the importance of Warfire coin. Luer said, and opened the door first. The door opened, and a loud noise filled his ears. As if entering a pub, the seats were full of people, discussing on their own. Mienshing. A voice sounded. When a goblin struggled to climb up the high chair, Fong Hao discovered his figure. Ah, just joined. Fong Hao replied. Ruhr sat down and seemed to let Fong Hao familiarize himself with the environment here. Okay, joining the Business Alliance will also help you humans. The goblin poured himself a glass of orange fruit wine and said, Everyone who sees Fong Hao, pure and white, thinks it is the human camp. Can I see the goods? I heard that there are many good things here. Fong Hao said directly. The goblin smiled disdainfully and corrected. Remember, it's the best thing. Pressing your finger under the bar, the counter behind you opened instantly, and a dazzling array of items appeared in front of you. The goblin showed a confident look, raised the wine glass in his hand, and put it to his lips, just about to take a sip, showing off a few words about the products here. However, it was found that several counters were not opened. The drinking action paused slightly, bang bang, and tapped the button on the counter twice, but there was still no response. He frowned and asked, Boy, what faction do you belong to? Why are humans and elves not open to you? Undead. Boom. The wine glass fell to the ground. The goblin bent over to pick up his wine glass, while Fong Hao checked the items on the counter. Among them, there are many types of weapons, props, skill scrolls, and potions. Fong Hao couldn't even afford it, and it was just an eye-opener. Magic Dragon Potion. The price is 4.5 million war coins. Description. By changing the physique, the magical energy of the body has been greatly improved. Love's Greed Potion. The price is 5.2 million war coins. Description. Decreases body sensitivity for long-lasting. Breaking Star Fire Gun Production Blueprint. Orange. The price is 6 million war fire coins. Description. A fire gun designed by a dwarf master. Organ Jar. Orange. The price is 9.22 million. Description. A deadly plague. A toxic plague erupts after the death of a unit. Blood Cup. Red. The price is 15.5 million war coins. Description. A cup that will spill blood. Drink the blood in the blood cup. You can have the ability of the Blood Master for a certain period of time. Orange. Price. Every item is worth a fortune. The movements are all over 1 million. Among them are the armor of the Dragon Clan and various orange equipment drawings. all of which Fong Hao wanted. No wonder when the money came in, Roar said, the importance of currency. The goblin also picked up the fallen wine glass, sat back on the high chair, and stroked his hair. How is it? Is there a picture? The goblin asked. It's all about it, but I don't have any money. Fong Hao patted his pocket. Ha! The goblin laughed. There will be some in the future. Those who join the business alliance are all for making money. How can I display the goods of those forces? Fong Hao pointed to the unopened shelf. Influence, but few factions will welcome the undead. If you want to open those shelves, you need to have a higher influence. The goblin said slowly. Goblins don't like undead either, especially with the smell of death permeating them. If it wasn't for Fong Hao, and it was Ruer who came over, this goblin probably wouldn't have explained so much. Okay, what if these are sold out? Fong Hao continued to ask. These are the goods sent by the top forces in the region, and they are updated once a month. If you like it, you have to work hard to make money this month, otherwise you don't know when it will appear. The goblin took out a silk handkerchief, wiped the dropped wine glass, and refill it. Then if there are bad people, I said, if there are bad people directly coming to grab it, wouldn't it be a wave of fat? Fong Hao suddenly thought of this question in his mind. Don't say whether those people can find it here. Even if they can find it, wouldn't they have already taken it if they dared to grab it? This continent has never lacked people who are greedy and have no brains. You're right. After chatting with the goblin for a while, Fong Hao had a drink in his hand and returned to Ruer's side. Sit down at the table next to you. It seems that adults and goblins can chat very well. Ruel said, What's wrong? Not everyone can get a glass of wine from a goblin. Oh, maybe we get along better. Fong Hao replied, and Jia listened silently on the side. Knowing that the goblin's wine is rare, she took a sip in her hand. Just after the entrance, and Jia's expression instantly distorted. Quietly spit it back into the cup and sent it back to Fong Hao. How do you understand? Now you know the importance of Warfire coin. As long as you have money, you can become the top force in this area overnight. Roar spoke again, still emphasizing the importance of Warfire coin. This is a bit exaggerated, but I understand what Rule wants to express. The importance of Manhwa coin. As long as there is Manhwa coin, there is nothing you can't get. Weapons and equipment, skill potions, even methods of immortality can also be obtained here. As long as you have money or power. Of course, most people tend to have neither. If you have money and no power, you will only become the target of plunder by others. With strength, you will naturally have a way to get money. The two are closely linked. Yeah, money is too important. Fong Hao agreed. Look at that building. The seats of the three were by the window, and Luer pointed to the 4-story stone building opposite. What? There is an auction house. There are auctions held here once or twice every year. Every time it is held, Mr. Otis will also participate. Maybe you will meet next time. Lord Otis, also participate in this kind of auction? Certainly. Held twice a year. Even if you don't buy anything, it's a good opportunity to get in touch with the outside world. That's true. This point is more agreeable. Even if you don't buy anything, you can know what the hostile forces have bought. It is also possible to meet some people through this occasion, or talk about some cooperation and the like. A few people chatted for a while, then walked out of the store and went to the teleportation array area. Before parting, Fong Hao gave Luer a purse as a reward for this matter. Rule readily accepted and did not refuse. Returning to the territory through the teleportation array, it is already afternoon, and Jia jumped up and down to find Ear, intending to tell a good story about her experience going to the Merchant Alliance. Of course, the bland narrative is meaningless, and some bullies and street battles must be added in the middle. It will make the plot sound more ups and downs and more attractive. Fong Hao did not return to the Lord's mansion immediately, but went directly to the market, intending to build the building of the Business Alliance first. Business Alliance Hall, hard and tough wood 1200, stone brick 800, iron 320, metal parts 110, magic essence 20, mithril 15. Description: residential building for members of the Sky Eye Business Alliance. The Business Alliance Hall is not an independent building, but an extension on the basis of the market. It's an upgrade. Choosing to build, the original market turned into a little light, and the wooden market house became a 2-story stone building, covering an enlarged area, and a sign of the Sky Eye Business Alliance was hung above the door. Buildings representing the Sky Eye Business Alliance. All the stalls surrounded by fences disappeared, and they were replaced by a huge warehouse for goods. There are some empty shelves on either side. A place to store goods. First-class Business Alliance Hall. Category: Business Alliance Building. Registered faction: Undead. Available to recruit: Skeleton Merchant, Skull Merchant, Creeping Spine 1, War Coin 10. Faction ability: Advent, can send merchants to the target market. Testing stage: 0/3 of the order completed. Description: an exclusive building built by the Sky Eye Business Alliance for its members. Skeleton Merchant rule: every time he appears in the market, is to use the faction ability of Coming. What Lure sells is related to blueprints and magic props, which Fong Hao does not have. The focus of future sales will naturally be mass-produced goods. Use a 100-fold increase to create the greatest value. Recruit the Skeleton Merchant first. Skull Merchant, Creeping Spine 1, War Coin 10. Recruit 1. The light flickered. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruit Skeleton Merchants 101. 101 skeleton merchants dressed in decent clothes and holding crutches appeared in front of Fong Hao. Lord, I am willing to serve you. The skeleton merchants saluted collectively, and their voices echoed in the room. Fong Hao can understand that all skeletons have the same recruitment conditions, but they all have their own characteristics. The skeleton cutters had a tape measure hanging on their shoulders, the skeleton blacksmiths had a hammer in their hands, and the skeleton merchants appeared in full sets, well-dressed, with a cane in their hands. Oh, yes, the additional 10 war fire coins for recruiting are clothing money. No wonder. Everyone is welcome to join. Fong Hao looked at a skeleton businessman headed by him and asked, "What's your name?" "Dear sir, my name is Duo Jin." "Good name. I like it. From now on, you will be in charge of this place, and you will assign the things that you will explain to you." Fong Hao said loudly, "It's hard not to make it yourself. Look at the name of the first recruited businessman. This is God's will." "Thank you, sir. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Duo Jin saluted. Skull Merchant Duojin's loyalty to you increases by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 80 points. "Well, I just joined the Business Alliance. Duo Jin, you can see what to do next." Fong Hao directly handed the question to Duo Jin. In the future, he can't worry about the Business Alliance at any time, and he will still have to deal with it by Duo Jin. Good lord. Duo Jin walked directly into the counter and pressed the button under the counter lightly. Whoa. Rows of cargo containers were opened, revealing a dazzling array of items inside. "My lord, this is an item sold by the open forces of the territory. You can buy it according to your needs." Duo Jin said. The difference between members of the Business Alliance and ordinary forces lies in this. Before lures sold the goods, Fong Hao didn't buy them. The goods would disappear after a few hours. If you want to buy them in the future, it depends on whether they can be refreshed. Now it is different. All the goods are laid out here. You don't buy it, and it doesn't disappear. It's always on the shelf. So, you don't have to worry about buying them all in one go. You can buy them when you have enough materials, and you can use them. Of course, there is one more point. When the goods are sold out and taken off the shelves, new products will be restocked on the shelves. Nor is it permanent. Okay, buy all those items. Fong Hao pointed to a few drawings. There are not only blueprints, but also 100 units of finished equipment, as well as some alchemy potions. But 100 pieces of equipment are of little use to Fong Hao's army of hundreds of thousands of undead. It's hard to find if you lose it. It is still the most cost-effective to buy drawings. Construction blueprint of Iron Claw Rat Nest, green 100 for wood, 1100 for thatch, 3 traces of forest. Dark Iron Kite Shield production drawing, blue cast iron block 40, iron 5, metal parts 2, thick and tough leather 5. High-speed hardwood short bow production drawing, blue hard and tough wood 5, metal parts 3, thick and tough leather 2. Dark iron battlage production blueprint, green 3 hardwood, 5 cast iron blocks, 3 metal parts, and 5 leather. The blueprint for making the apprentice mage's robe, green 4 cotton cloth, 5 spinning thread. A total of 5 items were taken down, which Fong Hao can make and use now. The rest are not in use at present, so there is no rush to buy them. Duo Jin handed the item to Fong Hao, and Fong Hao also paid the price directly. "Sir, members of the Business Alliance can fill in the order. If there is still no product you need here, you can fill it in the order. Other members see it, and there is a high chance that it will be sold to you. Put 2 orders in front of Fong Hao. Fong Hao was excited when he saw the order in front of him. This thing is good. Fill in whatever you need, and when the time comes, whichever force has it, will sell it to yourself. Suddenly, Fong Hao was a little confused again. What did he lack? Can you write about corpses? Fong Hao asked. It is also a good business to sell the corpse to himself if a person from a powerful race dies. Cough. I understand what the Lord means. The Business Alliance has expressly stipulated that the undead camp is not allowed to buy alien corpses in any form. Duojin replied. There are express regulations. It seems that some undead people have done this before, but they were directly banned by the Business Alliance. Is this order only 2? Currently, there are only 2, and the Merchant Alliance will send a new order in 7 days. That is to say, refresh every 7 days, 2 at a time. Then fill in one first, and write the architectural drawings of the undead armies. By the way, we don't want to have any in our territory. Fong Hao said, more gold writing. Fong Hao's writing belongs to Chinese characters. He can read the writing of other races, but the local residents cannot read Chinese characters. Okay, sir. Doken wrote the contents on the order and stuffed it into a mailbox-like item box behind him. Cover the lid, and it has been sent to the Business Alliance headquarters. Is there anything else to say? Fong Hao continued to ask. Sir, there is one last item. There are a total of 74,511 village-level forces that meet the arrival of merchants, of which 13,205 are human lords. You still need to recruit some people and the goods you carry. Duojin said. So much. Sir, you don't need to recruit all of them. The opening hours of each faction are different. Half of the total number of merchants can be recruited, and if there are insufficient personnel, 1/3 of the number will be recruited. Duojin reminded again. Half the number of 74,000 people, rounded up to 38,000 people. That's not a lot. If you use a 100-fold increase, that is 380 people. 10 war coins per person is 3,800 coins. It cost 100 million to get a referral from Audis, and now there is such a large investment. How is it different from the zero capital startup that I thought? I'm almost emptying my old bottom. I won't be cut leaks by the Business Alliance. Sir, what are your plans? Duojin asked Fong Hao silently and asked softly. I will recruit enough businessmen, and then you will allocate it. Equipment needs will give priority to human lords. The 13,000 human lords who own the market building, don't think they are also traversers like themselves. In a village-level building, it is called a village chief, and it is these people who are called the lord. Human lords can get war coins by opening treasure chests or some opportunities, but building a market and wanting merchants to settle in requires faction influence. Fong Hao's outstanding performance, and the first place in the region, only unlocked the settlement of merchants from the undead camp. Other lords, I am afraid that when the market is built, it will be difficult for businessmen from the faction to settle in. 10,000 people, one person earns a war coin, and he also earns it back. Of course, it is not a priority to take care of, but the weapons and equipment and groceries produced by themselves are more suitable for human use. Okay, I understand, Lord. Duojin nodded. Next, Fong Hao continued to recruit businessmen. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, obtain 38380 skeleton merchant. The room was filled with skeleton merchants, and many more appeared directly outside the room. Next, Fong Hao made a large number of black iron knight swords, black iron open helmets, hardwood shields, two-handed light crossbows, bathtubs, marching tents, iron axes and pickaxes, handsaws, etc. in the warehouse next to the Business Alliance. Building. Numerous tools. With the blessing of 100 times increase, a small amount of materials can make a large number of items. Don't worry about selling it. Sir, you can rest assured. Next, I will distribute items according to the needs of the other party's territory. You can rest assured. Duojin said. Well, I believe in your ability. I will build a separate house for everyone at the back of the building, and you can rest in your spare time. Fong Hao said with a smile. Thank you, sir. In the thank you sound, the loyalty of the skeleton merchant has been increased to a certain extent. After finishing everything, Fong Hao returned to the Lord's mansion for dinner. After a busy morning, my stomach has long been growling. On the contrary, he envied the undead in a limited way. He didn't need to eat, and he wouldn't be hungry. Yi prepared a sumptuous lunch and served it up. The three of them started chatting and enjoying the food. After a few chats, Jia began to tell Yi the story of her previous adventures. Fang Hao didn't have a place to interrupt. He opened the Book of Lords to see what everyone was chatting about. In regional channels, major news, major news. I built a market before, and I have never found any merchants to come. Today, a camp suddenly settled in. Guess who it is? Who is who? Whoever you want to say, whoever is playing guessing games with you. That's right, you chat a lot. Why can't you just talk about business? Aren't you two wasting time by scolding him? Upstairs, neither are you. Upstairs too. Stop. I'll give you a screenshot. Screenshot. Satisfy the faction's influence degree of 50, whether to accept the area, Lord Fang Hao, caravan to enter the market. Picture. The screenshot in the first chapter is the system information that appeared, and the picture in the second chapter is a photo he took with the Book of Lords. Above is a skeleton merchant with a cane, promoting his wares. You don't know? I was stupid at the time. I can accept the rapid development of Fang Hao. What the hell is the undead camp? Did Fang Hao get rid of his human identity before crossing? How is this possible? Is it the same name as the natives? What about the same name? I've been in contact with local human races, and the names are similar to Western names. There is a long slip of dripping, and the two-character name is Fang Hao. Yes, Fang Hao has been collecting shadow stones. The description of shadow stones says that they belong to the materials of undead buildings. Yes, it's settled. Fang Hao is not a human being. Fang Hao watched the crowd chat and almost spit out a mouthful of rice. Guessing is guessing. How can you decide that you are not a human being and the analysis is well-founded? In order to eliminate everyone's concerns, Fang Hao still turned on the camera function of the Book of Lords. Reach out to the table with your left hand and take a picture of your hand and the food. Prove that you are still human and need to eat. After shooting, send directly to the regional channel. Picture, don't scold everyone. It's a human. I'm still human, but I got a special building from the undead camp. In the future, I can exchange items normally, and I can also buy it in the market. Fang Hao explained in the channel. Mr. Fang Hao, I'm not saying you're not human. You made a typo. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just kidding. Don't be angry, boss. No, haven't you noticed? Fang Hao has a pair of white legs in the lower left corner of the photo. There are indeed girls in the boss's territory. Really, let me see. Damn, really those legs are so white. Ding. Just when everyone in the channel area exclaimed that there was a woman in Fang Hao's territory. The Book of Lords, however, came with a notification tone for a private chat. Suyong, there is no need for Fang Hao to recall who the name is. When he sees the content of the message, he can already determine the identity of the other party. Mr. Fang Hao, I'm sorry about what happened this morning. I didn't know it was you, but I was short-sighted. It turned out that the person who chatted with him in the Sky Eye Business Alliance in the morning was called Suyong. It's okay. It's just an ordinary chat. Fang Hao replied. He really didn't take this matter to heart. Plus, the other party took the initiative to apologize, and it was over. Thank you, boss. Suyong breathed a sigh of relief. Even if no one knows the location of his territory, offending Fang Hao still makes him a little worried. I've been thinking about this all morning, and as soon as I finished working with the troll, I immediately sent a message to Fang Hao, apologizing for what happened today. Fortunately, Fang Hao's performance was quite generous, and he didn't take this morning's affairs to heart. Seeing that Fang Hao did not continue to reply to himself, he sent a message again. Mr. Fang Hao, have you joined the Sky Eye Business Alliance? Well, just joined. Junior member. Fang Hao replied. Now the entire regional channel is discussing Fang Hao's skeleton merchant. He had nothing to hide himself. Moreover, his territory already has a certain self-protection ability, and it is not a big problem to release some news. The boss is too good. The troll chief is planning to order some troll equipment recently. If you have an idea, I can help you get in touch. Suyong expressed his thoughts. Fang Hao was taken aback. It is good to have customers. There are ideas. It depends on what the trolls need. I don't have many drawings here. I'll ask. See what they ask for. After speaking, Suyong appeared disconnected, and he should have gone to ask the troll chief. Not long after, Suyong heard the news again. Mr. Fang Hao, the troll chief said that equipment of at least green quality can be ordered for your territory if you can provide it, Suyong said. Fong Hao is a junior member, obviously not qualified to go to the troll territory. If you want to order from Fong Hao, there is also a solution. That is, you can place an order directly from Fong Hao and make a deal with each other. Troll heavy armor, green. Troll iron helmet, green. Troll boots, green. Adz axe, green. Do you see what they need? Fong Hao put a series of equipment. The picture book has been sent out. Okay, wait a minute, boss. Su Yang relayed the attributes of these equipment to the troll chief. Soon, Su Yang returned the news with a little excitement. It's a big deal. You can accept the order when the time comes. The trolls will fight with the stone elements outside the territory. It's better to equip them faster. Okay, I'll deal with it now. Fong Hao was also overjoyed. Good boss. The two hung up. Fong Hao also finished lunch, explained to the two women, and walked to the market. And the other side, Su Yang, who closed the Book of Lords, waved his fists excitedly. As an intermediary, I facilitated the cooperation between the two parties, which not only played a role in the troll's side, but also shortened the relationship with Fong Hao. It seems that both sides of the transaction benefit, and he, the middleman, is also the winner. This sense of joy does not have to be recorded in precious drawings. Fong Hao came to the Business Alliance building, and Duo Jin was still standing at the counter. The other skeleton merchants were arranged by Duo Jin to sell goods in various territories. Grown-ups. Seeing Fong Hao come in, he salutes with gold. Well, Du Jin has any new orders, trolls? Fong Hao sat down in front of the counter. Yes. Duo Jin turned around, opened the mailbox behind him, and took out an order. Specified order. Requirements. 1,000 troll heavy armor, 1,000 troll iron helmet, 1,000 troll boots, 3,000 adz axe. Acquired from the exchange. 510,000 war coins. Troll influence plus 10. It seems that the trolls take the adz axe very seriously. There are 1,000 sets of armor, but the number of adz axe reaches 3,000. Duo Jin, after I take this order, how can I deliver the goods? The other party's address is not written on it. If there is an address, he can also arrange for someone to ride a bone dragon to send it to the other party. Then another airdrop can complete the transaction. It doesn't even have an address. How can I deliver it? You don't have to worry about this, sir. The order is the destination address, and then I will arrange for the merchant to use the arrival to deliver the goods. Oh, it means that the combination of the order and the skeleton merchant's descending ability has become a function similar to the fixed-point teleportation scroll. You can bring items directly to the other party's territory. It is more convenient than express delivery. Okay, arrange someone to go to the warehouse with me, and then send the prepared equipment to the troll. Fong Hao explained. Good lord. Fong Hao left the Shangming Shalu, followed by a skeleton merchant. In front of the cargo warehouse next to the stone building, Fong Hao started making the items the trolls needed. Troll heavy armor. 8 iron plates, 3 cast iron blocks, 5 thick and tough leather. Troll iron helmet. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, 1,010 of the troll's heavy armor, iron helmet, and boots were produced. Adz axe crafted 30-30. Call in some skeleton soldiers to sort out the equipment. Hand the order to the skeleton merchant who followed. I'll leave it to you next. Okay, sir. The skeleton merchant took the order and disappeared with the prepared equipment in a burst of light. Sit on a chair next to you. Su Yang sent a private chat again. Damn it. Boss, your businessman is a skeleton. Is he so awesome? It seems that his skeleton merchant has arrived at the other party's territory. Well, how are you? Are the cargo trolls still satisfied? Satisfied? I'm counting the money for you. Well, it's good to be satisfied. By the way, you have contributed a lot this time. Do you need anything? I can support you with some weapons and equipment. What do you need? This time, Fong Hao earned 510,000 war coins at one time. Su Yang played an indispensable role in the middle. Fong Hao made so much money, so naturally he couldn't let Su Yang buy work with him. War coins cannot be exchanged as items in the channel, but can give some other help, such as weapons and equipment. There's no need for that. I'm just helping to introduce you. Su Yang replied. What kind of arms are you? Do you need a spear or an iron sword for your weapon? Fong Hao asked directly. There are no soldiers in my territory, only many peasants. Su Yang is attached to trolls and is not allowed to recruit any combat arms, not even the first-tier militia. His job is to lead farmers to mine basic materials for trolls, and his status is equivalent to that of a slave leader, relying on his own labor in exchange for the qualifications to survive. This kind of unequal dependence will cause problems sooner or later, but there is no better way for Su Yang. After all, the opportunity for the best development has been missed, and now we can only maintain the status quo. Then I'll give you some mining tools, and then you can take them. Feng Hao said directly. On the Book of Lords, directly on the designated trading bar, handsaw 1000 and iron pickaxe 1000 are listed. It was the reward for Su Yang's connection this time. Thank you, boss. This time Su Yang did not shirk and exchanged a few units of wood to complete the transaction. Hang up chat. The skeleton that went to the troll territory to deliver the goods returned again. There are several wooden boxes stacked at the feet, full of war coins. Under the restrictions of the Business Alliance rules, the grumpy trolls are also abiding by the rules. Sir, the total transaction amount this time is 510,000 Warfire coins, and the Business Alliance will deduct 2% of the tax, leaving 499,800 Warfire coins, said the skeleton merchant. I rely on this Business Alliance, deducted tax, and deducted 10,000 war coins from me. It's much quicker than robbery. Well, hard work. Arrange for someone to send it to the Lord's mansion, and my maid Ear will tell you where to put it. Yes, my lord. The skeleton merchant walked in the direction of the Lord's mansion with his hands and a heavy wooden box. The structure of the Business Alliance is more like the original e-commerce platform. Link all origins for fast transactions. In this chaotic world, it is a genius to come up with such a Business Alliance platform. After processing the order, the role of the Business Alliance building is almost understood. Feng Hao began to look at the blueprints he had just purchased in the Business Alliance. Iron Claw Rat Nest Construction Blueprint, green. Black Iron Kite Shield Manufacturing Blueprint, blue. High-Speed Hardwood Short Bow Manufacturing Blueprint, blue. Black Iron Battle Geek Manufacturing Blueprint, green. Apprentice Mage Robe Making Drawings, green. These blueprints are among the many items Feng Hao has picked out that he can use and satisfy the material requirements. As for other drawings and items, you can buy them when you need them. Construction Blueprint of Iron Claw Rat Nest, green 100 for wood, 1100 for thatch, 3 traces of forest. Choose to build in an open space location. Green light appears. A building resembling an animal den appeared before him. Iron Claw Rat Nest. Type, Special Building. Available to recruit, Iron Claw Rat. Iron Claw Rat. Mist Crystal 1. Description, Iron-clawed rats can be recruited in this building, and their sharp front claws can break through soil and rocks. Hey guys, new recruiting materials have appeared. When I bought this blueprint, I bought it only after the construction materials were sufficient, but I didn't expect that new materials would appear in the recruitment conditions. It's called the Haze Crystal. Recruitment is impossible, but through the introduction, you can also learn about the abilities of some iron claws. It should be similar to a pangolin, and can use its front claws to break through the ground. Dig a tunnel, dig a mountain, it should be available. After reading the architectural drawings, Feng Hao continued to turn to the column of equipment drawings. Dark Iron Kite Shield Production Drawing. Blue Cast Iron Block 40. Iron 5. Metal Parts 2. Thick and Tough Leather 5. High-Speed Hardwood Short Bow Production Drawing. Blue Hard and Tough Wood 5. Metal Parts 3. Thick and Tough Leather 2. Dark Iron Battlage Production Blueprint. Green 3 hardwood, 5 cast iron blocks, 3 metal parts, and 5 leather. The blueprint for making the Apprentice Mage's Robe. Green 4 cotton cloth, 5 spinning thread. For kinds of blueprints that can be made by oneself and are currently available. Among them, the High-Speed Hardwood Short Bow is blue blueprint, which can be equipped for the newly recruited skeleton shooter. According to the number of arms, start making them one by one. A dense array of equipment appeared, filling the surrounding open space. After making it, call the Blood Hunter and let him arrange the troops stationed in the territory to replace the equipment in batches. All replaced equipment will be repaired by blacksmiths with reduced durability. It will then be brought to various territories by the skeleton merchant for sale. Fortunately, there are many village-level buildings that have opened the market. Whether it is equipment that has been replaced or newly made, there is no need to worry about selling it. It's only a matter of time before you can earn a lot of war coins. The next morning, Fong Hao just woke up from wearing it. Turning over and sitting up, he found that the sound transmission conch on the bedside table had already received a message. This is not the conch he left to the copper bowl, but the sound transmission conch given to him by the slave trader when he bought slaves last time. The purpose is to contact Fong Hao as soon as possible when there are slaves next time. He picked it up and put it in his ear, and there was the voice of the orc slave trader. Friends, I have a new batch of goods this time. I will stay in Manhwa Market for 2 days. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. As an old friend, the price must be favorable. It's still the same greasy tone of voice, which makes people feel uncomfortable all over the body. These slave traders are really industrious. As soon as the battle with the skull-broken tribe is over, they have already rushed to the Manhwa Market to do business. There are really no arrangements today, and you can also go to the Manhwa Market to see it. Just in time to ask Tong Nyo the information about the skull crushing in the hall. Went out of the room and had breakfast downstairs. Then he pulled in Jia, sat on the bone dragon, and flew directly to the affiliated city where Fireblade was stationed. On horseback ride from the city to the Manhwa Market. The reason for this trouble is also considering that the Manhwa Market is still open to the tribes of orcs. Fong Hao also pointed to this market to make money for himself. Naturally, he had to consider the impact of the undead factor on the market. Drive a horse to Manhwa. The bull-headed guard who was guarding showed a shocked expression when he saw Fong Hao. Sir. The bull-headed guard stepped forward and led a horse for him. Well, good morning, is Tylok here? Fong Hao dismounted and asked. Exist. Notify Tarok, I'll go over in a while. Oh well. The head guard went to report, and Fong Hao took Jia directly to the place where the slave trader stayed. In the distance, the bejeweled orc slave found Fong Hao. Slightly stunned, showing joy. Friends, you are too timely. Someone just took a fancy to these slaves. If you come a little late, you will miss this opportunity. The orc slave trader rubbed his hands together as if you were late after a while. All the hair was sold. Fong Hao didn't believe the slave trader's words at all. If you regard the orc in front of you as a simple-minded orc who can only shout and kill, then you will suffer. He will kill you without hesitation and take all your money away. Okay, if you want to buy it or not. Let's look at the goods first. Fong Hao said directly, preventing the other party's spit from flying. Yes, let's see the goods first. The orc said immediately, taking Fong Hao back into the smelly warehouse. The oily rags on the iron cage were pulled down. The slaves held in the cage are exposed. Fong Hao was also slightly taken aback when the slave in the cage appeared. This time, what came from the slave trade was not the bunnymen of the past, but a new species. Friends of human beings, you must have nothing new in the rabbit man. This time I specially brought you something different. The slave trader explained aside, watching Fong Hao with his eyes. For fear that this human being is dissatisfied with the goods in front of him. If he doesn't want it, then he will really have tossed for nothing. Through the oil-stained iron railings, his eyes fell on the figure curled up in the corner, constantly sobbing. She is obviously different from the bunny people, with a pair of canine-like ears and a big brown furry tail held in her arms. The tarpaulin that was suddenly torn off looked at Fong Hao with frightened eyes. Isn't this a bunny? Fong Hao pointed to the girl in the corner. The girl's whole body shrank again, obviously frightened enough. Oh, my friend, you are really smart. This is the fox people. I met an orc army on the road. They just destroyed a fox village. I thought you might need it, so I bought it at a high price. Hearing the slave trader's words, Fong Hao was speechless. Holy crap, this can also be held. I'm not blind. Can't I see the characteristics of these two races myself? Didn't you say that all the slaves have been trained? If these are just caught, will there be no problems? Fong Hao looked at the slave trader. The rabbit man I bought last time looked numb, obviously accepting his status as a slave. And the few fox girls in front of them, crying and crying, looked overly frightened. Apparently just got caught. Buy it yourself. Jump up and bite yourself. You can't do it. No, my friend. The slave trader walked to the iron cage, knocked on the railing with the iron rod in his hand, and scolded. Shut up. Whoever dares to cry, pull it out to feed the dogs. The sound of the roar and the percussion of the iron rod made the fox people tremble, gritted their teeth to stop the tears that fell. Look, although the foxmen are a group of weak orcs, they are still very smart. If they go with you or stay and be dealt with, they know it by themselves. The slave contract is complete, and there will be no problems. The orc slave trader vowed. Guaranteed. The purpose of capturing these foxmen is to sell them to Fong Hao like the rabbit people. There are only a few of them, and it is not worth escorting them to the human race city to sell. If Fong Hao doesn't want it, they lose money, and the fate of these fox people will not be much better. What about the price of the fox? Fong Hao showed a hesitant look. Look, we are old friends. How can we give you a high price? The same price as the rabbit people, 10 war coins per person. The slave trader said. The last time I sold it to Fong Hao's 40 rabbit people, under Fong Hao's low price, they were packaged and bought at the price of 10 war coins per person. After returning, the slave trader carefully recalculated the price several times. It was found that selling it to Fong Hao from here would cost more money than shipping it to the human city for sale. When he was selling other orc slaves, he brought the fox man he just caught with him and contacted Fong Hao directly. Okay, go get the contract, I want all of these. Fong Hao said directly. The slave trader immediately showed a delighted expression. Wait a moment, I'll go get it right away. In the room next to him, he brought several slave contracts and handed them over to Fong Hao. At this point, the foxman slave in front of him has a new master. A human with an orc heroine. Okay, everyone come out, follow your master away, and you can have a full meal. The slave trader kept beating the iron cage, urging the slaves who were unwilling to move to come out. The 5 fox girls with big brown tails stood there in a daze, with their heads lowered and afraid to look at Fong Hao. Okay, don't cry anymore. Come with me. I will arrange for you to fill your stomach first. Fong Hao said to all the slaves. After speaking, he took the foxman out of the warehouse, walked towards the direction of the Patriarch's Hall. Before coming to the Patriarch's Hall, the bull-headed guard hurriedly saluted. Sir, the Patriarch is waiting for you inside. Well, arrange some food for them to fill their stomachs. Fong Hao looked at the 5 slaves behind him. Okay, sir. The bull guard immediately followed Fong Hao's instructions. Enter the lobby. Bronze Bull Tarok is wiping his battle axe. Seeing Fong Hao and Njia coming in, they immediately put down their weapons and saluted, Lord. Bronze Bull is the purple hero. Among the heroes, it can be regarded as a fighting hero with a higher template. But in Fong Hao's hands, it was only a trivial part. Yes, you can add a leading hero. No, it has no effect on the battle situation. Well, is there any news from Broken Skull? Fong Hao sat down on the seat next to him. Tong Niu did not sit back to his patriarch's seat, but sat on a chair beside him. Zhang Se said, My lord, I have already arranged for someone to go to the Cold Wind Mountains to inquire about the news, but I'm afraid it hasn't arrived yet. Today is the 2nd day after the battle with the Skull-Broken tribe, and the manpower arranged is also on the way, and has not yet reached the Cold Wind Mountains, let alone inquired about any news. That's right. By the way, the territory has built a meritorious test field, and your clansmen can go to the main territory if they need advanced heroes. Hearing Fong Hao's words, Tong Niu's bull's eyes froze for a moment, and he immediately said, That's really great. The establishment of a meritorious test field can arouse the enthusiasm of the clan to improve and increase the number of heroes in the territory. Whether there is a meritorious proving ground has a great influence on a party's forces. With the meritorious proving ground, there will be 10th-tier troops from nearby cities to promote heroes. Those who want to become heroes must also rely on the meritorious proving ground to improve. Therefore, the existence of the meritorious proving ground can cultivate more heroes and attract other talents to join. Well, as for the advanced materials, you and your clansmen don't have to worry. I will prepare them for you then. Fong Hao said flatly. There are not many heroes that can be improved in the territory. Nelson, Anjia, Tongyo. The materials needed for the trial can also be purchased in the Sky Eye Business Alliance, and the price can be afforded, so there is no need to care about the heroes. Letting them prepare on their own will slow down their growth. Thank you, sir. The Tauren tribe is very grateful to you. Tong Niu got up and saluted again. At the same time, Fong Hao was also prompted by the system. Bronze Bull Tylock, increase your loyalty by 20 points, and the current loyalty is 85. Tong Niu's loyalty has finally increased. Either not at all, and if you want to improve, you will directly increase it by 20 points, reaching 85 points. This loyalty is already very high, and Fong Hao's orders will be more obedient. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. If there is anything that needs to be contacted by the sound transmission conch, I will go back first. Fang Hao got up. Good lord. Before leaving the Manhwa market, Fang Hao went to the tavern, and in addition to getting some condiments, he also got a single map. Map. Cave camp. Category, leaflet map. Description, a map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the route and terrain of the cave camp. Manhwa market has just opened, and there is only this drawing in the store. The last time, the blueprint of the unknown cave obtained in the tavern was on the west side of the Manhwa market, so I asked Copperbull to arrange for someone to explore it first. After the news was confirmed, he was exploring. When Fang Hao left Manhwa with the purchased slaves, Tong Nyo arranged for a bull-headed guard to escort him. Protecting Fang Hao's safety is also to ensure that Fang Hao will not be in danger here. All the way back to the territory, reenacting a scene that has been seen several times. When the slaves saw the dense army of undead, except for the 2 who fainted, the remaining 3 hugged and cried bitterly. Fang Hao had seen so much that he was too lazy to explain and comfort him. Let them cry there. When the team entered the city, Eeyore came out with a group of maids to greet him, and when he saw several fainted foxmen lying on the scooter, his expression was a little strange. On second thought, combined with my own experience, I understand why this happened. Eeyore, tell them about the rules of the territory and what they will do in the future. Take a day off today and arrange all the work tomorrow. Understood, master. Eeyore replied softly. While bringing the new fox people to understand the situation of the territory, they also need to explain in a special way where they can go and where they cannot go. Especially in the undead area, if you take a wrong step, you may be transformed into skeletons. Handing over the matter to Eeyore, Fang Hao made slate at the warehouse location. Slate, stone 3. The slate is the reward obtained by the element of the battle stone before. I have been busy before, so I have pushed the making of the slate until now. The role of the slate is also very simple, that is, the bluestone slab for paving the road outside. The ground in the territory is now the ground compacted by the ground. It wasn't that Fang Hao arranged for the manpower to take a break, but hundreds of thousands of skeletons stepped on it all day long. It can be regarded as laying slate and laying the foundation. Now some slaves bought for work can also undertake it, and the laying of slate can be carried out normally. The number of crafting is adjusted to 100. Triggered by 100 times increase, get 10,100 slate. After lunch, Eeyore continued to take the newly joined slaves to learn about the territory. Fang Hao was thinking about his plans for the afternoon when the voice of a private chat came from the Book of Lords. It is Dong Jieyue. Since Dong Jieyue was injured and obtained the healing potion from herself, there has been no contact for a while. Brother Hao, I have finished exploring the ancient tomb, and I have obtained some shadow stones here, which have been assigned to you. Dong Jieyue said. Fang Hao opened the designated transaction page and saw the shadow stone that was traded. There are still a lot of them, 49. Fang Hao put on a few weapons, and the 2 reached a deal. What's in the ancient tomb? Is there anything like a cow's body? Fang Hao asked. Yes, there is indeed a corpse in the copper coffin. Brother Hao, if it's all right, I'll let someone burn it down, so there won't be any danger. Dong Jieyue handled it properly. She thought Fang Hao was worried about her safety, afraid that the corpse in the coffin would turn into an undead and attacked her. It's burnt. Isn't there anything left? Bone or something will do. No. Brother Hao, what do you want? Tell me directly. I'll pay more attention next time. Dong Jieyue also heard the meaning of some words. Fang Hao thought for a while and said, I have an undead building here. The bones of some strong people can be useful. Yeah. Then I don't know. Are the ashes okay? I'm asking someone to collect the ashes now. Will they still be used? Dong Jieyue continued. Fang Hao was of great help to her. When her life was in danger, she also took out the medicine to save her life. In her heart, although she can't talk about dying for it, she is also regarded as a savior, hoping that there will be some way to repay Fang Hao. Then there is no need. Next time there is a corpse of a powerful species, just leave it to me if it is safe. Fang Hao said again. Oh, by the way, Brother Hao, I have a map here called the Desolate Battlefield. I don't have the ability to explore, so I'll give it to you. Dong Jieyue thought of the newly acquired map again. Open the transaction page again. I saw Dong Jieyue's map. After the transaction, the map appeared in Fang Hao's hands. Map. desolate battlefield. Type, single-page map. Description, the once city has become a place of burial, where 500,000 civilians and hundreds of thousands of troops are buried. The blood stains the earth red, and the corpses are scattered all over the mountains and fields. Looking at the introduction, I also know that the location of the map is a fierce place. Dong Jiue has developed to the present, and she is barely able to clear the ancient tombs near the territory and let her lead her troops to conquer this barren battlefield. Commander, therefore, Dong Jiue does not want to take this risk, nor does she want to take it in the future. It's better to give the map to Feng Hao, who is number 1 in the area. There may be a way to get rid of it. Feng Hao recorded the drawings, and the northwest direction of the target area is really not too far from the territory. Looking at the introduction of the barren battlefield, Feng Hao's heart moved slightly. According to the description, it used to be a battlefield, and hundreds of thousands of people died. The whole land was shrouded in death and turned into a barren land. If this location is not destroyed, there will definitely be many shadow stones. In order to solve the problem that his shadow stone is insufficient, the undead buildings cannot be upgraded and constructed. Exploration must go back to explore, but not now. It's not that I'm afraid of the danger of a barren battlefield. The location shown on the map is not close, and it is not easy to drive the undead army all the way. When the undead army moves, I am afraid that it will be attacked by other living forces along the way. There will be many troublesome things. Feng Hao's strategy is still based on stable development. His own advantages are obvious. As long as he steadily develops into the top force in this region, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses other local forces. Okay, thank you. I will explore it when I have the ability. Feng Hao replied. Okay, Brother Hao. I'll keep it for you when I have something good in the future. It is good. Dong Jiue had a limited number of chats, and after 2 polite sentences, the two hung up. Feng Hao thought for a while and sent Zhang Bin a message again. He directly shared the map location of the barren battlefield with Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, arrange for people to explore here and find the route. Feng Hao sent a message. Zhang Bin is now a city lord under Feng Hao, and can also be said to be the governor of an affiliated city. The city he is currently operating is Li Tang's city, which is located on the west side of Feng Hao's main city and is closer to the barren battlefield. I received it. I will arrange manpower to explore immediately. Then Zhang Bin sent a second message. Boss, can you transfer some horses? It's too inefficient to rely on manpower to pull carts to transport wheat in affiliated villages. In this city, Zhang Bin is much better than the city he ran before. No worries about food and clothing. All he has to do is coordinate the work of the peasants and mobilize troops to protect the safety of cities and villages. Of course, Zhang Bin is also a smart person, knowing that all this is not his, but Feng Hao's. Feng Hao said let him be the consul. He is the consul. No, he can't even do the work of the peasants. Therefore, there is no slack in work, for fear of making mistakes that will affect my current status. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to send it to you later, and pay attention to the silkworms to see if there are silkworms in the surrounding villages. Feng Hao explained. At the same time, on the Book of Lords, Zhang Bin was unlocked the permission to build the stable. Understood, boss. Hang up Zhang Bin's message. Feng Hao said to a maid beside him. Call the blood hunter. Oh, good master. The rabbit maid hopped away and called for blood hunt to come. After a while, the ground outside the door set off a wave of air, and the blood-hunting fan moved the huge bat wings and landed in front of the Lord's mansion. Walked in, bowed and saluted. Sir, please order. Zhang Bin's territory needs some horses. You, and he will send 10 of them. Good Lord. There are not many horses in the territory, and most of them are raised in pig villages. Transfer 10 horses to him first, and then bring some from the pigman village. Bloodhunter left the Lord's mansion and went to the stables. Command the skeleton soldiers and fasten the horse to the dragon's back. Although the horses in the territory are not afraid of the undead, doing so has caused a lot of confusion. In the end, 10 horses, tied to the dragon's back by Wu Hua, rose into the sky with a terrified neigh of horses and flew towards the city where Zhang Bin was located. Feng Hao just walked out of the Lord's mansion and stared at the bone dragon flying overhead and the neighing of the horses. Nima, there are only a few horses in the territory, don't kill them. After the blood hunter left, Skeleton merchant Duogene came to the door again. Lord, there are 2 orders here. Do you want to see what you need to accept? Order: exquisite corpse raising coffin 100. Order: requirement: 100 exquisite corpse coffins. Acquired from the exchange: 10,000 war coins. Blood Clan influence plus 10. Even without the logo of the Blood Clan behind, Feng Hao can still think of the Blood Clan. Even if the undead have a need for coffins, they are sarcophagi or copper coffins engraved with complicated incantations in order to better preserve their bodies. This kind of corpse coffin, which pays attention to comfort and luxury, is only needed by blood clans who have luxury requirements for life. Here you can also see the fundamental difference between the undead and the blood race. The blood race has a long life, but still enjoys the mortal life. The immortal undead is more like transcending the realm, and after becoming immortal, those worldly desires are gone. Whether a thing is done or not depends entirely on whether it has value, not for enjoyment alone. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords and checked it in the production column. Sure enough, he found that exquisite corpse raising coffin blueprint, and he remembered that he had this blueprint. Go to your place. After speaking, he walked to the Business Alliance building, and Duogene followed behind. After receiving the order, Feng Hao was in the warehouse to make it. Exquisite corpse coffin, 12 hardwood, 6 leather, 5 cotton, 6 high-quality cloth. High-quality cloth, which has a chance to be produced when the tailor is spinning. During this period of time, the work of 101 tailors has also accumulated a certain amount of high-quality cloth in the warehouse, which is just enough for today's production. Production quantity 1. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get exquisite corpse coffin 101. Coffins with black lacquer surface appeared in the warehouse, scattered around. Handed the order to a skeleton merchant, disappeared with all 100 coffins, and went to the vampire station. Just after sending away the skeleton merchant who was heading to the Blood Clan, news suddenly came from the Book of Lords. It was Zhang Bin's private chat. Boss, don't be in a hurry. Can you use the bone dragon to transport the horse next time? Now the horse is still kneeling on the ground and pulling the picture with the picture. There are also a few pictures in the back. All 10 horses are kneeling on the ground. There was a mess underneath. Several farmers are pacifying the horses. Depending on the situation, it will take a while to work normally. Feng Hao didn't expect that the horse would have such a big reaction, and he didn't know if it was because the bone dragon was frightened or it was the first time he didn't get used to it. Anyway, next time, when time permits, don't use bone dragons to transport horses. Okay, let the horse recover for a day. Let's work when the situation improves. Feng Hao could only let the horse rest for a day. Kindness. The two briefly talked, and the skeleton merchant who delivered the goods came back quickly. Carrying 9,800 war coins, the prestige of the Blood Clan has also grown. Sir, the Blood Clan is very satisfied with the quality of this batch of goods. Next time, we will directly place an order with us. We need to ensure the quality of the goods, said the skeleton merchant. Okay, that's a good thing. There's no problem with the quality at all. System production, there is no quality problem at all. There will be neither defective products nor top-quality products, and they are produced to a unified standard. Satisfied now, will be satisfied later. Good Lord. After completing the order, Feng Hao returned to his residence with 9,800 warfire coins. Meanwhile, the Skullbreaker tribe. Skull-broken thrall sat upright on the throne, panting heavily, with a loud voice like a pulling bellows. Below, a group of orc leaders are waiting anxiously with their heads lowered. You said that the 300,000 troops led by Amiri died just like that? None of them escaped. Thrall asked in a deep voice, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop a bit again. It has been a few days since the army of 300,000 orcs conquered the undead. After not receiving the news of victory, he arranged for scouts to investigate. The news that came back today was that the battlefield was discovered. After the war, there was not a single orc warrior who survived. What kind of power is it that can wipe out the 300,000 brave orc army, and no one can escape back? Master Chief, we have found the traces of the battle. The ground has been stained red with blood, but it is strange that we have not found the body of a dead orc, even if it is a severed limb. The orc scout swallowed. The scene at that time is difficult to express in words. The whole earth was blood red, and blood flowed along the cracks of the rocks. Both the ground and the rocks were blood red. They found traces of orc camping, but nothing but traces remained. Neither tents nor corpses were left. Only the dark red ground and the minced meat mixed in the mud can prove that this is the battlefield. What about the undead city? How's it going? Skullshard continued to ask. We went west from the battlefield and saw a city controlled by the undead, with a large number of undead troops stationed. It should be the first line of defense formed after we discovered our intentions. The scout swallowed his saliva. Master Chief, he went to Tongyo's place specially. His market is still in operation, and it seems that he did not participate in the battle. Boom. Hearing this, Thrall slammed down with a punch, directly smashing the stone table in front of him across his waist. Roaring, Tarok, how dare he? Master Chief, it's not too late. Let the priest resurrect Amiri, so as to know what happened. An orc said, Indeed, now is not the time to lose your temper. All 300,000 troops have been wiped out, and this time the opponent is not an ordinary opponent. It is still necessary to understand the situation as soon as possible and to respond accordingly. Thrall sat down again, his chest heaving violently. Go and ask the priest to come over. Yes, War Chief. After a while, the orc priest in robes walked in. Leaning on a wooden scepter in his hand, he bowed slightly as a salute. Master Chief, are you looking for me? Sacrificial, Amiri died in battle, and I have to trouble you to operate the altar and resurrect him. Thrall treated the sacrifice with a much gentler voice. Amiri died? How did he die? The priest was also a little surprised when he heard the news. Amiri went out with an army of 300,000 orcs, not to mention the Cold Wind Mountains. Even this area can be completely leveled. Just a few days after going out, the news of the death in battle was sent back, which is somewhat unbelievable. We are also curious, and we can only tell the truth after Amiri's resurrection. Thrall said helplessly. In any case, the death of 300,000 troops was a big shock to the Cold Wind Mountains. It is not easy to build a military force of 300,000. If the battle fails, your prestige will also decline. Okay, let's go to the altar. The priest took the lead and walked out. Everyone went all the way to the altar, and the orc priest began to operate the altar. But as time passed, sweat began to appear on the forehead of the orc priest, and his expression became strange. After a long time, the orc priest walked down again, came to Thrall, and said, Great Chief, Amiri has the same situation as Kent. The soul is imprisoned and cannot be resurrected through the altar. Thrall's face became even more ugly. In this way, Amiri's death is directly related to the undead. Let him wake up. I'm going to ask him some questions, Thrall said. It is good. The priest returned to the altar, and the figure of Amiri began to emerge from the altar of the hero. Amiri, how did you die? Great Chief, there are too many undead troops, and there are high-level troops such as bone dragons and skeleton trolls. The orc army has no strength to resist. Amiri's soul showed a painful color. As soon as these words came out, the audience instantly became noisy. Bone dragon. This kind of undead arm has only been heard in legends, so how could it appear here? Thrall was equally shocked, but recovered quickly. Amiri, do you have any information? The number of the undead army is too large, and the orc tribes that promised to depend on us have long been conquered by the undead. The war chief won't win this battle. After Amiri finished speaking, the figure began to gradually blur and finally dissipated. The audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on Thrall. Once the war begins, it will not end easily. Even if Thrall will stop, will the dominant undead agree? Thrall took a deep breath and strode down the altar. Anshu, I want more and more detailed information. Within the territory, Feng Hao stood in front of the Lord's Stone Building and upgraded the building stone building. The materials for the Level 6 Lord's Hall are already sufficient, and it is time to upgrade. Upgrade. In an instant, the light will overtake the Lord Shalu when the light dissipates. 6th level Lord Stone Building. Affiliated Lord. Feng Hao. Ability. Production/gathering plus 3%. Arm movement plus 3%. All attributes plus 2%. Existing buildings. Level 5 Underground Cemetery. Level 5 Stables. Note: Territory Core Buildings. Materials required for upgrading. Hard and tough wood 5,200, stone bricks 7,000, iron 700, metal parts 520. In the Lord's Hall, after upgrading to level 6, 2 more bedrooms have been added to the house, and the area of the original rooms has also increased. Standing outside at this time, it looks more like a small ancient castle. The expansion of the stone building is just one of them. What Feng Hao values more is the improvement of the attributes of the 6th level Lord Shalu. Compared to level 5, all attributes have increased by 1%. After upgrading the Lord's stone building, Feng Hao continued to upgrade some buildings, warehouse, city wall, arrow tower, that could be upgraded without shadow stones, and all of them were upgraded to level 6. Improve the overall strength of the territory as much as possible. The building has been upgraded. After dinner, I drank 2 glasses of fruit wine at a constant temperature under the moonlight and went back to my room for a good sleep. The next morning, wake up in the morning, the sun is shining. After the morning exercise that I persisted in every day, I started to continue today's work. Master, good morning. Ear came over. Morning, why didn't you sleep for a while? Feng Hao greeted Ear. Ear gets up very early every day. Even if she doesn't eat breakfast that early, she still keeps getting up early. It is in sharp contrast with lazy Egg and Jia. Master, just now I have assigned jobs to all the newly joined Fox people. One person is responsible for taking care of the cellar of the Lord's mansion, and the other 4 are also responsible for the hygiene of the territory. The voice just fell at the cellar stairs of the Lord's Hall. A fox girl who had changed into a maid outfit walked out with a sackcloth. The ears and tail are snow white. Still a white fox. When I bought it, all the foxes were dirty, and I really didn't find this white fox. Seeing Feng Hao and Ear chatting, the fox girl's footsteps stopped, and she wanted to go back, but it seemed a little obvious. He had to bow his head and walked over a little nervously. Owner, Sister L, take the initiative to greet the 2 of them. Well, good morning, busy after work. Don't forget to have breakfast. Feng Hao said. The rest of the maids did not eat with Feng Hao and the others, and had a fixed meal time. If you missed it, you will be hungry until noon to eat lunch. Oh, thank you, Master. Then I'll go to work first. After saying that, he bowed his head and shook his big tail and walked away in a daze. Seeing the fox girl fleeing, Feng Hao looked at Ear helplessly. Are you so scary? Sir, there is a new order. Duojin came over at this time. It is good to join the business alliance. New orders will appear every day, and you will take the initiative to send money. Well, what is the order this time? Let me see. Feng Hao said. Doken handed over the order. Order. Requirements. 10 silver thread silk alchemy robes. Acquired from the exchange. 10,000 war coins. 1 physical inspiration potion, and alchemy guild influence plus 10. I rely on. In addition to war coins, there are also physical inspiration potions. Although it is impossible to see the properties of the physical inspiration potion based on the order, but just by the name, you can also know and guess some. After all, the reason why he can learn magic now is to drink a medicine called Magic Inspiration Potion. It's just that he doesn't have the blueprint for this silver thread silk alchemy robe. Duojin, we don't have the blueprint for this order. Do you sell it at the Xiaoming store? Feng Hao asked. My lord, before I came, I checked that there was nothing in the store. If necessary, I could fill in the order and maybe get the drawings. Duojin suggested. Forget it. You go back first. There is a new order to notify me. Okay, my lord. Duojin left. After a busy morning, Ear also prepared breakfast. Had breakfast. A group of pigs came to the territory with various tools. Lord. The pigs saluted. Leading the team was not Bolton, but another middle-aged pig. Well, Petty should have told you the purpose of calling you here. You don't need to work. Just follow the map plan and direct the skeletons to lay the slate. Feng Hao said to all the pigmen. Feng Hao made a lot of slate yesterday. In addition to laying in the territory, he also connected 2 affiliated cities and an affiliated village. The pigs don't need to work, they just need to command and lay the road. If you let the skeletons lay the stone slabs, it doesn't necessarily connect the road to where. Don't worry, Lord, and promise to complete the task. The pig people promised loudly. It's not a difficult job to work with the roads, and they don't need to work. Much easier than staying in a pig village. Okay, I have a map here. You can all confirm it, and you can work. Good Lord. Next, the pigs got busy with labor skeletons and began to lay the ground of the territory. After explaining the work of the pigs, Fong Hao began to assemble a group of people. According to the plan, today he was going to explore the newly acquired map, Cave Camp. After merging with the map of the Book of Lords, the location of the map also appears in the big map. This time, the location is on the southeast side of the territory, in Infeng Castle further south. After counting 50,000 horses and waiting outside the territory, Fong Hao returned to the room and directly used the presence of God. The large team left the territory in a mighty manner and walked towards the target point. Fong Hao controlled the skeleton warrior, lying on the scooter, with his black iron knight sword and black iron kite shield beside him. Now the overall equipment of the soldiers has been replaced, and the eliminated equipment is also sold according to various channels. The army advanced all the way and walked most of the way. Ta-ta-ta. Just when Fong Hao was bored and his phalanx hooked on the soil in the gap of the shield, there was a dense sound of hoofs in front of him. It was not attacked by the skeleton army, which proved to be an arranged cavalry scout. Fong Hao, grab a spy in front of you. It looks like he's on a sentry. And Jia's voice sounded from the front. And Jia sat down with a strong horse, with a human being in a bundle of 5 flowers on the buttocks of the horse. His face was bruised, his left eye was swollen, and there was only a gap left. My lord, I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy. The man defended loudly. The man was thrown in front of Fong Hao. Looking at the undead whose pupils were burning with soul fire, the man trembled a little. But I have to say, he still has some courage, and there is no other strange performance. Human warrior, tier 4. Then tell me, who are you? Fong Hao asked, looking at the man in front of him. This place has entered the barren forest, and there is not even a normal road. Ordinary people will not appear here, especially alone. I am a businessman from a nearby city, waiting for my convoy nearby. If you are willing to let me go, sir, I am willing to pay you some rewards. The man was a little daring. Facing Fong Hao's tens of thousands of undead troops and bone dragons, he calmed down so quickly. Answer the questions while trying to communicate your terms of release. What businessman? What do you mainly sell? The man's eyes rolled around. He hesitated for a moment and quickly replied, Cloth. Your caravan. Where are you going to deliver the goods this time? Fong Hao continued to ask. The man looked at the team and could see that the undead army was coming from the north, so he immediately replied, Shandong, my lord, there are many orc tribes in the east. They are not good at making cloth. We will transport it to earn the difference. Oh, Fong Hao said, and then asked, there is a camp in front of you. Is that your team's? Ah. The man replied subconsciously and hurriedly changed his words. No, I don't know what camp there is. Fong Hao looked up and down carefully and said, Okay, how much money are you going to spend to buy your own life? Sir, I will give you all the money on my body, and there are more than 100 gold coins. The man said, Release his rope. A skeleton pulled out the iron sword from his waist and cut all the bound hemp ropes. As soon as the man released his restraints, he took the initiative to take out all the coins on his body. The gold coins in his mouth are not war coins, but a common currency made by the human race. It features a king wearing a crown. The exchange ratio of human currency and war coins is about 1:3, which is better than the craftsmanship of orc beast head gold, and the value is higher. Sir, I only have so much. The man peeked nervously. Fong Hao nodded and put away all the gold coins handed in. It's all right, let's go. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The man staggered to his feet, turned around, and went straight into the forest. The man's back disappeared, and Jia looked at Fong Hao strangely. He's not a businessman, and his hands are full of calluses. Do you think he touched the cloth? And Jia reminded. She didn't think Fong Hao was an idiot, but she couldn't be sure. Of course I know. Then you also let him leave. And Jia asked, puzzled. She is a hero and is bound by a contract, so she cannot interfere with Fong Hao's decision, but she still doesn't understand why Fong Hao did this. He's the man from that camp. Let him take us there and see what these people do. Fong Hao said, and continued, And Jia, you will lead the team. After speaking, the soul fire in the pupils of the skeleton warriors went out, and ignited again from the pupils of the skeleton giant bats accompanying the scooter. The bat wings fluttered and chased in the direction the man left. The giant bat followed the man from a distance and came to the foot of a mountain. There is a deep cave at the foot of the mountain, and there are messy traces of human life outside the cave. Boom. The man kicked over the iron pot in front of the cave and shouted, "Don't fucking hide. Just pack up and leave." Well, a group of orcs and humans rushed out of the cave with various weapons in their hands. "Pork, your fucking brain is broken. Let loose. Wait for those people's ransom. What are you yelling for?" An orc with a mace in his hand growled loudly. He was very angry and dissatisfied with his private return. For Nima's ransom, a large army of undead came to the north, an army of tens of thousands of people. Even if they lost their lives, they still wanted money. Poke still roared loudly. "That old guy doesn't want his daughter's life? Dare to find the army." I said, "From the north, the undead from the north. What are you carrying in your big head? Hurry up and pack up. Bring the little girl's film with you, and avoid this group of undead thinking about ransom again." Bobby, he rushed into the cave and took out a little girl. The little girl, with her hands tied and her eyes covered. "Okay, hurry up, pack up, throw away the useless, and take away the valuables." Everyone started to move and moved out all the valuables. "Where are you going?" "East. Go." The kidnapper team began to flee to the east. Behind the team, the skeleton giant bat was still watching the movements of these people. After a few minutes, the kidnappers with large packages heard the footsteps, and Poke looked in horror at the white-haired woman blocking the way in front of him and the undead cavalry behind him. How can that be? How would they know their escape route? Stopped in front of the team. Dong dong dong. The dense footsteps made the ground tremble slightly. The army of bones approached in an orderly manner, surrounding the team of only 40 people. "You, how could you?" Poke's face changed drastically, and he immediately reacted. "You let me on purpose. Follow me." "Well done, Poke. According to the agreement, the ransom will be paid to you as a reward." A voice sounded in the undead army. It was the skeleton with blue fire in its pupils. Poke was stunned for a moment, thinking about the meaning of the skeleton's words in his mind, and shouted angrily, "Don't believe him, they." Boom. A muffled sound interrupted Pork's back, and the spikes from the mace pierced the top of his head. Pork's eyes were full of disbelief, and he looked at the tall orc with a mace behind him in confusion. You have no brains." Pork is dead, the boss still staring, and there is still panic and disbelief. "Bah, how dare you betray us? I'm the most ruthless. Some people call me brainless." The orc shook off the blood beads on the mace and spat at the corpse. Then, looking at Fong Hao again, he said in a cold voice, "Oh, what can you do with so many people, as long as this little girl's film is in my hands? I see who dares to do it. She is dead. I see what you think of Tai," Clark explained. The orc held the little girl in his hand and said arrogantly, "I look like I have a hostage, and I'm not afraid. I don't know Tavik. What do you think about threatening the undead with a human?" Fong Hao said again. The orc frowned slightly and shouted, "Fart, didn't Tarvik ask you to save his daughter? You promised him the ransom of Poke just now, trying to lie to me. Stop dreaming. I really don't know Tavik. I just heard your conversation and lied to you. Impossible." The orc couldn't accept this fact and turned around to look at his companions behind him. "Don't believe him. It was Pork who betrayed us, and I killed him, not because he always called me nicknames." And his companion, at the moment of turning around, couldn't help but take a half step back. "Kill him." Fong Hao ordered the orc to turn his back on him. The skeleton shooters who had already entered a stable aiming state loosened their bowstrings. The bowstring trembled, and there was a dense, subtle sound in the air. The next second, puff puff. The orc with his back facing Fong Hao, his back full of arrows, fell to the ground with a bang like a standing porcupine. At the moment the orc fell, all the skeletons attacked the other kidnappers. The number of kidnappers was too small, and there was not even the slightest storm. Just a face-to-face, they were overwhelmed by the undead. After the battle, start cleaning the battlefield. Fong Hao came to the little girl hostage. Her hands were tied, and her eyes were blindfolded. "We are not kidnappers, and we will not hurt you. I will take off the rag from your mouth and ask you something." Fong Hao tried to calm his tone, but the hoarseness of the undead still sounded uncomfortable. The little girl nodded and behaved very well. Fong Hao took off the rag from her mouth, and the girl did not shout. "Where is your home? Is that Tavik your father?" Fong Hao asked. "I live in Pural City. My father is Tavik. He is a cloth merchant." If you are willing to send me back, he will pay you a lot of money. The little girl said in a hurry. I go. This child is not ordinary. He is calm, but his mind is very flexible. At the same time, Fong Hao also knew that he asked Poke what his profession was, and he opened his mouth to be a cloth merchant. It turned out that the kidnapper was the cloth merchant's daughter, so when he lied, he subconsciously thought of the cloth merchant. I live in a city to the north. Do you know how to get to your city? Fong Hao continued to ask. When he went out, he always relied on the map. Without the opponent's map location, Fong Hao couldn't find a place even if he had the heart. Yes, I have followed my father to many places, and I have a good sense of direction. As long as I see the situation, I can find my way. The little girl said. Okay, then you go back with me first, get ready, and send you back. Okay. The little girl replied obediently. From the kidnappers, and into the hands of another group, the little girl had no choice. Fortunately, the person who talks to himself is willing to communicate and shows that he is kind. The little girl's hands were untied, but her eyes were still covered, and she was told not to take off the blindfold, otherwise Fong Hao would not send her back. The girl also agreed, and still sat on the side and waited silently. When the battle plan was over, everyone began to return with the little girl. At noon, Pural City welcomed 2 new guests. The sun was like fire, the air was a little distorted, and the dazzling glare made pedestrians narrow their eyes. This is a man and a woman riding into the city. The man is a young human. He is sitting on the horse, holding the reins tightly with both hands, holding his head high like a knight returning from victory. But it was his attire that caught his attention. A magician's robe is covered with a bright silver metal armor. On the left waist is a knight's iron sword. On the right is a staff inlaid with red gems, and a dazzling golden dagger is pinned to the abdomen. What is this match? Knight? Mage? French riding? Well, I don't seem to have heard of this profession. Looking at the woman behind her, this is an orc girl, wearing leather armor and a pair of tiger fingers hanging from her waist. Pural City does not exclude orcs, but after all, it is a human city. Except for traders, there are still very few orcs. In front of the woman sat a little human girl. He is constantly pointing, like a guide, introducing the city to the orc girl. Hey, isn't that Tavik's youngest daughter? Not to mention that his youngest daughter was kidnapped. Is he raising money recently? Yeah, the second cousin of my daughter-in-law's younger brother runs a business with Tavik. It means that his youngest daughter was kidnapped. It must be Tarvik who found a mercenary in private and rescued the man. No, my daughter-in-law's younger brother's second cousin said that in the past 2 days, he will sell his property to raise money. He didn't say that he hired a mercenary. You have a sick mind. Of course, this kind of thing must be kept secret. Your second cousin knows it, and so does the kidnapper. The two entered the city in a hurry. With Tavik's missing young daughter, even if the identity and purpose were confirmed at the city gate, it still attracted the attention of the patrolling soldiers. You too. Please indicate your intentions. Human Warrior, Tier 5. The patrolling guards agreed to be equipped with standard leather armor all over the body and a long sword hanging from their waists. Several guards behind him held weapons similar to halberds. The head captain didn't draw the long sword from his waist, and it seemed that it was just a simple questioning. I met a group of robbers in the wild, rescued the child from them, and took her to find her father. Fong Hao went straight to the topic and stated his purpose. The captain of the guard looked at the little girl behind. The girl said, "Yes, this brother and sister saved me." The captain of the guard nodded and continued. "Well, sir, there is a residential area ahead. You'd better dismount." Okay. Fong Hao got off the horse and took off the starfire staff hanging on the side of the horse. "I wish you all the best," the captain of the guard said, and left with his own people. The captain of the guard left, but there were dense footsteps in front of him. A well-dressed, well-proportioned man was coming quickly with many people. He looked slightly excited. "Daughter, my daughter, it's all my fault. I should take good care of you, and I won't let you be caught by the kidnappers," the man said reproachfully and hugged the girl in his arms. "Needless to say, I know that this is Tavik. Father, I'm fine. It was my brother and sister who saved me." Compared with the man full of self-blame, the girl is much calmer. Tavik let go of his daughter and looked at Fong Hao and Injia again, bowing and saluting. "Tavik thanks you for saving my daughter and will remember your kindness." On the side, The servant who followed behind brought up a brocade box, which was opened and filled with gold coins. 2,000 pieces. Fong Hao took it unceremoniously. He also heard some comments from other residents along the way. The kidnapper's asking price must be more than 2,000 gold coins, otherwise it would not be collected until now, and the ransom would not be enough. It's just an effort, Fong Hauke said after saying a sentence, and continued. I heard that Mr. Tavik is a very successful cloth merchant. I am also more interested in this aspect. I don't know if I can learn from Tavik. Hearing Fong Hao's words, Tavik was stunned. He didn't expect Fong Hao, a man in iron armor, to be interested in the cloth business. I don't know what to call Mr. and Miss. Tavik asked again. My name is Fong Hao. This is my bodyguard in Jia. Fong Hao introduced. Oh, Mr. Fong Hao, why don't I take you to my cloth factory? If you are interested, you can ask directly, and I can answer you. Tavik thought for a while and said, It is good. This way, please. Several people boarded the carriage prepared by Tavik and went to the cloth factory, he said. As a veteran businessman, Tavik naturally has some eyesight. There are also some guesses about the identities of the young men and women in front of them. Although Fong Hao is dressed as a warrior, the appearance of the mage's robe and iron armor is a bit nondescript, and coupled with the thin skin and tender meat, he doesn't look like a person who is proficient in combat. And following a good-looking female bodyguard by his side, one has to think of a rich child who fantasizes about the adventure of a knight. As for taking the army to save his daughter, it can also prove that the family behind Fong Hao has a very powerful military force. Otherwise, such a white and tender young master would not be allowed to lead the army. As a businessman, it's not a bad thing to have a relationship with someone like Fong Hao. Factories are built in the corners of the city. In the large factory building, workers can be seen spinning and weaving a series of jobs, from raw materials to spinning and processing. Although this set of procedures is not difficult, it also requires a more complex set of procedures. The best fabric to sell to the nobles now is silk. From the breeding and harvesting of silkworms, professional personnel are needed to breed them. Even the impact of the environment will cause the death of the young silkworms, and the loss will be lost. Tavik introduced the two while showing them around. The businessman's eloquence was good, and he also said in great detail that he wanted to make friends with Fong Hao. I went around the factory and learned a lot. As soon as he walked out of the factory, a worker brought silk. Mr. Fong Hao, I can see that you are very interested in this business. This is the best silk we produce. Thank you for saving my daughter. Tavik brought the silk to Fong Hao. Saint Snow silk. Category, silk. Description, textiles made of silk, sought after among nobles and royalty. The silk in the hand is as white as snow, smooth and delicate, and feels good to the touch. Thank you, Mr. Tavik. Fong Hao didn't refuse and put the silk directly into his backpack. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Tavik, in fact, I also want to buy the blueprint of the silk loom and some silkworms that can be cultivated from you. Do you think it is convenient? A few people boarded the carriage, and Fong Hao spoke again. Tavik frowned slightly. He was not afraid that Fong Hao would enter this business and rob him of his business. If he wanted to make cloth into a business and sell it, he could not do it with a few textile machines. He was just surprised at the speed of Fong Hao's decision and took a tour around. What should he do? Or start from the very beginning of cultivating silkworms? Mr. Fong Hao, you are my friend, and I will naturally sell it to you. But the initial investment in this business is slow, and it may not be as simple as it seems. Tavik advised on the side. It doesn't matter, Mr. Tavik sells it to me. I know it. Okay then, I'll ask someone to prepare and hand it over to you. Thank you, Mr. Tavik, then. The carriage slowly drove back to the city. Fong Hao refused Tavik's dinner invitation, but said that when he left, he would go to the house to get blueprints and cultivable silkworms. This is not because Fong Hao is not used to eating outside, but he has other plans. Before he left, he wanted to go to the tavern in the city to see if there was a one-page map that he could buy. You must know that his development relies on these camp strongholds, opening treasure chests to obtain various blueprints. Saying goodbye to Tavik, Fong Hao took Jia straight to the tavern. Although it was already in the afternoon, it was not yet the peak season for the tavern, and there were not many customers inside. In front of the bar, there was a plump proprietress who made a coquettish gesture and joked with the guests. What to drink? The lady boss returned to the counter and asked softly, "I want a beer, Anjia, what do you want?" Feng Hao said, "Beer, a big glass." And Jia sat beside Feng Hao. "Okay, wait a moment." The proprietress began to prepare for the two, but her eyes kept looking at the boy-girl group. The beer was delivered to the two of them and asked curiously, "I heard that you rescued Tarvik's little daughter. Who are those kidnappers?" The tavern is a place where fish and dragons are mixed, and here you can know many secrets in the city. There are also many people who listen to some rumors and stories while drinking. I just met when I was passing by. I don't know who the combination of human and orc is. Feng Hao took the beer and replied, "It's no secret, and there's no such thing as secrecy. Humans and orcs?" The proprietress put her arms around her chest and began to recall people who shared this characteristic, and then her eyes lit up and said, "Is there an orc? The weapon is a mace, and the brain is not very smart. I can guess this." When the proprietress saw Feng Hao's expression, she knew that she had guessed correctly. Sure enough, it was them. They came here a while ago and said it was a mercenary group. They inquired about a lot of things here. I'm not sure. After all, I just came here. Maybe we are talking about the same person. Feng Hao said. Someone asked for wine not far away. Before leaving, the proprietress put a plate of sliced meat in front of the two of them. As a gift, I will come often in the future. After speaking, he turned around to deliver wine to the other guests. Feng Hao was drinking beer, and his eyes fell on the notice board beside him. The notice board of the Human Race Tavern is different from the Bull Tao Tavern. In addition to some single-page maps, it also writes some activities in the tavern. For example, an evening dance show. This is not the meaning of Feng Hao's twisted dance, but clearly written Yinwu. I just don't know if this busted lady boss is performing. Look back at the map. There are two in total: Mountain Bandit Camp, Water Pool Monster. Map, Mountain Bandit Camp. Category, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by travelers, recording the route and terrain of the Mountain Bandit Camp. What? Are you going to kill the bandits? The proprietress walked back and saw Feng Hao looking at the map on the notice board. Just to see, how come there are still bandits? Don't the guards in the city care? Feng Hao asked curiously. The guards in this city also seem to be quite reliable. Why are there still bandits nearby? Who knows? It was organized in the past 2 years. If the troops are strong, the opponent will run away. If you are weak, you will not be able to defeat you. It's not easy, the proprietress said while preparing the food. How many people there are? Hundreds of people. I also heard from the guests. You don't want to go to suppress the bandits. These are not those stupid kidnappers. Don't be stupid. The proprietress reminded. I want these 2 maps. How much are they? You really want to go? Don't you want to live anymore? Said the proprietress in surprise. I don't go by myself. I know a group of mercenaries and asked them if they are interested. Feng Hao made an excuse for himself. The proprietress saw that Feng Hao did not seem to be an impulsive person and did not try to persuade her. She said, 1 map is 5 gold. By the way, the bandit suppression was issued by the city lord's mansion. Change money. That's not bad. Feng Hao took out 10 human gold coins, handed them to the proprietress, and then took off the 2 maps. In the tavern, the number of customers gradually increased. The proprietress was busy greeting the guests, and Feng Hao also planned to leave after taking the last sip of wine. Get the blueprints and silkworms prepared by Tarvik and return to the territory. Just wanted to get up. On the wooden platform on the side of the tavern, there was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. He held a glass of beer, took a big gulp, and after smashing his mouth, he said loudly, "Today's story, the bloodthirsty Countess, Hilda Ford." The appearance of the middle-aged man made the noisy pub instantly quiet. Everyone drank silently, waiting for the next story of the middle-aged man. The man did not make the audience wait too long, and began the opening remarks of the story. Hilda is the daughter of the counselor of the kingdom. She was born with countless enviable and unattainable auras. At 21 years old, Hilda is becoming more and more beautiful and smart. She helped her father solve problems and help the poor in the city. Pregnant women deliver babies. In her eyes, there is no difference between nobles and commoners. She loves children, and seeing the smiling faces of children, Hilda will smile too, dreaming of having such a lovely child with her fiancé. She is such a kind-hearted countess, but she has an alternative hobby. She keeps all kinds of sharp weapons and 12 beautifully crafted sharp swords in her room. Hearing this, Feng Hao frowned slightly. 12 beautifully crafted swords? This reminded him instantly of Xiaoyou's mission to collect 12 swords of probation. Can't be so coincidental. The story continues. Suddenly, the beautiful and kind Hilda was bewitched by the devil. She was lying on a blood-stained bed with the corpses of 12 children lying beside her, corpses killed by 12 sharp swords. Soon, Hilda's matter was revealed. Her cruel method of killing children was attacked by the whole city. Overnight, the beautiful and kind countess became a bloodthirsty demon. The villagers nailed her life to the penance stake, and 12 sharp swords pierced her body to pay for the dead child. Clap, clap. The middle-aged man clapped his hands gently, awakening the people who were immersed in the story. Well, this is the story of the bloodthirsty countess. Whoa. After the story ended, the pub became noisy again, and people sighed for a while about this story. Of course, the story, and no one will believe it is true. Isn't her father a congressman, and civilians dare to kill the congressman's daughter? You listening to a story so seriously are all fake, just random characters. You have seen that countess deliver a child to a commoner. 2. The middle-aged man who told the story clapped his palms again and said loudly, "Today is not a story. As for Hilda's father, it will be mentioned in another later story." Some people say that Hilda was involved in targeting his father. In the conspiracy, because Hilda killed the child, his father also lost his status as a counselor and finally died on the way out of the city. The guests still questioned loudly, referring to the loopholes in the story. To prove that this is just a story. Okay, I have proof. The middle-aged man clapped his hands lightly, and an attendant came up with a gorgeous dagger. The middle-aged man gently held it in his hand, as if he was holding a priceless treasure. Said, "This is one of the 12 weapons that Hilda collected, and this weapon finally killed her master. Well, if someone is willing to buy it back and collect it, for 1,000 gold coins, you can get this countess. Weapons once owned." Puff. At the end of the speech, countless people spit out the beer in their mouths, leaving the beer foam on the faces of the companions at the table. I thought you were a show in a tavern, but it turned out to be a cellar. Do you think we are stupid? Make up a story. That broken short sword will be sold for 1,000 gold coins, and only fools will be fooled. The voice just fell. An open-ended offer sounded. I want it. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the pair of men and women who were quoting behind them. Depend on. Fong Hao secretly scolded himself that it was not the right time to make an offer. Facing the gathered eyes, he still pretended to be calm. He said softly, "The story is well told. This short sword is also gorgeous, and you can also collect it when you buy it back. That is to say, I am not short on money, and I will buy it back when it looks good." Seeing Fong Hao's appearance, everyone began to whisper. Gradually, everyone knew that it was he who rescued the daughter of the cloth merchant in the city and won a lot of money. You have money, but you can't spend it like this. After listening to a story, it is not a smart decision to spend 1,000 gold to buy a dagger. Is there any friend who has increased the price? It's the only one that the countess once collected. The middle-aged man still reminded loudly, trying to make the following spectators continue to increase the price. I remind you, if you talk nonsense again, this gentleman will regret it, and then you will not be able to sell it. The drinker on the side said loudly, causing a burst of laughter around him. Everyone present knew in their hearts that this method of selling goods was basically a gorgeous and useless item, even if it was a collection of a countess. It will only appear in the auctions of those nobles. How can it appear here? The middle-aged man selling the goods kept scanning his eyes, looking at the mocking drinkers under the stage, and then at the young man who made an offer not far away. He held the dagger, his palms dripping with sweat. Damn it, if I had known that the price quoted at the beginning was higher, I could have made more money. But in the end, no one increased the price. According to the rules of the tavern, someone quoted the final price, then this short sword was his. The middle-aged man took the short sword and sent it to Fong Hao. Sir, it's yours. Although you only spent 1,000 gold, I would like to emphasize that this short sword is not a fake. The middle-aged man emphasized. Oh yes. Fong Hao smiled slightly and took the dagger over. The dagger was made very gorgeous. The whole body is made of unknown metal. The whole body is white and shiny, and it is engraved with various exquisite patterns, which makes this short sword so gorgeous that it does not look like a weapon. Short sword of suspense, purple. Type, short sword. Damage, tier 3 damage. Description: a short sword that killed its master. It is rumored that anyone who gets this short sword will die in pain. When you hold it in your hand, all the attributes of the short sword are also presented in front of you. A purple dagger with only third-order damage. It seems that it is more collectible than practical. Sit down for a drink, please. Fong Hao stopped the middle-aged man who was about to leave. The man frowned and glanced at Fong Hao, but sat down anyway. The proprietress also brought him a large glass of beer. Fong Hao asked, "That countess really killed 12 children? How did she steal it from the parents of those children?" The man took a sip of beer and said, "I heard what kind of medicine was used to stun the families of those children and then steal them out to kill them. It is said that. Otherwise, the story of the countess has passed for 40 or 50 years. You wouldn't think I was from that era." The man touched his face. Fong Hao frowned, but did not continue to ask. In this way, the man in front of him is only a storyteller, not a witness. So the authenticity of the story is questionable. Your story says that the countess has a total of 12 collections. Are the rest in your hands? Fong Hao continued to ask. No, I got this by chance. The man shook his head slightly. Do you know other whereabouts? I'm still interested in these collections. The man looked at Hao Hao again. This strange boy is quite rich. The price really dropped. Looking a little unhappy, he drank the beer in the cup and handed it to the proprietress again. One more cup, and it will be counted on his account. Fong Hao didn't care. The second glass of beer was delivered to the man again. The man only got closer and said in a low voice, I don't know anything else, but the city lord has a handful in his hand. You can try it if you have the skills. City lord? That is to say, the governor of the city. If you have the opportunity, you can get in touch with the city lord of Puril, whether it is for the later development or to get the collections in his hands. After that, Fong Hao chatted with the middle-aged man for a while, and after seeing that the time was almost up, he got up and planned to leave. After paying for the wine, he took out another gold coin and placed it in front of the man. Have a good drink. The middle-aged man didn't get up, just waved his hand slightly. Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the tavern, he got what he wanted from Tavik and left Pearl City directly. He wants to get back to the territory before dark. This trip to the human city is also quite rewarding. A blueprint of a silk loom, 2 maps of field strongholds, a short sword of probation, 500 bred silkworm babies and 500 units of silkworm cocoons, 2 bottles of fine wine, and a quill with a golden nib. Fong Hao paid for the drawings of the textile machine, silkworms, and cocoons. After all, it is necessary to have a good relationship with Tavik. If silk can bring the market, he has a high possibility to buy ready-made silk cloth directly from Tavik. Breeding silkworms, but also need a certain amount of time. In addition, with Fong Hao's worth and the reserves of war coins, he is much richer than Tavik, the cloth boss. As for the wine and the quill, that's what Tavik insisted on giving him. It was hard to say no, but it was accepted. The two went out of the city, all the way to the campsite of the skeleton army, and began to return to the territory under the escort of the army. Returning to the territory, the sky has dimmed. As soon as the two dismounted, Ear came out from the Lord's stone building to greet him. Master, and Jia, you are back. Well, Ear, let's see who can raise silkworms among the maids. Someone will bring her to the silkworm farm. Fong Hao said directly. Sericulture still requires some experience. If any of the maids can raise silkworms, they will arrange for maids to raise them. If there was no one, he would have to arrange for the almighty skeletons to raise silkworms. But this kind of work, it is difficult to reflect the work efficiency of the labor skeletons who do not know how tired they are. Oh, okay. Ear replied and walked away quickly. Come to the sericulture house. Looking at the log cabin with only one level in front of it. There were no silkworms before, and the silkworm breeding room has been maintained at the first level without upgrading. Now that I have silkworms in my hands, I still want to have a good living environment with these delicate silkworm babies. Directly upgrade the silkworm breeding room to level 6 and put 500 silkworm babies in it. Level 6 sericulture room. Category, architecture. Ability, cultivation plus 1%, silkworm cocoon production plus 2%. Description, the silkworm house can provide the basic environment for sericulture. Required for upgrading. Wood 2,800, stone 1050, thatch 1,000, leather 550, hemp rope 420, natural gem 12. In the first level silkworm breeding room, there is no special effect. After reaching the 6th level, the additional properties of buildings appeared. At this moment, Eeyore came over with 2 rabbit maids. Master, the 2 of them can raise silkworms. Eeyore stepped forward and said. 2 bunny girls in maid costumes hurriedly saluted. Master. Well, do you know how to raise silkworms? Yes, Master. Before the rabbit village sold silkworm cocoons to humans, we will raise them. The maid replied. Not all bunny men in the village came from the same village, but their fates were almost the same. The village did not have enough ability to protect itself and was eventually destroyed. Okay, then the 2 of you will be responsible for raising silkworms. When the number of silkworms increases, I will build a new silkworm raising house, and then arrange apprentices for you to teach them how to raise silkworms. Feng Hao said. Good master. The 2 agreed happily. Bunnymen are not physically as strong as other orcs, but are good at thinking and learning. They naturally know that having special abilities in the territory is more valuable than cleaning every day. Even if the master does not need so many servants one day, he will not abandon them. Therefore, when the task of raising silkworms was handed over to them, they were also very happy. After leaving the sericulture house, Feng Hao came to the tailor's shop again. The skeleton cutters are still busy working. Recently, Sawyer, the captain of the skeleton tailor, successfully finalized another set of clothing in Feng Hao's mind, called the sailor's suit. All the skeleton cutters are in a hurry. Good evening, Lord. Seeing Feng Hao coming, Sawyer hurriedly got up to greet him. Good evening, Sawyer. My lord, the sailor suits are in a hurry and will be distributed soon. Sawyer thought Feng Hao came to ask about the clothing. Oh, this is not in a hurry. Let me tell you something about silk. Feng Hao sat down on the seat next to him. Oh, your lord got the cocoons? Sawyer asked. Well, the silkworm breeding room has already started to cultivate silkworms, and there are some silkworm cocoons in the warehouse. I will make the silk spinning machine now, and then you can arrange the work. After finishing speaking, Feng Hao directly opened the Book of Lords, found the silk textile machine blueprint, and made it. Triggered by 100-fold increase, obtain silk weaving machine 101. Textile machines appeared in front of them, stacked on the open space beside them. Okay, sir, I will arrange it. Kindness. There were not many cocoons and silks brought back from Tarvik, and he was not in a hurry. This time I came here, and I just told Sawyer about the development of silk, so that he also had an idea. When the sericulture house continues to supply, it will not be in a hurry. Saying goodbye to Sawyer, Feng Hao came to a residence again. He knocked on the door lightly and shouted, Xiaoyu, are you there? This is the house that Feng Hao built for Xiaoyu. Usually, Xiaoyu hides in the room during the day and only goes out for a walk at night, or go to Na Sawyer to discuss something about clothing design. Now that the sky is getting gloomy, it's time for Xiaoyu's activities. Sure enough, after Feng Hao finished shouting, Xiaoyu stuck out a small head directly from the wall. After seeing Feng Hao, the whole person floated out. Lord. Xiaoyu lifted the skirt and saluted slightly. Kindness. Xiaoyu, I went to another city today and got a well-made dagger. Do you like it? As he said that, he took out the short sword of probation in his backpack. The moment the dagger appeared, Xiaoyu frowned deeply. It was as if some magic power was radiating from the dagger, attracting her attention, and she became obsessed for a while. Xiaoyu. Feng Hao called out softly. In the next second, a ray of light radiated from Xiaoyu's body, and Xiaoyu's level was also rapidly increasing at this moment. Ghost Xiaoyu, level 5. Xiaoyu's rank has been raised directly from rank 3 to rank 5. This is the first time Feng Hao has seen such a way of being able to directly improve just by looking at an object. If it weren't for the skeletons that passed by and did not respond, he would have thought that he had obtained an artifact that can make troops upgrade at a glance. Lord, what is it called? Xiaoyu's eyes returned to Qing Ming and asked. Probation dagger. Is there any problem? Feng Hao asked. It seems that Xiaoyu still hasn't recovered his memory, otherwise he wouldn't have asked himself the name of the short sword. It seems that some images appear in my mind, as if it once belonged to me. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Hao seriously. Sir, what do you know? You bought it for me on purpose, didn't you? Feng Hao thought about it for a while, but he didn't hide it, and told Xiaoyu about the middle-aged man who was selling daggers in the tavern today. He did not mention the character attributes and tasks. Talking to the locals about this, it is difficult for them to understand, but it will reduce the credibility of the content. So, in the past, I killed 12 children, but I never thought of hurting anyone. Xiaoyu expressed that he couldn't accept this story. Even if it is already a ghost, it is difficult to accept that the former self would be so cruel, no matter for any reason. The story? For some purposes, the editors always add some unacceptable plots to the story, in which the authenticity is not great. There are 11 remaining weapons. Is it difficult to collect? Xiaoyu asked. I am also looking for news, and if there is news, I will try my best to collect it. Xiaoyu nodded and saluted again. Thank you, sir, for telling me all this. You don't have to be too burdened. Everything in the past has passed, and people have to look forward. Yes, sir, you are right. Ghost Xiaoyu's loyalty to you is increased by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 95 points. Xiaoyu's loyalty has been increasing rapidly. This time, Feng Hao sent a dagger and told her the story directly. The loyalty increased by 5 points again, reaching 95. Okay, I'll go back first. There are new buildings in the business alliance. You can go and chat with them. Don't always be bored in the room alone. Oh, all right. Let's walk slowly, my lord. Return to the lord's mansion, eat dinner, then go back to the room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the change beside him made Feng Hao wake up from his sleep. Ear. Feng Hao called out. The morning sun outside the window has risen, shining golden sunlight into the room. Ear sat on the edge of the bed, bent over to pick up the clothes thrown on the ground, and dressed them neatly one by one. Master, it's still early, you can sleep for a while. Hey, it's still early, there are important things to do today. Feng Hao sighed and sat up. Ear showed a smile and began to serve Feng Hao to get dressed. After getting dressed and taking a shower, I walked out of the lord's mansion. He raised his hand to block the harsh light and yawned again. The weather is so nice today. Outside, the maids got up early to work, and when they saw Feng Hao, they greeted them one by one. Sir, the shop has added new items, including the silver thread silk alchemy robe drawing. Captain Duojin asked me to ask you, do you need to buy it? A skeleton merchant came over, bowed, and said, didn't you say no yesterday? Why is there another today? Oh, it's such an adult. The Business Alliance store will replenish the vacant positions the next day, and this blueprint happens to be available today. The skeleton merchant replied, you buy an item, or the item is unavailable for some reason, and it will be restocked the next day. Oh, is that order still there? Yes, no one has taken the order for alchemy robes yet. Okay, let's go and have a look. Feng Hao took the skeleton merchant and walked towards the Alliance building. Pushing the door into the room, he saw Duojin was already waiting at the counter. Lord. Well, more gold, buy the blueprint of the alchemy robe directly. Feng Hao said directly. Okay, sir. Duojin took the blueprint and handed it to Feng Hao. Silver thread silk alchemy robe blueprint, blue leather 5, thick and tough leather 3, mithril 3, silk 15. Description, special clothing for alchemists, which can reduce the time consumed in alchemy. It is good. All materials are complete. More gold. Follow the order for the alchemy robe, and the materials are sufficient. Feng Hao said, okay, sir. Duojin opened the mailbox behind him and took out the order. Feng Hao signed his name on it, and the order was accepted. Order. Requirements. 10 silver thread silk alchemy robes. Acquired from the exchange. 10,000 war coins, 1 physical inspiration potion, and plus 10 college influence. Orders like alchemy robes, to a certain extent, few people are willing to accept. From the beginning of making silk, it is a very complicated and time-consuming process. The natives do not have the Book of Lords, so they can only start slowly. Moreover, the Alchemy Guild places very few orders. Doing 10 pieces at a time, this quantity, plus the complexity, is not accepted by anyone till now. If it wasn't for Feng Hao's interest in the stamina inspiration potion, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so obsessed with taking this order. After entering the blueprint into the Book of Lords, start making it directly. Set the number to 1. Triggered by 100 times increase. Obtain Silver Thread Silk Alchemy Robe 101. Silver Thread Alchemy Robe, blue. Category, Silk Clothing. Defense, Level 1 Defense. Ability, Alchemy Success Rate plus 1%. Alchemy Time reduced by 2%. Description, Special clothing for alchemists, which can reduce the time consumed in alchemy. After seeing the attributes, Fang Hao understood the function of the alchemy robe. This alchemy also has a success rate. It is not always successful. Doken arranged for a skeleton merchant to take 10 robes for delivery. Wait, when you deliver it, ask if you still want this robe. You need to place an order with us next time. Otherwise, the remaining 90 pieces will be smashed. Fang Hao instructed. The biggest role of these robes is alchemy, and clothing will be ordered in the future, so you can directly designate yourself at that time or sell the rest. Okay, sir, I remember it. The skeleton merchant finished, took the order, and delivered the goods away. After breakfast, Fang Hao continued with the next plan. Open the map of the Book of Lords. Start looking at it. Got 2 maps yesterday at the tavern in Puril. He intends to pick a nearby one and conduct an exploration strategy. These traversers are different from the native aborigines. The aborigines will basically avoid any dangerous places they encounter and will not take risks. But the reward mechanism of the treasure chest gives the traveler a reason to take risks. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. As long as you go to explore and take risks, you will surely gain something when you come back. The 2 maps are Mountain Bandit Camp and Waterpool Monster. After comparing the location, it was found that the Mountain Bandit Camp was on the southwest side of Puril City, while the stronghold of the Waterpool Monster was to the north of Puril City. Located in the middle of Fang Hao's territory and Puril, it is more convenient to explore. And Jia, Fang Hao called out. What? Get ready. There is a new map. Let's explore it together. Where to? Are they the 2 maps I got yesterday? And Jia asked curiously. Well, it's called a waterpool monster. The enemy may be a creature in the water pool. The infantry should bring more archers and spearmen. Fang Hao said according to his own speculation. He doesn't have any type of underwater combat. Although skeletons don't need to breathe, it's hard to say whether they can fight underwater. At that time, if the pool is very deep and the enemy is hidden in the water and cannot come out, it is really difficult to deal with. So, try your best to be prepared. Okay. And Jia agreed and went out to arrange the army to accompany her. 10 minutes later, 5 bone dragons, 1,000 skeleton trolls, and 50,000 skeleton soldiers assembled outside the territory. After Fang Hao returned to the room to cast Divine Approach, the large team started to set off, heading towards the water pool. Near the south, the forest becomes more and more lush. Fang Hao's previous explorations tended to be on the north and east sides of the territory. Most of these 2 directions were scattered with some orc tribes. Every now and then a village disappears in the middle of a battle. Fang Hao lay on the cart and led the army forward quickly. I saw a lot of human villages along the way. After discovering such a huge army of undead, they all returned to the village in a panic, closed the village door, and monitored the movement of the undead army from a distance. Of course, Fang Hao ignored these ordinary villages. In the case of not changing the line, try not to disturb the lives of these aborigines. 2 hours later, the brigade finally approached the location of the water pool. Stop moving forward, Fang Hao said while standing on the scooter. The brigade stopped, and Jia ran over on horseback. What's the matter? It's almost here. I'll use the giant bat to investigate the situation. Forget it. Why don't I go? Maybe it's not strong. I'll kill it myself and save the trouble, and Jia said. Fang Hao shook his head. Stay safe. Wait for my news. You will be the main force in the next battle, don't worry. And Jia pouted, but agreed. Okay. Fang Hao lifted the presence of God and reattached the accompanying skeleton giant bat. When the soul fire in the pupil of the giant skeleton bat ignited, it flew towards the direction of the pool with several giant skeleton bats. In the middle of the dense forest, he saw a huge pool. A stream feeds the water into the pools, and a westward river carries the water elsewhere. Fang Hao took a few giant bats and circled above the water pool, looking for the monsters mentioned on the map. The air is sticky and moist, and the green leaves on the branches are full of water droplets. The environment here is very suitable for plant growth. Around the water pool, there are also many mottled gray boulders, covered with moss, and some colorful fungi. Whoosh! Just as Fang Hao was looking for fruitless, he suddenly felt something breaking through the air. I hurriedly checked, but I didn't find any creatures attacking me. Hallucinations? Fang Hao was a little puzzled. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterwards, he felt the change in the airflow, controlled the giant bat to look back, but was surprised. What's the situation? Besides himself, there are 5 giant bats. What about people? Lost? Been attacked? Even if it is killed in seconds, there should be bones falling around, but there is no trace at all. Whoosh. And the next second, he finally knew how these giant bats disappeared. I saw a gray stone below it opened its huge mouth, and a slender scarlet tongue struck like a sharp arrow, entangling the giant bat he controlled and dragging it into the mouth. Fong Hao woke up in bed. Everything happened so fast. Sitting on the bed at this time, my heart was still pounding. He took a sip of water, lay down again, and woke up again from the army of skeletons that had been camped out. When the fire of the soul ignited, and Jia also approached. Well, is there any danger in it? Dangerous. It is a stone that can eat people. Fong Hao said. Everything was moving so fast that he didn't even see the name of the monster. What? Stone element? No, a stone, with its mouth open and tongue sticking out so long, ate all the giant bats I brought. Fong Hao described it hard. He also performed a swipe action. Try to make Jia understand what she just saw. A monitor lizard? That's how monitor lizards hunt for food. After communicating with Jia for a while, Fong Hao ordered the army to move on. Although I did not know the specific information of the enemy, I also knew that the target was those creatures disguised as boulders. Not to mention whether these creatures are strong or not. Under the army of tens of thousands of undead, the water pools were hollowed out in a hurry. Fong Hao took Jia to the bone dragon. Once again came to hover over the water pool. Just those boulders. On the dragon's back, Fong Hao pointed to the strange rocks overgrown with fungi. The strange rocks vary in size. The largest is 5 or 6 meters in length, and the smallest is only the size of an ordinary stone. It's nothing. And Jia looked at the strange rock below and didn't feel anything unusual. However, the voice just fell. Whoosh. A scarlet tongue sprang up from below and wrapped directly around the bone dragon's rib, trying to pull the bone dragon into its mouth. Chow. Even the bone dragon wants to eat it. I'm not afraid of killing you. Fong Hao scolded secretly. Another 3 or 4 tongues sprang out and attacked the bone dragon in the sky. The stature of the bone dragon is huge. Where can it be compared with the skeleton giant bat? Facing the entangled tongue, he only shook his body slightly, then dragged the strange rock below and quickly dragged it on the ground. The huge mouth parts opened, and Fong Hao could also see the name of the monster. Grouper Giant Toad, Tier 7. It turned out to be a toad. No wonder the tongue sticks out so long. Seeing that the giant toad below still refused to give up, Fong Hao ordered, Dragon Breath. The bone dragon is not flying high, swooping down, and it is the breath of death in the mouth of the opening and dragging the bone dragon. The black energy beam directly poured into the giant toad's mouth. The giant toad's body began to bulge rapidly, and with a bang, it exploded instantly. Flesh splashed. No. After doing this, all the bones were blown up. Don't spit it in your mouth. Just spit out all the strange rocks around the pool. Several bone dragons began to circle from the sky, and the breaths of death began to clean up the giant toads disguised as stones. In the face of the 10th order bone dragon, the giant toad's tongue attack seemed useless. The giant toads all over the ground were dragged by the bone dragon and rolled on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. And the grouper giant toad, the gray skin is not a real stone, but a camouflage effect. Covered by the breath of death, the flesh and blood on his body fell off like melting, and the affected vegetation was also rapidly withering. The bone dragon was almost cleaned up, and the skeleton infantry began to enter the field to clean up the remaining giant toads around the pool. Fong Hao, can you eat the mushrooms on this giant toad's back? It doesn't seem to be poisonous. And Jia stepped on a giant toad's corpse and looked at the mushrooms on its back. Fong Hao jumped off the bone dragon and glared at her. Am I abusing you? Or am I starving you? Do you need to study whether it is poisonous here? There is enough food in the territory. It can even be said that there is excess. There are not many living people in Fong Hao's main city now, so there is no need to worry about food. No, maybe we discovered a new ingredient. Forget it. You should leave this kind of arduous task to Yer. Fong Hao said, That's fine. Do you want to collect some and bring it back to Sister Yer? Don't. Let go of the living people in the territory. Okay, then I'll keep fighting. The battle continues. Non-stop giant grouper toads jumped out of the water pool and fought with the undead army around. There are too many undead. Even the giant grouper toad can drag ordinary undead skeletons directly into its mouth. But it is densely packed, and the number of gaps is not visible, and they can all be held to death. What's more, the undead warriors will not wait to die. They are executing the order to kill the target, and they are desperate. The biggest advantage of the giant toad is that it relies on camouflage to hunt by sneak attack. If there is defense, or the target enemy is far stronger than the giant toad, the attack method will appear very monotonous. The giant toad has changed from leaping to the side of the tan to fight, to curling up in a pool of water, making a final counterattack. Arrows, magic missiles, continuously shot into the pool. After the body of the giant toad died, it began to surface. The pool became a shelter for the giant toad, which greatly extended the fighting time. The fighting lasted more than 2 hours. It's getting closer to the end. Clean the battlefield, pick up all the dropped equipment, collect the corpses of Ju Chan, and find out if there are any treasure chests. Fong Hao began to order and do the final cleaning. This pool has been occupied by giant toads. Along the way, you can also see various wild animals and monsters. Here, in such a pond, there is not even a trace of insects and birds. It is also in this environment that so many giant toads have been bred. The undead army began to disperse, and all the weapons and equipment of all the dead companions were collected, and the corpse of the giant toad was also loaded on a trolley and waited to be transported back for a while. After searching for a while, the battlefield was also cleaned, but there was no skeleton to send the treasure chest. What's the situation? Should not be The entire battlefield has been searched. With so many skeleton searches, it is impossible to miss any place. Finally, Fong Hao's eyes fell on the central pool. If there is a place where the skeleton soldiers are hard to find, it must be the bottom of the pool. Go down to a few people to see if there is anything good. Fong Hao said to the skeleton beside him. The skeleton received the order and plunged directly into the water. After a while, a severed seagrass plant floated up, and then a golden treasure chest surfaced with a thud. Really underwater. The treasure chest was salvaged, and Fong Hao chose to open it directly. Obtain giant toad knee pants making blueprint, green. Giant toad work boots manufacturing blueprint, green. Giant toad leather belt manufacturing blueprint, green. Giant toad leather gloves manufacturing blueprint, green. Traces of spring water 5, natural essence 3, lingering crystal 5. Dude, the giant toad suit. Suits usually have suit attributes, but now that they appear, Fong Hao is a little dissatisfied. The melee infantry has long ceased to be equipped with leather armor, and has been replaced with iron armor, which has greatly improved the survivability of the battlefield. The mage has mage robes, and only the skeleton shooter has no special armor to improve attributes. He now only hopes that if there is a suit attribute, it will be the attribute bonus of the shooter. If it is not a suit, it does not have special attributes. That set of equipment is useless to Fong Hao. Giant toad knee-length pants, 5 leather, 3 thick and tough leather, 2 spinning threads, 3 metal parts. Giant toad work boots, leather 3, thick and tough leather 4, spinning 3, cast iron block 2, metal parts 2. Giant toad leather belt, thick and tough leather 3, spinning thread 2, metal parts 2. Giant toad leather gloves, 2 thick and tough leather, for spinning threads, 1 metal parts. View detailed properties of gloves. Giant toad leather gloves. Category, gloves. Defense, secondary defense. Set effect, movement speed increased by 1%, collection/production speed increased by 2%. This effect can be stacked with other equipment. Description, a proper pair of gloves to do the job more efficiently. Seeing the attributes of the suit, Fong Hao realized that he was wrong about the giant toad suit. People are not ordinary armor, but the shield of the working people, the creator of wealth. Whether it's a 1% increase in movement speed or a 2% increase in production and talent, work efficiency has been greatly improved. This set of armor can be said to be quite good. After you go back, you can replace it with the laborer's skull and the peasants in Zhongbin's territory, which can increase some work efficiency. After reading the giant toad suit, continue to check the following materials. The traces of the spring water and the essence of nature do not need to be checked. They are all materials that have been owned before. Mainly, Ingwu crystal. This material, which appeared in the drawings of the iron claw rat nest purchased before, belongs to the material used for recruitment. But which camp it belongs to? He guessed that it might be from the elves. After all, the name sounds closer to nature. Ingwu crystal. Category: crystal. Description: the special materials owned by the goblin camp can be used for recruiting troops and building buildings. Leprechaun, not from the elf camp, but from the fairy camp. Having said that, I feel that the name Ingwu is very suitable for fairies. In Fong Hao's mind, he couldn't help but appear in a dim street corner. A petite female fairy with two transparent wings resembling a dragonfly who is kissing an orc. Fong Hao hurriedly shook his head, throwing this unacceptable picture out of his mind. All the spoils were collected. Fong Hao waved his hand and gave the order to return. Out of the dense forest, the sun has already slanted to the horizon. It should be 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The big team began to return. Along the way, the villagers who had just come out to work fled back to the village again. The village gate was closed, and they looked at the passing undead army from a distance. I don't know what these undead are doing. They just passed by in the morning, and why did they come back in the afternoon? Is there a stronghold of the undead nearby? Everyone was worried. The team approaches the territory. Fong Hao released the state of God's presence and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Eeyore was drying and washing the hanging curtains with a few rabbit maids when she saw Fong Hao come out, and they all smiled. "Master, you're awake. Did you gain anything today?" Eeyore asked softly. Every time Fong Hao led his troops out, he would bring back a lot of them in big carts and small carts. "It's okay this time, but the harvest is not too big." Fong Hao shook his head. "Is there any gain?" "Yes, but not much. The production drawings of some leather armors are no longer the main equipment of the territorial arms. Now the harvest, for him who has seen the big world, it is not a big surprise. The territory is very safe now, so there's no need to hurry." Eeyore comforted with a smile. Eeyore is right. Fong Hao also showed a smile. Soon, the team that returned with a full load entered the city gate, and Fong Hao also went to meet it. Here, and Jia threw all kinds of drawings to him along with some rare materials. He caught it and entered all the blueprints into the Lord's book. 7th Order Grouper Giant Toad 124, is it slaughtered? The sudden prompt made Fong Hao stunned. "I'll go, this giant toad can still be slaughtered." "Yes, the slaughter is completed, and you will get 148,800 meat, 34,500 leather, 14,200 animal bones, 75 grouper mushrooms, 22 gnome mushrooms, and 5 ghost mushrooms." Cars full of bodies were all decomposed. The flesh is separated and automatically enters the warehouse. After all the slaughter, Fong Hao felt a little regret in his heart. There is no shortage of food in the territory. Would it be better to convert them all into skeleton toads? It's too late to regret it now. When I saw the prompt, I subconsciously chose to confirm. But it doesn't matter. There are still a large number of giant toad corpses that were breathed out by the death of the bone dragon. These flesh and blood have fallen off, and naturally they are not included in the default scope of slaughter. Moreover, many fungi appeared in this slaughter. Not really edible. The toad meat was decomposed, and it was a little hard to accept in his heart. How could he be so unbelievable that he could eat this mushroom? Grouper mushroom. Category: fungus plants. Description: mostly grow in swamp areas or special environments, contain toxins, and are mostly used for alchemy materials. I knew it. This thing must not be eaten. There is no edible mushroom. It grows on the back of the toad. Okay, throw the bones of these giant toads into the transformation pool, Fong Hao said to the skeletons. The skeletons pushing the scooter left, Fong Hao planned to make the giant toad suit first. Open the Book of Lords and open a private chat with Zhang Bin. Asked, "How many farmers are there in your city and affiliated villages?" Zhang Bin's response speed was also very fast, and he should also be turning over the Book of Lords. "Boss, I already counted it when I came. There are 75 people in the city and a total of 842 people in the 2 affiliated villages." "Do soldiers need to be counted?" Zhang Bin replied. Fong Hao just wanted to ask why there were so few people, but he immediately responded. The number of people at the village level itself is not large. The pig village is only 200 or 300 people, and the 2 human villages, 842, are already a lot. "Okay, I'll make them some clothes later, and you can send them later." "Oh, okay," Zhang Bin replied. Fong Hao hung up the chat and turned the Book of Lords to the production column. Adjusted the crafting quantity of the giant toad 4-piece set to 70. Select Make. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get giant toad knee-length pants 7070. Triggered by 100 times increase. Get. The light filled the cave, and the 4-piece set of giant toads fell from the sky. There are now 5,000 labor skeletons in the territory, and the remaining 2,000 are not only distributed to Zhongbin, but also from Pigman Village and Nuren Village. These two villages also have labor units. Just to be divided, it can be regarded as the distribution of territorial welfare. Go and call the Blood Hunter. Feng Hao stopped a maid of the Fox clan who was working. After being dressed as a maid, a big fluffy tail is exposed, which makes people want to touch it when they see it. "Ah, master," the fox girl immediately exclaimed when she heard Feng Hao calling her, and lowered her head timidly. They have just come to the territory, they are very unfamiliar with everything, and they are very timid. "You make a trip, call the Blood Hunter, and say I'm looking for him," Feng Hao said with a smile. "Master, I don't know who is the Blood Hunter." The fox girl lowered her head and whispered, "It's the one with 2 fangs in the mouth and the giant bat wing in the back." "Okay, I get it now." The image of the Blood Hunter is still very recognizable, and he is the only one in the whole territory with a pair of huge bat wings. "Every time I come and go, it's a flight, and it's hard not to attract attention." The fox girl went to hunt for blood, and Feng Hao also put 900 pieces of the 4-piece set directly on Zhang Bin's designated trading column. Although Zhang Bin has become a city lord under Feng Hao. However, if you want to make quick transactions through the Book of Lords, you still need to exchange them on the shelves in the past. There is no special way. Fortunately, this is not troublesome. The other party puts the same material casually, and the transaction is completed directly. Damn it, the boss is awesome. It's the first time I've seen equipment that adds labor attributes. Zhongbin sent a message. "It's a little late today. Tomorrow you will send it to the affiliated village." Feng Hao explained. "Okay, boss. I'll take someone to deliver it to them in person early tomorrow morning, and also see their work." Row. Ending the call, Blood Hunt also fell from the sky. "Sir." Blood Hunter saluted. "Well, these are armors made for labor skeletons. You arrange to distribute them, and the rest will be sent to the pig village." "Okay, sir. I'll do it now." The bat wings opened again and flew out. After arranging for the labor unit to replace the equipment, Feng Hao came to the business alliance again. In the morning, he received a list of alchemy costumes. In addition to the reward of 10,000 Warfire coins, there was also a bottle of stamina inspiration potion. He is very interested in this bottle of potion. Last time, he relied on magic to inspire potion and successfully acquired the ability to learn magic. Going straight to the business alliance, Duojin is arranging jobs for the rest of the skeleton merchants. It's getting dark outside the window. Lord. Several skeleton merchants present saluted slightly. "Well, Duojin, do you have a new order?" Feng Hao sat down in front of the counter. "No new orders, my lord," Doken replied. "Oh, is that morning's list of alchemy robes over?" "It's over. The war coin has been sent to the lord's mansion and handed over to Miss Ear." "Sir, this is the bottle of stamina inspiration potion." Duojin bent down, took out a bottle of potion under the counter, and placed it in front of Feng Hao. Physical inspiration potion. Category: potion. Effect: gain a strong physique. Reusing the inspiration potion will overwrite the effect of the original potion, and the learned skills will be automatically cancelled. Description: the inspiration potion made by the alchemist master can stimulate the potential of the body and greatly increase the upper limit of physical strength after taking it. Come on, it's not reasonable. This is not reasonable. Feng Hao frowned when he saw the information that the physical strength inspiration potion could not be used in combination. That is, the inspiration elixir will only retain the effect of the most recently used elixir. After using it, the skills or related abilities that were originally learned will automatically disappear. Feng Hao has learned several skills, such as fire arrows, haunting clouds, summoning samurai, and so on. Certainly can't just be overridden like that. Moreover, who stipulated that the mage cannot have a strong physique? Isn't Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings also a wand and an iron sword? "Sir, is there any problem?" Duojin asked curiously, seeing Feng Hao sitting there gnashing his teeth. "It's nothing. It's just that this potion was hard-earned, but I can't use it. Fong Hao sighed and carefully put away the potion. Even if you can't use it yourself, other travelers can use it, and you can exchange for good items. Ao, my lord was originally worried about this matter. The inspiration potion is a potion that stimulates the human body's potential, not an augmentation potion. It cannot be used in combination. Duojin introduced. Fong Hao was slightly taken aback. Do you still understand this? My lord, isn't it the foundation of a businessman to understand the purpose of the goods? Duojin replied flatly. You're right. By the way, when I sold the alchemy robes in the morning, I also mentioned to them about the remaining robes. The other party said that the order for this time has been used up, and the order will be designated for us next time. Duojin said. That's great, and we won't be able to use the rest of the robes. Fong Hao hung his backpack on his back and said, Okay, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. Go slowly, my lord. At dinner, E'er brought a large pot of boiling hot water with sliced meat and various vegetables in it. This is the hot pot that Fong Hao casually mentioned, and E'er follows the information in the words. Prepared today's dinner. Master, does it taste the same as the hot pot you mentioned? E'er was looking forward to it. The hot pot is boiled with white water, and specially prepared seasonings are added to it, which makes it appear a red color. The puffing heat and the tumbling soup filled the house with aroma, constantly stimulating people's taste buds. Gollum and Jia, who looked straight at the side, began to growl in her stomach. Eat it. And Jia, you can try it too, and put your saliva down. Fong Hao took the lead to put down his chopsticks, put a piece of meat into the bowl, and put it directly into his mouth after it was not hot. A spicy, tender taste fills the mouth. Wow. Ear, it's amazing. It's even more delicious than I said. Fong Hao praised loudly. Ear's seasoning, coupled with the meat itself, has a very good taste, making the hot pot imitating hot pot more delicious than the real one. Really? It's good if the master likes it. Ear showed a happy smile. Hurry up and let Njia eat it for a while. Fuck. Njia protested while delivering food to her mouth. Now the three of them eat with chopsticks, and the maids who have just joined are also gradually starting to eat with chopsticks. This is not what Fong Hao asked them to do, but these maids, watching the three of them do this, followed by themselves, plus Ear sometimes said it, they all began to imitate. Everyone moved chopsticks together. Fong Hao still opened the Book of Lords and watched the chat channel. I'm not short of meat, but I'm short of salt. A bird has faded out of my mouth, and my whole body has no strength. Is it a lack of salt for your lack of strength? I'm embarrassed to expose you. Me too. It's salty to lick my sweat now. I can't wait to lick myself while eating meat. It's a good way. Did the young ladies lick each other? Please don't misunderstand me. I'm a gentleman, and I'm just forced by the status quo. I've exchanged some salt with the nearby villages. If necessary, 500 basic units and 10 units of special resources will be exchanged for you. Damn it. You are too dark. Are you selling salt or gold? That's right. You can sell it a little cheaper, and then go to the village to exchange it, and you can make a profit without losing money. Fong Hao looked at the chat in the channel and was slightly stunned. Fong Hao has always left the question of ingredients to Ear, and with his own development, the types of seasonings are no longer limited to salt. He was a little puzzled. There are still so many people here who can't even eat salt. Ear, is it difficult to adjust the ingredients in this hot pot? Ear, who was eating, raised her head and said, It's not difficult to adjust. I adjusted a small bucket, and a small spoonful is enough to dig out each time I eat. After the master goes out, I will bring some with me, and I can eat it on the road. Hot pot. The practice of hot pot is the most convenient and simple of all dishes. Boil the water and cut the meat slices to eat. If you bring these seasonings, it is convenient and delicious. Ear, when you're done eating, you can divide the seasoning into portions according to today's dosage. Ear's recipes are so delicious, they will definitely have a big market. Fong Hao said after thinking for a while. Ear didn't quite understand, and said, Master, do you mean to sell it? These things are very difficult to sell, and even large tribes only collect salt. That's not necessarily true. Fong Hao smiled confidently and said, It sells well. Let Sawyer make you new clothes. Really okay. Ear almost jumped up with joy. After finishing Ear's work, Fong Hao directly opened the Book of Lords and turned on the camera function. Facing today's dinner, I took several photos from different angles and added the text, After a busy day, the delicious hot pot will wash away all the fatigue of the day. Send. In an instant, the entire regional channel was frying again. The boss must be peeping at the screen, or else send pictures of hot pot at this time. Damn it. I have been here for more than 20 days, and I can't even eat salt. But Mr. Fong Hao actually has hot pot to eat. Envy, jealous, hate. This time I'm even more envious than the last time I saw Fong Hao's beautiful legs in the photo. This is unscientific. Is the boss and us a world? Why is there such a big gap? I want to eat hot pot too. Mr. Fong Hao, do you sell the ingredients? I want to eat hot pot. I don't buy ingredients, boss. Just leave me some soup after this pot. Then I want to. The atmosphere in the channel is almost the same. Fong Hao's continued in the channel. The quantity of this sauce is not large. I will sell it in the channel and the market. If there are special items to be exchanged, you can also chat with me privately. Ear divided the base material into more than 40 parts, which was too small for the number of people in the channel. But there is no way, there is only so much to sell at present. How do you change it? I'm really short of salt, and I get dizzy every day. Fong Hao thought about it and replied, 10 copies, each with 5 units of rare resources. If I go, there are only 5 copies of the entire channel. Big guy, this is hunger marketing. This is too little. Fong Hao also replied truthfully, I have a small quantity in my hand, and this seasoning is not a necessity. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait for a while. After the quantity increases, the price will come down. The atmosphere in the channel just now calmed down a lot. The seasoning is different from the rejuvenating spring. The price of the rejuvenating spring is still 10 units of rare resources. People who buy rejuvenation spring are also injured or life-saving, so they don't care about that little resource. But the seasoning is different. Eat one less meal without dying. 5 units of rare resources can instantly persuade 90% of people. Forget it. I'll wait for the boss to lower the price later. Me too. Tomorrow I will lead my troops to explore outside to see if there are any villages where I can exchange for salt. I've been anxious for more than half a month. Can I have a good meal? I don't care if I want to eat hot pot today. I can buy it for how much money? I also want one. It's only 5 units. It's a reward for the soldiers. One by one, some people with resources on hand began to place orders. 10 copies are too few, and they were sold out the moment they hit the shelves. Those who were arguing that they had worked hard for half a month and enjoyed it for a while did not grab it, and complained in the channel. Ding. At this time, the private chat of the Book of Lords sounded. It was a lord named Tianjio. This person, Fong Hao, has some impressions. Once he sold some blueprints to himself, and after letting Fong Hao make them, he exchanged another copy with the materials. Is a very shrewd person. 4-legged monitor lizard flute. Boss, no ink. Exchange 5 units of Huachungquan, 1 piece of hot pot base. Tianjiong said. 4-legged monitor lizard flute. Category, shepherd flute. Description, the first sound can summon a 4-legged monitor lizard. After success, each sound can summon a 4-legged fire dragon to the side. The first sound, you should pay attention to the reachable point of the 4-legged monitor lizard. What is it, a mount? What's the matter? Is it summoning a class or a mount? Fong Hao asked in reply. Tianjiong replied, the mount, but it also has a strong attacking ability. The strength is around 5th rank. I didn't dare to use it, and my subordinates were injured a little, so I had to sell it. Tianjiong has always been a bold and careful person. Recently, a group of lizard men wearing strange costumes was discovered near the territory. This team is like a caravan, and like a group of pilgrims. In short, he discovered this group of lizard men, and the other party also discovered his territory. Tianjiong didn't want to provoke this team, but the villagers who went out to work for 2 consecutive days disappeared. He also realized that something was wrong and began to suspect these lizard men. After arranging a reconnaissance by several soldiers, the location of the lizardmen's camp was determined, as well as the corpses of the villagers who had apparently been tortured. Tianjiong felt bad. What are these lizard men going to do? If it is to camp and rest, although 2 villagers died, Tianjiong is angry, but he will consider it for the safety of the entire territory. But if the other party is waiting for reinforcements, this can be troublesome. Tianjiong thought about it, and planned to come to a big game, either to destroy these lizard men, or to abandon the city and leave the city if he lost. So, after thinking about it, he began to arrange a detailed plan. The number of both sides is similar, but the other side's troops are more than his soldiers. The front is tough, and it is impossible to win at all. If you want to win, you still have to use some special skills. He led the soldiers to set up a large number of traps on the hidden road, and then after the feint was defeated, he led the lizard men to the traps to fight, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. After a tragic battle, Tianjiong won, but the casualties were also very heavy. Half of the troops died, and the rest, including himself, returned to the territory with injuries. In desperation, only then did they pick out the more valuable ones from the spoils for exchange. Certainly, the hot pot seasoning was added after opening the Book of Lords and seeing everyone chatting. Boss, I have seen this kind of monitor lizard at the time. It is huge and can act as a mount to carry goods at the same time. It also has a certain combat power. Tianjiong continued to introduce. Compared with Feng Hao, Tianjiong hopes to negotiate this deal. After all, the injury can't be delayed. Who knows if these lizard men have reinforcements, or if the fish that slipped through the net will give him a sneak attack or something. Feng Hao pondered for a while. I have a mount, and your shepherd flute doesn't help me too much. There are horses and bone dragons in the territory. For short distances to orc or human cities, horses are used, and if the journey is long, bone dragons are used. To be honest, he is not very interested in this monitor lizard. Tianjiong's heart tightened when he heard Feng Hao's words. He has had several transactions with Feng Hao, and he is not familiar with him, but he also understands some of Feng Hao's character. If he wants to say he doesn't need this thing, it's not a bargain, but he really doesn't need it. He has something better than yours. Don't, boss. There are still wounded waiting to be treated in the territory, so the 3 units of rejuvenation spring. I have the cargo saddle of the monitor lizard here, and I will give it to you together. Tianjiong was really anxious. Feng Hao confirmed that the stock of Chunquan next time was sufficient. He immediately agreed and replied, Okay, you can put it on the shelves. Okay, thank you, boss. Soon, Tianjiong put it on the shelves in the designated area. The same is the 4-legged monitor lizard flute, and the other is monitor lizard cargo saddle drawing. Feng Hao also used 3 units of rejuvenating spring and a piece of hot pot base as agreed. The 3 units of Huichunquan can be treated, and the hot pot base can also be used by Tianjiong and his subordinates to simply celebrate, which is considered a good meal. After completing the transaction, Feng Hao's hands have more blueprints of the shepherd flute and monitor lizard cargo saddle. Tianjiong sent another sentence. Thank you, boss. If you need anything in the future, just talk. After speaking, the two immediately hung up the chat. In the current situation, they are so far away from each other. This kind of words are more like a scene. After recording the drawings of the cargo saddle, Feng Hao walked out of the Lord's mansion with a mute flute. The shepherd flute reminds you that when it is blown for the first time, you should pay attention to the reachable point of the 4-legged monitor lizard. He also didn't know if the city was considered a reachable point. He simply planned to go outside the city and play the shepherd flute again. What are you going to do? And Jia asked when Feng Hao was about to go out. Look, Feng Hao flipped the mudi in his hand. Whistle. The shepherd flute is not a slender flute, but more of a finely crafted wooden whistle, not much bigger than an orc's wolf tooth necklace. Can be hung around the neck or carried around the waist. Of course, you have pockets sewn on both sides of your pants, and you can also put them in the pockets. Mudi, you can summon mounts, Feng Hao said. Ah, Ma Di, I know this kind of sound, and you can call the horse over when you blow it. And Jia said suddenly, the horse flute is used more by humans, and it is rarer when the orcs also appear. But occasionally in orc cities, you can also see them. Almost, the monitor lizard is very ferocious. Do you want to go and have a look? Feng Hao looked like he was deceiving the child, and Jia frowned at him and said subconsciously, Aren't you afraid of danger? Don't pull it down. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he strode out, and Jia giggled, put on her shoulders from behind like a big brother, and walked out together. Outside the territory, under the city gate, Feng Hao blew the flute directly. After the crisp flute sound, it fell into silence again. Where's the monitor lizard? And Jia asked. I don't know, I won't. Feng Hao was about to speak when he heard the sound of rushing and heavy running in the distance. In the dark woods, a huge figure appeared. He knocked over a few skeletons working along the road and rushed towards the two of them excitedly. It looks like a lizard, but its huge body is as huge as an adult elephant. Just when Njia was in a fighting stance and planned to punch it, the monitor lizard stopped. Excitedly looked at the two. Four-legged monitor lizard, Tier 7. Faction, lizardmen. Racial characteristics, living, docile, discolored skin. Skill, move smoothly. Inherent ability, intermediate strength mastery. Meek, passive. The temperament is docile and will not actively attack any target. Discolored skin, passive. After being stationary for 30 seconds, it will enter a hidden state, immovable. Description: every monitor lizard that can become a mount has received strict training from the lizardman animal trainer since childhood. When he enters the running state, he has the speed of the shadow leopard, but it is more stable. I'll go not bad, so handsome. And Jia stepped forward and patted the monitor lizard's thigh. Feng Hao was a little surprised when he saw the size of the monitor lizard. Although its name is a monitor lizard, I didn't expect it to be this big. Like an elephant-sized rhino with the head and scales of a lizard. But Zayagulon's body is still much worse, and it will soon be accepted. Taking a closer look, the brain shape of this monitor lizard is really similar to that of a bone dragon. Let's go, ride this big guy for a lap. And Zhao was eager to try. All the recruits have been recruited, and it's hard to justify not riding around for a while. Wait, I'll make the saddle. Open the Book of Lords and find the blueprints just collected. Drawings of monitor lizard cargo saddle. Hard and tough wood 20, leather 350, thick and tough leather 150, iron 80, metal parts 50. Make one. Triggered by 100 times increase. Obtain monitor lizard cargo saddle 101. 101 saddles appeared in an instant and were piled aside. Feng Hao ordered the skeleton to keep one, and the rest were sent to the warehouse. This time the monitor lizard cargo saddle is different from the bone dragon's troop saddle. There are two seats in the front and back of the monitor near the neck, which can sit two people at the same time, and the back of the monitor is more space. Hardwood creates a platform that can be used to tie up cargo. This is really good. If the monitor lizard dies, Feng Hao can recruit more skeleton monitor lizards, and after equipping the saddle, he can replace the scooter. It also eliminates the things that are difficult to pass through in places such as rivers and dense forests. Put the cargo saddle on the monitor lizard. And Jia propped up with one hand and jumped directly onto the monitor lizard's back. Do you prefer to sit in the front or the back? Looking at Feng Hao below, he asked. Look at you, I can do anything. Then you are in the back. It's more comfortable in the back. And Jia said seriously. Feng Hao climbed up the back of the monitor lizard along the rope ladder and said, Don't talk. You have taught me badly. What's wrong? And Jia sat down and asked back. It's all right. Run a lap. And the city gate is about to be closed. Feng Hao urged without continuing the topic. Okay. And Jia flicked the reins, and the monitor lizard jumped out in an instant, running around the territory as fast as lightning. Feng Hao sat behind him, while Jia shouted into the wind. The monitor lizard is really good as a mount. The running speed is faster than that of a horse running at full strength, and it is very stable. Even with the wind whistling in the ears, the bumps are not as strong as those of the horses. It is really a good means of transportation to transport some goods. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Hao wanted to turn monitor lizards into skeletons so that he could recruit in batches. But this kind of thing is just thinking about it, and it will not really kill the monitor lizard directly and throw it into the transformation pool. After turning around the periphery of the territory, the monitor lizard stopped in front of the territory again. Hiccup. No. Hiccup. Wrong. It's really stable to run. And Jia said intermittently. Feng Hao rolled her eyes at her angrily. The two led the monitor lizard into the city and arranged for the skeleton to build a shed for it alone. Ordinary stables can't hold this big guy. After settling the newly recruited monitor lizard, Feng Hao came to the skeleton transformation field area again. The grouper giant toad thrown in has also been transformed. Skull giant toad, Tier 5. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics, undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness, amphibious. Skill, giant bounce. Inherent ability, intermediate water mastery. Amphibious, passive, can move freely on land and underwater. Giant bounce, active. Jump in the air to attack the enemy, and the jump height can increase the damage by 5% per meter. Remarks. The skeleton troops transformed from corpses still retain their characteristics and attack methods before death. Looking at the attributes of the skeleton giant toad, Fong Hao was a little disappointed. His expectation is not that you jump up and smash people, but hope that the giant skeleton toad will form an efficient air defense system. Just like when you were in a water pool, leading a giant bat to hover in the air, and it was wiped out in the blink of an eye. It's good now. The skill only has a huge bounce, which completely shatters the idea of his air defense system. Okay, let's go outside the city and stand by. Fong Hao ordered. Dozens of giant skeleton toads jumped and went straight out of the city gate. After handling everything, Fong Hao returned to the room. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao woke up early from his sleep, started doing some fitness exercises around the territory, and he spent most of his time in bed, sleeping and lying down. While fighting with Shenlin, he was still lying down. If this goes on, the body will collapse sooner or later. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed spiritual power, it would be better to drink the potion of physical strength and have a good body. After breakfast, it was confirmed at Duojin that there were no new orders, and Fong Hao began to prepare today's plan. There is also a blueprint bought from the Pural City Tavern, Mountain Bandit Camp, located on the southwest side of Pural City. From the proprietress's mouth, I learned that this mountain bandit has also been famous for a long time, and the nearby cities and villages have nothing to do with him. In the face of several organized sieges and suppressions in Pural City, these mountain bandits didn't even want the top of the mountain and ran away. When the encirclement and suppression people withdraw, they will come back. They will even look for new hills to rebuild their camps. Anyway, they have no arable land, and all sources rely on plunder. Had breakfast. Fong Hao returned to the room, and after casting Shenlin, he led the team to the direction of the mountain bandit camp in addition to the territory. This time to exterminate the mountain bandits. Fong Hao did not bring too many other species because he had to cross the city of Pural. Only brought 100 skull dragons and a skeleton troll full of fifth-order camels. The bone dragon is the fastest troop in Fong Hao's hands. It can fly high in the sky and is not as attractive as the land army. Even circumventing the city of Pural would not take much time. 100 skull dragons rushed into the clouds and began to move quickly towards the direction of the mountain bandit camp. 2 hours later, the bone dragon finally approached the mountain bandit camp. From a distance, you can see a camp made of trees. Although it looks small from a high altitude, this is only a visual effect of being too far away. In fact, a mountain bandit's den has been built to this scale. It is even said that it is approaching the size of the Manhwa market. A large number of wooden houses are built in the camp, and the central area is a taller stone brick building. It should be the core of the building. In the corner of the camp, there were some looted resources and several meat tickets that were tied up and hung high. Fong Hao's eyes are quite good, and one of them can be seen wearing a modern sportswear. Fuck, there's another unlucky guy. Fong Hao said, patted the back of the bone dragon, and said, "Come closer, prepare for the dragon's breath." The bone dragon got the order, swooped down, and began to quickly approach the camp. 100 skull dragons followed closely behind, also swooping, ready to breathe death. The dive of 100 bone dragons blocked the clear sky. The sunlight passed through the cracks of the bones, causing the huge body to swoosh down with the golden glow of the malt. The bandits in the camp looked up at the sky and rubbed their eyes involuntarily when they saw the dazzling undead bone dragon. When he found out that it was not his dazzling eyes, but there were really hundreds of bone dragons approaching quickly. The entire territory was in chaos in an instant. Roar! Several breaths of death shrouded the bandits who didn't have time to escape into the house. In the painful struggle, he became a skeleton. The ranks of these bandits are not high. Most of them are only the first and second ranks, and the higher ones are only in the fourth rank. Those with higher ranks are also recruited in various cities, and they will not gather together to act as bandits in Jianshan. The bone dragon hovered over the camp, and the huge dragon claws grabbed the roof and sprayed black beams of light towards the people hiding inside. Hierarchy is like a massacre. The rampant and ferocious bandits were powerless to fight back and turned into bones. In the corner, the unlucky guy who was hung up widened his eyes at this time, looking at the scene that was happening in front of him in horror. What's the situation? The flying dragon, which is composed of white bones, is hunting down bandits who are fleeing everywhere. Those bandits who brutally killed their villagers were as weak and helpless as ants. If it wasn't for a tattered foot towel stuck in his mouth, he would have wanted to ridicule those bandits happily. Aren't you crazy? Aren't you bullying people? Someone is bullying you now. A bunch of shameless robbers. Inside the camp, the breath of the bone dragon wiped out most of the bandits. Then, the bone dragon began to lower its flying height, and the skeleton troll on its back jumped down and began to continue to clean up the remaining caught fish. The bandits have long been frightened by the offensive, and there is no strength to resist. They all died under the axe of the skeleton troll. Lord Undead, we surrender, we surrender. In the stone brick building in the center of the camp, 5 people came out. 3 humans, 2 orcs. Another mix of human and orc. Their clothes are obviously different from ordinary mountain bandits, more sophisticated and better. You don't have to guess, you know it's the top of the mountain bandits. Fong Hao jumped off the dragon's back, and his eyes fell on several people. Human mountain bandit warrior, tier 4. Orc mountain bandit warrior, tier 5. Human mountain bandit leader, tier 7. Master Undead, we surrender. There must be some misunderstanding here, don't fight it. The 5 knelt directly on the ground and said loudly, these mountain bandits will only loot the nearby villages and some caravans passing by. Not to mention the undead. They rarely even go to the orc area, for fear of offending those orcs who are mad and ignore it. Now the undead are attacking them, and they are all confused, and I don't know where to offend these guys. Leader come to speak. Fong Hao said, human mountain bandit archer, tier 4. Among the 5, an archer was pushed out reluctantly and walked in front of Fong Hao. Do you think I'm stupid? Fong Hao scolded angrily. Even if he can't see the attribute, he can see it in the small actions of several people. This is a scapegoat. Angrily, Fong Hao walked to the real leader's side and bang bang kicked him with both feet. Directly ordered, kill everyone except him. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they were cut off by the ad's axe and the loud begging for mercy. Drip Yo-Yo rolled to the side. Intensive beads of sweat appeared on the leader's forehead, slipping into his eyes, and there was a tingling. It's dangerous. If the scapegoat is taken seriously, wouldn't he also be killed? After swallowing the spit, he hurriedly said, Lord Undead, what are your orders? I will do my best to do it. I will do it. As he spoke, pea-sized beads of sweat kept dripping. Fong Hao gave him a cold look and said, tie him up and take him away later. After speaking, he went directly into the stone house behind him to see if there were any spoils of war. The stone house is somewhat like the Lord's log cabin of the 4th level. In the hall, the other party is holding some looted items, including cloth and some war coins. This camp seems to have a large number of people, but it is not rich, or even quite poor. Move out everything in the room. Fong Hao ordered. The skeleton troll began to move, bent down into the room, and moved various items outside. This time, he came with a bone dragon and a full skeleton troll, and he would only pick some things that he could use or bring back to the territory. In the master bedroom of the mountain bandit leader, Fong Hao saw a golden treasure chest. After opening, the reward appears. Obtained. The construction blueprint of the faceless hut, the construction blueprint of the city wall, the blueprint of the iron sword production, 5 soul crystals, and 72 war coins. Done. Duplicate drawings are starting to appear. The only blueprint that is not available is the construction blueprint of the faceless hut. Faceless hut, purple hard and tough wood 550, stone brick 300, iron 220, metal parts 80, traces of chaos 2, traces of gods 2. Description: we are everywhere, we know everything. Still a purple drawing. It seems that the level of the box can reach gold, and it is this faceless hut that is lifted. Except for the faceless hut, the city wall, and iron sword blueprints, which have been around for a long time. Let's see who hasn't sold them in the channel. Corner of the camp. Those few humans were still hung on the stakes, like bystanders who bought tickets to watch the epic blockbuster that was staged not far away. This is much more exciting and immersive than being in a movie theater. When I saw the undead ordered to kill several mountain bandit leaders directly, I also felt a sense of revenge in my heart. As for not killing the leader, they are not worried. These undead killed so many people. How could it be possible to let a leader go? When the undead dispersed and searched for items in the camp, they also began to look for ways to escape. Several people began to wink at each other and exchanged eye contact with each other on how to get out of trouble. Just when a few people started to exert force, trying to make themselves swing, they saw an orc girl walking over with a few huge skeletons. Several people tilted their heads and pretended to be dead in an instant. Only the ropes were still swaying. Put them down. And Jia said. The skeleton troll raised the adze axe and directly cut the ropes hanging several people. Bang, bang, bang. Whoa. The sound of the landing sounded, and several people who pretended to be dead let out a groan. And Jia tore off the sackcloth from the mouth of the man in the sportswear and said, "Come with me." The man was still lying on the ground, looking like I was just a corpse. Boom. And Jia stepped up and kicked the man out more than 2 meters away. "Don't waste time with me." And Jia said coldly, "Yes, yes, yes." When several people saw the matter, they immediately got up and looked like they were obedient. And Jia snorted coldly and brought several people to Fong Hao. "Why were you caught by the bandits?" Fong Hao's hoarse voice sounded, and he asked the man in the sportswear beside him directly. The man was wearing a blue tracksuit and had a darker, suntan complexion. With a pair of glasses, the lens of the left eye is gone, and only the frame of the glasses is somewhat deformed. Faced with a question from a skeleton, the man was a little uneasy, his legs swayed involuntarily, and he stuttered. "My lord, my village is nearby, and these bandits attacked us, so we were caught here." After thinking for a while, he knelt on the ground with a thud and said, "Thank you for saving us. After I go back, I will definitely set up tablets for a few of them and worship them with incense day and night." Fong Hao looked at the man in front of him and didn't know whether to call him smart or stupid. This is another world, and the undead are also not interested in this set of tablets. Okay, if you have the strength to beg for mercy, you can develop well in the future. Fong Hao glanced at the broken beds and cabinets that could not be taken away. "After I leave, these are all yours. What do you need for yourself? Bring them all back." The man replied subconsciously, but he was a little confused. "What's the situation? Then keep things to yourself. Are the undead so loving and kind? Also send welfare and warmth to human beings. You can't use it? Use it. Use it. Thank you, Lord Skeleton. No, Lord Undead." The man hurriedly thanked. "Okay, just wait by the side," Fong Hao said. "The next thing is simple. The cloth, the money box, and some jewelry that the skeleton troll will take away are all fastened to the dragon's back." And the corpses of the 4th and 5th Order mountain bandits were piled together, and the bone dragon breathed out a dead breath, turning the corpses into a pile of white bones. It was all wrapped in animal skins, and a large bag was also hung behind the saddle of the bone dragon. After a single operation, the man who looked at it was stunned. "Everything is ready." Fong Hao boarded the bone dragon again and explained to the man with glasses below, "Don't reveal the matter of the undead, or I will be visiting your territory tomorrow." Yes, yes, I have a very bad memory recently. What kind of undead, I don't know." The man said while rubbing his temples. "Bury the corpses here so that there will be no infections." "Okay, sir, I'll take care of it." Fong Hao agreed, patted the bone dragon's neck. The huge dragon wings spread out and took all the bone dragons away, leaving only the man and the villagers under him. Their legs went weak and they slumped on the ground, holding a heart. It finally came down. Noon. The bone dragon returned to the camp with a large team. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took a whole morning. Let the skeleton trolls sort the loot into different locations, and the bones of the 4th and 5th Order corpses were also thrown into the transformation pool. And Jia jumped down from the dragon's back and hung it behind the bone dragon. The dizzy mountain bandit leader also carried it down. How does he handle it? And Jia couldn't understand. The rest of the people were killed, so what to do with such a person? Lock up first, and after lunch, let's go to Pural City. Fong Hao said. "Oh, okay." And Jia carried the mountain bandit who kept begging for mercy and walked towards the place where the gnoll was originally imprisoned. There's an iron cage there, and it's also guarded by skeletons. Fong Hao came directly to the military area and planned to build a faceless hut in an open space. This name sounds quite mysterious. The faceless person, wouldn't it be faceless? Open the Book of Lords and directly select the faceless hut. A purple light flashed, and 10 minutes later, the building was completed. This is really a small stone house, and there is a pattern like two hooks crossed on the door. The building comes with its own logo, which is somewhat similar to the Sky Eye Business Alliance. House of the Faceless. Category: Special Building. Ability: Intelligence Order 2. Description: We are everywhere, we know everything. It's over, and the analysis is wrong again. Fong Hao thought that the troops that the Faceless Hut could recruit were called the Faceless, and now it seems more like an intelligence organization. Pushing the door to enter the room. The room is not large. There is a counter, and a young blonde woman is standing behind the counter. I have seen adults. The woman saluted slightly. So, are you a staff member here? Fong Hao asked. Yes, my lord. As a guide, I will answer some questions for you, and then there will be no one here. The woman replied with a smile, but the smile looked a little stiff and awkward. Okay, let's talk about what can be done here. The woman opened the mailbox behind the counter and took out 2 orders. Sir, it's actually not as difficult as you think. If you need any information in the future, you only need to fill in the information you need on this order and put it in the mailbox. It's done. The woman opened the mailbox and gave a demonstration. This operation is the same as the way skeleton merchants take commodity orders. Fong Hao understood it as soon as he heard it. Free. Adults are really joking. Naturally, a certain fee will be charged. After the order is sent, the price will be evaluated for you within 10 minutes. When the money is paid, the agreement is completed. The woman still kept smiling. Fong Hao thought about it and continued to ask, how do you assess the success rate and authenticity of the intelligence? Information is not a real thing. The authenticity and reliability of the information are difficult to grasp. When a false information is sent, serious but life-threatening. Sir, don't worry about this. The Faceless has always had a very high reputation. Isn't there a time when I can't hear? Yes, there are many. The higher the intelligence requirements, the greater the difficulty. If it cannot be completed, we will directly inform you that the intelligence fails, and there will be no fabrication. Is the money back? Up to 20% refund. Come on, it's really dark. During the chat between the two, Fong Hao also understood the role of the Faceless Hut. It's an intelligence agency, secret service, or something. According to the information you inquire about, you will be charged a corresponding fee, and then they will arrange manpower to inquire about the information. To be able to develop to this scale, the credibility of the intelligence should not be low. Sir, is there any problem? The woman said again. Last question, how often is the order? A new order will be mailed in 5 days. Of course, the number of orders will remain at 2 and will not be superimposed. Well, okay, I understand. Thank you for your answer. My honor, my lord. The woman took out a teleportation scroll and slowly disappeared into the light curtain after saluting. Fong Hao sat in the chair and did not leave immediately. I just wanted to write the information about the skull-shattering tribe in the Cold Wind Mountains on the information sheet, but I finally gave up. Since he killed the 300,000 Skull army in one go, the threat of Skull Shard has plummeted. Tong Nyo Na arranged for some spies to enter the Cold Wind Mountains to collect intelligence. It is better to wait for the information to be sent back, and then fill in the information in a targeted manner. It is much stronger than this kind of inquiring. After thinking about it, he walked out of the intelligence hut, and it was also time for lunch. Had lunch. Fong Hao took in Jia, and behind him the leader of the mountain bandits who had been tossed to the point of failure and marched towards Pural City. Looking at the map, he was about to enter the site of Pural City. Fong Hao stopped the running 4-legged monitor lizard. Fong Hao took out a leather pocket in his backpack and said, "Kill him and chop off his head." And Jia took the knight, sword handed over in a daze, while the mountain bandit leader cried and begged for mercy. Puff! The long sword fell, and a head rolled down to Fong Hao's feet. He carried his hair, put it into a leather pocket, and fastened the mouth of the pocket. Take him for a run, just to kill him? And Jia asked curiously. Otherwise, the bounty offered by the city lord of Pural can be exchanged for the leader's head. In this big summer, if he runs around with a head, it's better to kill it here. Fong Hao replied. How much is the reward? And Jia's attention was immediately attracted by the bounty. 1,000 gold coins, if converted, more than 300 war coins. Fong Hao said, hanging the leather bag with the head on the side of the monitor lizard, and the two sat on the monitor lizard again and continued on their way. The sight of Pural City is good. The soldiers of the watchtower found a giant creature approaching fast from a distance. The guards began to assemble, and the archers climbed the city walls, bending their bows and shooting arrows. But as the monitor lizard approached, the guards who were waiting in formation also found the two people riding on it. Fong Hao rescued the young daughter of the cloth merchant Tavik, and it was spread in the city, and some guards recognized the identities of the two. When the monitor lizard came to the city, Fong Hao looked at the fully armed guard and the captain of the guard. "What's the matter? This is going to be a war." The captain of the guard looked up at Fong Hao, who was sitting upright, and then at the huge monitor lizard. "Sir, is this your mount?" "Yeah, handsome, right?" "Oh, handsome, handsome." The captain of the guard swallowed. According to the body size, the monitor lizard in front of him must be at least a 6th or 7th order monster. Surely this kind of monster is described as handsome or not dangerous or dangerous. "Sir, I'm afraid your mount should stay outside to avoid unnecessary danger," said the captain of the guard. Fong Hao rolled over and jumped down, gently stroked the scales of the monitor lizard's neck, and said, "No, it's very docile. Get down, get up, yell at them. Roar." The monitor lizard raised its upper jaw and let out a roar, and the mucus in its mouth spurted out a large amount of it, pouring on a soldier in front of him. "Gret!" The soldier leaned against the wall with one hand and began to make a retching sound. "No, oops, this." Fong Hao was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a while. The captain looked at his subordinates, then looked at the two of them, and his tone became more firm. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid we can't let your mounts enter the city. You can rest assured that we have a special place to store mounts, and we have prepared feeds. If it eats feed. Of course, these are all trivial matters, and Fong Hao will not conflict because of whether or not his mount is allowed to enter the city." "Okay." Fong Hao patted the monitor lizard's head. "Be obedient, get some sleep, and we'll go back when we come out." The monitor lizard was sent to the designated location and tied to a stake. The monitor lizard lay on the ground covered with thatched grass and closed its eyes. After solving the mount problem, Fong Hao and Njia entered the city smoothly. Without any stops along the way, go directly to the central building of the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion, the guards in uniform directly blocked the way of the two. "This is the city lord's mansion. What's the matter with the two of you?" The guard's voice was serious, and his eyes glanced vigilantly over the weapons on the two of them. "I saw the bounty issued by the city lord in the tavern, so after killing the leader of the mountain bandit, I came over to collect the bounty." Fong Haoyang lifted the red leather bag in Yang's hand. The leather bag contained the head of the leader of the mountain bandit. "How many years has the mountain bandit's bounty been hanging? Just the two of you?" The guard's face was full of disbelief. Fong Hao doesn't look strong, and his robe and iron armor are even weirder. And Jia is another girl, so the guards do not believe that the two have the ability to destroy the mountain bandit camp. "What are you talking about? I can beat you 10 times by myself." And Jia said uneventfully, "Bold, dare to make trouble here." The guard was contradicted and instantly shouted loudly, as if I had a responsibility. Fong Hao stopped Njia, who was about to start, and untied the leather bag directly. "Whoa." Fong Hao directly carried the mountain bandit's head and showed it in front of the guards. A large amount of blood dripped to the ground, and the flesh on the head and neck was still fresh, proving that he had just died not long ago. "From your tone, you should have seen the leader of the mountain bandit. The head is here. You can confirm whether we have this ability." The head was handed directly to the guard. His pale face was filled with fear, and the moment his unwilling eyes met the guard's gaze, his body subconsciously took 2 steps back. "But my heart has been determined. If the mountain bandit leader does not have a twin, then the head in front of him is the mountain bandit leader who has been encircled and suppressed many times to no avail." The main hall is spacious and bright. There was a burning incense burner on the wooden table in front of him, emitting bursts of aroma. The blue curtains were pulled up to block the dazzling eyes of the afternoon. The head of the mountain bandit has been taken away by the guards, and Fong Hao and Njia are here waiting for the arrival of the city lord of Pural. After sitting like this, I waited for 20 minutes. Fong Hao was spending time looking at the Book of Lords, but Njia couldn't sit still. He was muttering in his mouth, cursing that the city lord here took himself too seriously, and he would bring the bone dragon over tomorrow and smash his house. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of footsteps, the sound of armor rubbing from the corridor on the side became clearer. Immediately afterwards, a man in a blue embroidered robe walked in with several two guards. The man looked to be in his 50s. His hair was combed back, his bushy beard was neatly groomed, his brows were slightly wrinkled, but his eyes were also looking at the two young people sitting in the living room. This is the Lord of Pyrrol City, Cyril. Serious Cyril, Blue Tier 5 hero. As soon as Cyril entered the door, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said kindly, "So, these two young people are the heroes who killed the leader of the mountain bandit." "Yes, Lord City Lord, these two came with their heads," the guard on the side replied. In the 20 minutes that Fong Hao and the two waited, the cronies of the city lord's mansion went to the residence of Tavik, the merchant, and the tavern to inquire about the identities of Fong Hao and Njia. From the mouths of Tavik and his young daughter, they knew that Fong Hao had a large army and command of the army. The younger daughter was blindfolded at the time, but her ears could still hear a lot of information. At the same time, Tavik also gave some of his own guesses. For example, Fong Hao may be the young master of a big family. With interest, he can set up a factory and mobilize a large number of people in the family. There was similar news in the tavern, where I spent 1,000 gold on a short sword that was just beautiful. All kinds of information made Cyril also begin to guess that one came from the young master of the big family. Therefore, the first sentence of the opening has a common phraseology touted by nobles. "Lord City Lord." As a courtesy, Fong Hao got up and smiled. And Jia glanced at it and stood up reluctantly. "Haha. Okay, sit down. Don't be so polite." Cyril nodded with satisfaction and sat down in the main seat. Fong Hao also sat back to his seat. The servant brought drinks and some local pastries that Fong Hao had never seen before. "It should be specially made by Pyrrol City. My name is Cyril, and I am the city lord here." "What do you two call them?" Cyril asked, pretending not to know. "Fong Hao. This is my bodyguard in Jia." Fong Hao introduced himself. "Oh, then Mr. Fong Hao, can you tell me how you found out about the bandits, and how did you exterminate them?" Cyril leaned forward slightly, as if to listen to the story. Fong Hao smiled slightly. It was not difficult to make up a story. "I don't know the city lord. Do you know Mr. Tavik?" "I know, the cloth merchant in the city. Why does this matter have anything to do with him?" "The day before yesterday, I took my team on an adventure in the mountains and accidentally rescued Tavik's youngest daughter. After returning the little daughter to Mr. Tavik's hands, I went to the tavern to sit for a while. Yes, I saw the reward on the notice board in the tavern, so I took the soldiers with me. I don't know which village those mountain bandits looted. It just happened that I just returned to the camp when my people took it to the route, and the head was brought to you. Storytelling is half truth and half falsehood. Bringing some familiar people or things in the middle will make your story more believable." Tavik, the tavern's bounty. Regardless of whether the other party knew Fong Hao before, after these two things came out, the credibility of the story would be much improved. After listening to Fong Hao's story, Cyril took a sip from the glass. His eyes glanced at Fong Hao and Njia from time to time. The story is complete and credible, and at the same time, it is confirmed in my heart that Fong Hao has a backer. The bounties in the tavern are only written for the residents. 1,000 gold, but not enough money to mobilize the army to suppress bandits. Otherwise, it would not have been hanging for so long. He took it, and it worked. It seems that the family is also looking for opportunities to give this young master a chance to hone in. Money is a small matter. "Lord City Lord? Lord Cyril," Fong Hao shouted softly when he saw the other party holding his glass in a daze. He secretly thought in his heart, "This old man won't be sick. Why is he still looking straight?" "Oh, I understand." Cyril turned around and said to the guard beside him, "Bring the bounty. It's Lord City Lord." One of the guards withdrew to collect the bounty. "By the way, which city does Mr. Fong Hao live in? What does the family do?" Cyril inquired as if chatting. Fong Hao answered right. Full of nonsense, the city was located in the northwest of Pyrrol City, and the family did some groceries business. The two chatted for a while, and Fong Hao's eyes fell on a weapon on the display cabinet in the hall. This is a rapier with a snow-white hilt and a dazzling blade. Fong Hao noticed it very early. "Lord Cyril, this weapon is beautifully made." Fong Hao got up and walked to the rapier naturally. Of course it's beautiful, and it's a good collection, said Cyril. Can I? Fong Hao asked if he could take it up and take a look. Please. Fong Hao held the hilt in one hand, gently supported the blade in the other, and took the rapier into his hand. Pondering sword, purple. Type, rabbit sword. Damage, level 3 damage. Description, a rapier that killed its master. It is rumored that anyone who gets this rapier will die in agony. Surely a reprieve. The information from the tavern storyteller was correct last time, and the city lord does have a sword of probation. The charm of this sword is not its appearance, but the story behind it. Cyril also came over and stood beside Fong Hao. Fong Hao couldn't even tell that he had heard the story, so he could only ask, "Oh? What story?" There are a total of 12 swords of the same craftsmanship, and their master was once a famous countess. Cyril narrated from the side, telling a story similar to that of a tavern storyteller. While there are some differences, the general trend remains the same. When, at this time, the guard who went to collect the bounty returned next time, and in his hand there was an extra wooden box containing 1,000 golden human race gold coins. "Lord City Lord, the bounty is here," the guard said. "And?" Cyril looked at Fong Hao. "This is the bounty, click on it." Fong Hao just took the gold coins and did not go to the amount. His eyes were still on the rapier, and he asked directly, "I like this rapier very much. I don't know if Sir Cyril can cut his love." Of course, the price is easy to say. The sword of probation will bring misfortune to its owner. This rumor has been circulating for a long time, but there are still many people who do not believe this rumor. What a disaster a handicraft with exquisite workmanship can bring. Cyril is one of them. He is a lord and a hero. In his dictionary, only weakness and weakness are unfortunate. But as he got older, he began to gradually realize another problem. In addition to being bullied by the weak, diseases can also bring misfortune to people. His only son, who has recently contracted a strange disease, is getting thinner and thinner but has yet to find a good solution. This made him start to hand over the management of the city to his subordinates, and he himself looked for a solution to his son's illness. Today, when Fong Hao asked about the sword of probation, he thought of this rumor again. At the same time, he thought of his own son. "Do you like this sword? Aren't you afraid that he will bring you misfortune?" Cyril asked curiously. "Oh, I'm giving it away, and turning my hand shouldn't count on me," Fong Hao said directly. He also saw the unfortunate description of the property. As usual, even if he didn't believe it, he wouldn't touch this taboo. But he just completed Xiaoyu's task. After he bought it, he handed it over to Xiaoyu. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with him. Besides, Xiaoyu is a ghost, and the sword itself is her mission, so there is no such thing as misfortune. Cyril was stunned for a moment. This is to be given to his enemy. "How much are you going to pay?" Cyril asked the price directly, but he really wanted to sell it. Fong Hao pushed forward the cash box that was just delivered. "It's just this 1,000 pieces of gold. I didn't bring any extra money when I came out this time. Lord City Lord, what do you think?" Cyril didn't answer immediately, but his fingers tapped rhythmically on the back of the chair. With the exquisiteness of this rapier, 1,000 gold coins will never come down. On some large trading houses, it may also sell for a higher price. But the question is who will buy it. "My son is sick again, and I think that it is almost sold." "Okay, it's yours," Cyril said directly. Lord Cyril is refreshing. Fong Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. "I used the head of a mountain bandit and exchanged a handful of quest items to go back." The two are considered to be clear, but Fong Hao is not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Cyril again and said, "Lord Cyril, I don't know if I want to open a store from Pural City. What procedures do I need to go through?" "Open a store? What kind of store?" Cyril asked curiously. "Restaurant? Or buy some civilian utensils?" Fong Hao replied. "Weapons and equipment. It is not easy to open a shop in the city. Those were sold to official forces everywhere, and no one would allow residents in their own city to buy swords, guns, swords and crossbows at will, disrupting the order in the city. This is not a game. Players can buy and sell equipment when they enter the city. That's no problem. When you plan to open a shop, just come to the City Lord's mansion to report." Cyril replied. "Okay, then thank you, City Lord." Fong Hao thanked. Today's goal has been achieved. After chatting with Cyril for 2 more words as excessive, he got up and left the City Lord's mansion. I went to the tavern and confirmed that there was no new map and went straight out of Pural City. Outside the city, the monitor lizard is still lying there, monopolizing a stable. A large number of people were surrounded by a large number of people in the distance, pointing at the monitor lizard. Some naughty children picked up stones to tease them, but were stopped by adults and slapped heavily on the buttocks a few times. Fong Hao came over and patted the monitor lizard's body lightly. "Get up. I'm going home." The monitor lizard opened his eyes and moved his body. "Get down again and let Fong Hao and Njia ride up easily." Under the watchful eyes of many residents, the monitor lizard ran quickly, setting off a trail of dust. Return to the territory. Fong Hao rolled over and got off the lizard, patted the monitor lizard twice, and the monitor lizard consciously rushed to his place. A car that can park automatically is the dream of many people. As soon as Njia came, she was hungry and went to find a ear. Fong Hao took the stabbing sword he just bought and went to Xiaoyu's residence again. This time, before knocking on the door was already open. "Sir," Xiaoyu saluted. "Well, didn't you rest during the day?" Fong Hao said and sat down. Xiaoyu usually goes out at night, wandering around the territory at night, or going further afield and coming back before dawn. With Xiaoyu's ability, there are not many places to help Fong Hao, so she hasn't been assigned any task since the last time she investigated the news of skull shattering. "Not yet," Xiaoyu said. "By the way, this time I got another stab at revenge, and I just gave it to you." Fong Hao took out the stab of revenge and handed it to Xiaoyu. The latter just took over, and the light lit up from Xiaoyu's body again. Level up again. Ghost Xiaoyu, Tier 7. The last time I got the short sword of probation, I was upgraded from level 3 to level 5. This time, it was mentioned from the 5th level to the 7th level. If it goes on like this, if all 12 are collected, Xiaoyu will become a hero directly, and he may still be a hero with a very high template. "How is it, Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Fong Hao asked Xiaoyu, who was dazed. Xiaoyu turned around and said softly, "Sir, I'm fine. I just saw some pictures again. Maybe it has something to do with me." Fong Hao was also a little curious. Asked, "Can you tell me what you saw?" "It's very fragmented. I saw myself participating in the swordsmanship competition, and I saw myself wearing the clothes of the Holy See, delivering babies to pregnant women. It was very messy," Xiaoyu said, recalling the scene just now. Swordsmanship competition and delivery. The former Xiaoyu seems to know a lot. Don't take it too seriously. Don't disturb your current life because of these. Fong Hao got up and asked. Collecting 12 swords of probation is a task in Xiaoyu's attribute, and it will continue. Being able to become a hero is also a good thing for Xiaoyu. You can live better, not just a low-level undead ghost. So, while collecting quest items, keep a mentality and don't have problems. "My lord, don't worry." Xiaoyu placed the rapier in the cabinet and saluted again. Fong Hao nodded and returned to the lord to eat. Returning to the lord's mansion, Ear has already prepared dinner. Fruit wine, meat steak, and a pizza-like food with vegetables and minced meat in it. It tastes pretty good. Even without the side dishes, this pizza can be served for dinner. "Ear, how's the hot pot base?" Fong Hao asked while eating. "Master, I have already given the method to the other 2 maids. When the 3 of us make the sauce together, it will be faster." Ear replied. In fact, Ear still doesn't quite understand Fong Hao's thoughts. "Even if you like this sauce, you won't make so much." "Well, when the sauce is ready, I plan to start a restaurant in the human city of Pural, a hot pot restaurant. It will be very popular by then." Fong Hao said. "Oh, it turns out that you asked that old man to open a shop today for this purpose." And Jia suddenly realized, with an expression of discovering your secret. Opening a hot pot restaurant was an idea that Fong Hao came up with yesterday. If you want to say what is the most convenient and addictive food, it is hot pot. And it's easy to make. No need for a skilled cook. Just prepare the base and throw it into the bottom of the pot. Then arrange a few more rabbit maids and fox maids, and it will definitely be 100% popular. "Do people in Pural City also use chopsticks?" Ear asked softly while chewing on the steak. "Depend on. It seems not. Of course, chopsticks are used to eat hot pot. If you fish by hand, you don't need to order meat. It doesn't matter. You can make some training chopsticks, the same way you use clips, and then you will." Fong Hao suddenly thought. There is a kind of training chopsticks used by children, which are connected and can be used very easily. Just like using a clip, after you use it twice, it will be completely gone. If that's the case, there should be no problem. Ear nodded, her two rabbit ears flapping slightly. Fang Hao also felt that there was no problem. Simple base material, good taste, plus 2 barrels of Troll Brewing Barrel. The cost is not high. Once successful, the income is considerable. No matter how you think about it, there won't be any problems. Even if the hot pot restaurant is really not good at that time and can't be opened, you can change the store into a grocery store. Sell tubs, farming tools, or some other supplies. No matter what, you can't lose. Well done. In the future, each city will open a chain store called Ear Hot Pot Restaurant. Fang Hao said directly. Ear blushed instantly and hurriedly said, "Farewell, how can you name the shop with a name?" Then combined with the characteristics of our city, it is called a Bone Hot Pot Restaurant or an Immortal Hot Pot Restaurant. Fang Hao frowned and thought about the name. And Jia complained while eating, "Is it for the living?" A few people chatted while eating, but they were laughing and laughing. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Random event. The bravery of a single man accepted. The new function of the Book of Lords is opened, the team function. 10 hours later, the team trial task will start, and a maximum of 3 people will team up for the trial. This trial is a Lord trial and cannot carry heroes and troops under his command. Team status. A maximum of 3 people form a team, and the team members will be automatically teleported to the captain's territory to gather. Event countdown, 9 hours and 59 minutes. Good luck. The appearance of the prompt sound made Fang Hao's movement stop. Mandatory missions are over, and many people are analyzing when event missions will appear. Some say half a month, some say longer. But it came earlier than everyone expected. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, tuned to the regional channel, and saw that everyone was discussing the event quest. I'm coming so early, earlier than the 7-day mandatory mission. What does this mission mean? Don't let soldiers lead. What are you doing without soldiers? Let me go up and cut it myself. The mission is a kind of trial for the Lord, and you are also asked to bring troops in, and you will get the aircraft and tanks. Don't worry, everyone. This is not a compulsory task, and those who are afraid of danger do not need to participate. It's easy for you to say. If everyone else participates, you won't participate. When the gap between each other is getting bigger and bigger, you will still be dead. I'm 28 years old, a green knight's sword, and a green armor. I'm looking for a team. A green piece, a sports student graduated with very good stamina. Do you have any brothers who want to form a team? Which boss will take me and give me a green helmet afterwards? God, what a green helmet. Who dares to take you when you say that? After a short discussion, most of the people started sending out team messages, looking for teammates they could rely on. Fang Hao's heart is not very good. The territory has its current strength, and it can be said that 80% are supported by heroes and skeleton armies. Without these two, his strength would have already died when he met the wolves on the first day. This trial mission can be said to be very unfriendly, actually not letting the Lord lead the troops, but his own trial. While thinking about it, new information suddenly came from the Book of Lords. Unlocking blueprints. Blueprints, green, for making carriages of merchants. Unlocked a new blueprint, still a green carriage blueprint. On second thought, Zhongbin should have obtained a new blueprint. The Book of the City Lord in Zhongbin's hand is a replica of the Book of Lords. After he has included the blueprint, Fang Hao will automatically unlock it here. While Fang Hao recorded it here, he would not unlock it there. Ding! The private chat sounded, and Zhongbin sent a message. Boss, the wild boar was collected today, and a green blueprint was included. Did you receive it there? Looking at it, Zhongbin worked hard enough to come back so late. Is it the blueprint of the business group's carriage? I received it. Fang Hao replied. By the way, boss, do you want to participate in this trial mission? Kindness. Zhongbin also received a task reminder. That proves that this task is not limited to the Lord, but all traversers can participate. Otherwise, Zhongbin would not receive this system message. You want to participate? Aren't you afraid of danger? Fang Hao replied. Speaking of combat power, Fang Hao can summon a samurai, has a purple spark staff, complete equipment and skills, and has some combat power. But Zhongbin is hard to say. The physique of ordinary people is no different from ordinary villagers. Boss, isn't it you? And if you don't participate in this task, what should you do if you are distanced by others? Zhang Bin said. Fang Hao thinks about it, and this is true. This mission is definitely not to let them die collectively. Otherwise, a large-scale monster invasion will be arranged directly. Isn't it much faster than these? There is a high probability that the traversers will improve their own strength. To participate in this mission, reliable teammates are also very important. Fang Hao got up, rummaged through the cabinet in the study, and took out the stamina inspiration potion he got 2 days ago. In the channel, I sent Zhang Bin, physical inspiration potion. I will exchange it for a while, and I will familiarize myself with it tonight after using it. Is this for drinking or external application? Zhang Bin hesitated. Can you drink the medicine indiscriminately? When something happens, there is no doctor here. Drinking can increase physical strength, then you will understand. Fang Hao said. Don't, boss. Keep it for yourself. I'm physically strong, really. Zhang Bin explained aside. It's okay, I also drank it. To strengthen my strength, I will familiarize myself with it tonight so that I can cope with tomorrow's challenges. Fang Hao continued. When I was drinking the inspiration potion, I was also a little uneasy. After asking Nelson, I hesitated for a long time before I decided to drink it. It is normal to have such thoughts. But people can't always look in front of their eyes. If you drink it today, you will have a better chance of winning tomorrow. Otherwise, if there is any danger in tomorrow's challenge, if you want to drink more, you won't be in a hurry. Okay, I understand, boss. Zhang Bin said again. Fang Hao directly put the stamina inspiration potion on the shelf for the designated transaction, and Zhang Bin placed 10 units of wood at random and completed the transaction directly. After the two discussed a few sentences, they hung up the chat. Just hung up the chat. The private chat rang again one after another. They were all asking about teaming up with Fang Hao, but they were all rejected by him one by one. Fang Hao still wanted to hug a thigh. How could he let them hug him? Brother Hao, do you want me to take you? A friend prompt appeared. It was Dong Jieyue. You also want to participate? Are you injured? Fang Hao asked rhetorically. Before getting a lot of shadow stones in Dong Jieyue's hands, Fang Hao also gave her a lot of support in order to allow her to continue to provide her with shadow stones. From materials and tools to weapons and equipment, and finally when she was injured, the only bottle of life medicine was given to her. It can be said that the relationship between the two is very good. In the Qinglong Chamber of Commerce, Fang Hao was scolded collectively in the channel, and even threatened all those who spoke for Fang Hao. Everyone closed their mouths. Only Dong Jieyue was scolding them in the group by herself. Show no weakness. In the end, the scolding battle didn't stop until Fang Hao decapitated Li Tong. To a certain extent, among the lords, Fang Hao and Dong Jieyue can be said to be very good, even surpassing the relationship between Fang Hao and Zhang Bin. I'm fine. I gave you the shadow stone and map last time. Dong Jieyue answered confidently. You also want to participate in this trial? It's not compulsory. You don't have to participate. Fang Hao said. It's not that girls are underestimated. In terms of natural strength, boys still have some advantages. This kind of trial is no trivial matter, and if one is not good, one will lose one's life. Facing Fang Hao's distrust, Dong Jieyue began to rummage through her own cabinet. She took out a document from a satchel that had not been used for a long time, and took a picture and sent it out. This is to follow her across. Don't look down on people. Photo. Champion of the National Women's Wushu Routine Championship. Dong Jieyue sent it. Fang Hao frowned. Routines, aren't they all fake? What's fake? I'm real, I'm old. Dong Jieyue's tone revealed dissatisfaction. To be honest, Dong Jieyue is really amazing. Fang Hao's growth depended on 100 times the increase of his troops, and Dong Jieyue did it out of hand. On the second day after crossing over, she was the only one who dared to take the peasants down the tomb. Really going? Go. That's okay. Then the three of us are full. I'll call you when we form a team tomorrow. It is good. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao woke up early from his sleep. Today is the day of trial, and he is not allowed to be lazy. After washing up, they found Xuehuan and Ir, and they were responsible for the normal operation of the territory when they left. The two nodded and agreed, and told Fang how to pay attention to safety. After all, there is no formal order for the formation of the territory, and there is no such thing as a change in the royal family. Everything is attributed to Fang Hao alone. If something happened to him, the order and balance of the entire territory would collapse instantly. At the dining table, Ear wore a black and white maid outfit and brought all the breakfast. Toast, steak, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Master, come back early when it's over. Ear knelt aside, put the vegetable soup in a bowl, and placed it in front of Fong Hao. Fong Hao also knew what she was worried about. Gently touched her big ears and comforted. Don't worry, it's just some small battles. There won't be any danger. Oh, Ear replied, but still a little worried. After breakfast, Fong Hao began to organize his equipment. Apprentice magic robe, weapons are star fire and black iron knight sword, with a light feather short sword on his waist. Zhang Bin, you are the captain and form me. Fong Hao sent a message. Oh, Zhang Bin replied, and soon the team information was sent. Zhang Bin sent you a team invitation. Do you accept it? Accept. The Book of Lords emits a ray of light, covering Fong Hao's body and disappearing from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at Zhang Bin's city. Flat ground and busy working residents. Compared to Fong Hao's city of the dead, it is more like a medieval city. Has the breath of life. Boss, you're here. Zhang Bin exclaimed and strode over. At this time, Zhang Bin was different from the last time he saw him. Topless, with bare wheat-colored skin and bulging muscles. Fong Hao threw aside the knight's sword and iron armor in his hand and asked curiously, What are you doing, bodybuilding coach? No. Zhang Bin scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Last night, after working hard for a long time, he still drank the potion that Fong Hao had given him. After a while of muscle twisting and soreness, he was surprised to find that he had become stronger. I have chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and I can easily wield a knight's sword. In the morning, he came out shirtless for morning exercise and also took the opportunity to show off his muscles to the residents. In the team, add Dong Jiayue. Fong Hao said directly. Girl, the boss is amazing. Zhang Bin won't give up any chance to flatter him. After the addition, a ray of light appeared, and a pretty figure appeared in front of the two of them. The girl is 21 too, wearing an orc armor. From the cuffs, you can see that she is wearing a blue modern long-sleeved sleeve, tied with a ponytail, standing there so pretty. He held a metal helmet in one hand and a war spear in the other, the tip of which pointed diagonally to the ground. The girl opened her eyes slightly and looked at the two of them, and a sharp flash flashed in an instant. Good guy, this Dong Jiayue is not a female hero, right? Dong Jiayue swept the two of them one by one and finally landed on Zhang Bin. I have to say that the current Zhang Bin is really dazzling, all naked, holding a majestic knight sword in his hand. On the other hand, Fong Hao sat on the side and kept fanning himself with his hands, like a community gatekeeper. Brother Hao. Dong Jiayue walked directly to Zhang Bin and called out. Zhang Bin was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Boss, Miss Dong is looking for you. Zhang Bin stepped aside. Dong Jiayue blushed instantly when she realized that she had called the wrong person. He walked to Fong Hao again and said uncertainly, Brother Hao? N. Fong Hao nodded and said to Zhang Bin, go get her some equipment. We'll be leaving in a while. Okay. Dong Jiayue's orc iron armor was given to her by Fong Hao. Although it's not bad, no one can tell who the enemy is in the next battle, so it's better to change into a better one. Also improve the quality of the overall team. Brother Hao, you are fine. Dong Jiayue sat down, not knowing what to say to the savior. Very good. Your territory has been developing quite well recently, right? Fong Hao asked rhetorically. The two were in the channel, and they could still say a few words, but after meeting, they didn't know what to say. Just a few words. Zhang Bin walked over with the iron armor and the iron sword, and put on the iron armor, the black iron kite shield, and the black iron knight sword. Miss Dong, change your equipment, it's about time. Oh, okay. Thank you, Brother Zhang Bin. Dong Jiayue said. No thanks, these are also from the boss. Zhang Bin explained. Dong Jiayue took off the orc iron armor on her body and put on a better quality plate armor. Because there are clothes inside, there is no need to go to a separate room to change. Fong Hao also began to prepare, waiting for the start of the mission. The three rested for about half an hour, and the prompt appeared. Historical battle, Erlenha's dilemma. Task description, help Erlenha get out of the predicament. Trial quest delivery countdown, 3, 2, 1. Light enveloped the three of them, and in the next second, noises and crying came from their ears. These damn undead. Son, my son. The three appeared in a separate room on the second floor of a tavern. Through the gap in the window, Women and children can be seen gathered in the hall. As if the city was attacked, everyone took refuge here. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked. A man's voice came from outside the door. 3, Captain, please. The three looked at each other and knew that this was the beginning of the plot. The door opened. Let's lead the way. Please follow me. Walking through a corridor of the tavern, the three were taken into the last room. The door opened, and there were several well-equipped officers sitting inside, looking at the map and discussing countermeasures loudly. Seeing the three people come in, these officers also closed their mouths. Human warriors, Tier 4. Just 4th grade. It seems that it is the same as what Fong Hao thought. Without the need to bring troops, it will not arrange too difficult tasks for the traversers. Sit down, said the middle-aged officer, who seemed to be the captain of the soldier's mouth. The three sat down. There are many good places in this village, but you didn't come at the right time, the captain said. Captain, what happened here? Is there anything that needs our help? Fong Hao said, leading directly to the topic. The captain nodded. Last night, a large number of undead attacked the village. The current situation is very bad. I am seriously short of manpower, so I brought 3 of them, hoping to help retake the village. Then what should we do? Fong Hao continued to ask. To the north is our armament depot. If we can regain control of the armament depot, it will be of great help to the entire war situation. Okay, give me a map. After leaving the tavern, the three walked quickly towards the north. Villagers went in and out, treating the wounded and delivering supplies to the front lines. No wonder there are only women and children in the hall of the tavern. It turns out that the men are all helping out. Boss, undead, you are the most familiar. Zhang Bin approached and whispered. Familiar or familiar, the undead's intelligence is not high, and it can't be related. Fong Hao said, what are you familiar with? By the way, there is an undead building in Brother Hao's territory, which is related to this mission. Dong Jieyue also came over curiously, thinking about it in her mind. No, don't talk nonsense, I'm a good person. The three kept their feet and continued to follow the map. At this time, there were no traces of the villagers, and the surroundings were empty, only the wooden houses left behind. Boom! In the quiet alley, there was a sudden sound of items falling. The three of them tightened their hearts and immediately looked towards the direction from which the voice came. I saw several rotting zombies, found the traces of the three, and began to approach. Carrion, first order. Toxic carrion, tier 3. Carrion. Fong Hao let out a sigh of relief, and secretly said in his heart, the soldiers of Yongya, we undead will not bear this cauldron. Swish swish. The three drew their weapons and prepared to fight. The spark in Fong Hao's hand pointed at the poisonous carrion, and a fiery red magic arrow condensed. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air sounded, instantly piercing the body of the highly poisonous carrion, and the arrow exploded with a burning effect. Boss, you're not dead. Zhang Bin raised his shield with a solemn expression on his face. Poisonous carrion. As soon as you hear the name, it is poisonous, and it is difficult to get close. It's okay. The three stepped back, and the fire arrows condensed again, hitting the head of the highly poisonous carrion again. When the fire arrow exploded, the body of the carrion exploded instantly, emitting green dust. Back off, don't get poisoned. Fong Hao continued. The three turned their heads and ran away, pulling a certain distance, waiting for the rest of the carrion to get closer. Soon, the melee battle between the two sides began. The weapon in the corpse's hand split open on Zhang Bin's kite shield, and the hammer banged loudly. Zhang Bin and Dong Jieyue kept their weapons in their hands and started to fight back while dodging. Fong Hao stood at the back, throwing fire arrows one after another, killing the undead with low intelligence. He didn't summon the acolytes. The existence time of the samurai is only 30 minutes, after which it will enter a longer cooldown. There are not many monsters now, and there is no need to recruit samurai. Soon, when Fong Hao smashed the head of the last carrion with a fire arrow, the battle ended. It's really exciting. Zhang Bin dropped the blood bead on the knight's sword and said, this was his first real fight against the undead. After the war, I was a little excited. As for Dong Jieyue, it seems much duller. This is not the first time she has come into contact with undead creatures. There is an ancient tomb near her territory, and it is even more common to go to the tomb to fight the undead. Okay, let's see if there are any spoils. Fong Hao ordered. except for the third-order highly poisonous carrion. The rest are first-order ordinary carrion. Slow action and low intelligence. This kind of undead creature, without a unified command, is difficult to exert effective combat effectiveness. So it's not difficult to deal with. Zhang Bin checked briefly and said, "Boss, there is nothing." Roar. As soon as the voice fell, the roar of the carrion came from the front again, and one after another, the carrion came out from the uninhabited house. Start moving towards the three. A new round of fighting began again. The three of them covered each other and started to attack the target point. Large corpses fell, and the ground was dyed a dark red with blood. In a wooden house, just one step away from the armament depot, the three sat on the ground, recovering their exhausted physical strength. At this time, Fang Hao finally felt the feeling of being besieged to the best of his ability. Obviously, the enemy is not strong, but you can't do anything if you just rely on the number of consumption. Fortunately, there is still time to recover their strength, otherwise the three of them will return to the tavern where the Erlenha soldiers are and continue to fight after the rest is over. While recovering their strength, the three looked at the situation on the opposite side from the gap in the window. Around the armory, a large number of carrion were gathered. Tier 3 carrion and Tier 2 zombie spearmen are also scattered among them, roughly 300 or so. "Boss, there are too many carrion corpses. If you let me kill you standing there, you will be exhausted," Zhang Bin said in a low voice. "No hurry, rest for a while." Fang Hao unscrewed the yipping spirit potion and drank it directly. Physical recovery is almost complete. Fang Hao just sat up from the ground. "Kill out?" Zhang Bin asked. "Wait, I'll consume a wave first." Fang Hao stood at the window and began to condense the spell. The spark in his hand pointed through the broken wooden window to the unknowing corpse group on the opposite side of the road. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge shadow will hang over the sky. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayue looked up in surprise. I saw a huge fireball, like a falling meteorite, falling rapidly. And the landing point is the place where the carrion is most dense. Boom. The earth trembled like a mountain. The flat ground was smashed into a huge, deep pit, and the earth and stone hit the flying single head, knocking down the carrion on the edge. Pooh! The three got up from the ground and spat out the sand in their mouths. "Boss, your skills are too fierce," Zhang Bin said, wiping the dirt on his face. "Clean up the edges that are not dead, and we will enter the warehouse." Fang Hao said, "It is good." Upon hearing Fang Hao's order, the two rushed out of the house and rushed towards the scattered carrion. In addition, Fang Hao is in the distance, throwing one or two skills from time to time, and also destroying all the enemies on the periphery. End the battle again, and thoroughly clean up this entire area. The armament depot is a warehouse built with stone bricks. Perhaps to prevent theft, the four walls are only at the top, and each has a slender vent. Not to mention people, it is difficult for even mice to climb in. Therefore, only by clearing the monsters at the main entrance can they enter the armament depot. Squeak! With the sound of the door opening, the door of the armament depot was completely pushed open by the three of them. Sunlight streams in through the slender openings, illuminating the room. Rows of weapon racks display various weapons and armors. But it was covered with dust, and it could be seen that no one had used it for a long time. It's no wonder that a place like the armament depot will fall for the first time. "See if there is anything good," Fang Hao said. The three immediately dispersed and began to rummage. "Boss, there are a lot of equipment blueprints here. Iron sword making drawings, wooden bow making drawings, iron arrow making drawings. Besides, these are all white drawings. There is also a green leather suit. Manufacturing blueprint of Erlenha Guard's helmet, green. Manufacturing blueprint of Erlenha Guard's thick leather armor, green. Manufacturing blueprint of Erlenha Guard's bracers, green. Manufacturing blueprint of Erlenha boots, green. Suit. There is actually a set of drawings. Erlenha Guard, thick leather armor, green. Type, defense breastplate. Defense, secondary defense. Set effect, movement speed increased by 2%, reloading speed increased by 2%, morale recovery increased by 20%. This effect can be stacked with other equipment. Description, specially produced armor for the members of the Erlenha Elite Guard. The attributes of a single piece of armor can be worn by soldiers. However, the suit attribute provides the attribute bonus of reloading speed. In other words, This equipment is more suitable for the shooter arms. These. Fong Hao took the blueprint and looked at Dong Jiayue. If it was just him and Zhang Bin, then Fong Hao would record these drawings directly, and Zhang Bin would be able to unlock it himself. But this time Dong Jiayue also contributed a lot. If it wasn't for his own special skills, it would be Dong Jiayue who killed the most. Don't discuss this with her. There is suspicion of black equipment. But he has 100-fold increase, and he is more suitable for recording drawings than Dong Jiayue. Brother Hao, put it away. Just make a few sets for me. Dong Jiayue said very generously. After all, Fong Hao was also very helpful to her. Especially just now, she was given a new set of armor. She has found out that she leads troops out to take risks every day, and she doesn't get much benefit from mixing with Fong Hao. Okay, when you want a few sets, tell me. Fong Hao directly recorded the green set. As for the few white drawings, Dong Jiayue selected a few that she did not have, and they were also included in the Book of Lords. After collecting the drawings, I didn't find any other good things. Zhang Bin went directly to the roof along the second floor and raised the flag of Erlenha. When the captain of the guard in Erlenha saw the flag, he knew that the place had been captured, and he would lead the guards over to get equipment for a counterattack. Completion of stage tasks. Reward. Human influence plus 100. Healing potion 3. Magic potion 2. Special team rewards. Choose one of 3. Physical inspiration potion. Magic inspiration potion. White steel scimitar blade. Blue. Select countdown. 59, 58. There are also periodic rewards. 2 enlightening potions, 1 blue equipment. Choose a potion of physical strength for Dong Jiayue, Fong Hao said. Fong Hao took the magic inspiration potion. Zhang Bin is also a stamina inspiration potion. Only Dong Jiayue did not. There are no special needs for the 3, and they just happen to be the inspiration for Dong Jiayue to increase her own strength. This is not good, Dong Jiayue said. Okay, Zhang Bin. Choose an enlightening potion for her. The reward has the selection and distribution of the captain. The captain of this team is Zhang Bin. It is good. Zhang Bin directly chose the stamina inspiration potion and handed it over to Dong Jiayue. The latter held the potion in his small hand and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Hao. Thank you, Brother Bin. Okay, let's drink it. Fong Hao said. Dong Jiayue did not hesitate, and also learned a little about the enlightening potion on the road. Knowing is a physique-altering medicine. Unscrewed the cap and drank it. Just after eating, Dong Jiayue's face instantly flushed red, and dense beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. What's the matter? Fong Hao looked at Zhang Bin. After all, Zhang Bin also drank physical strength medicine. It's okay. When you change your physique, your muscles will feel a little stimulated. Zhang Bin replied. Sure enough, a painful look appeared on Dong Jiayue's face. Fong Hao helped her to sit down and rest, and in about 5 minutes, Dong Jiayue's face returned to normal. Get up and move your body. How is it? Fong Hao asked. Very good, full of strength. Dong Jiayue replied. That's good. Tatata. There were dense footsteps outside the door, and it was the people of the Erlenha Guard who arrived. The middle-aged captain took the lead in rushing into the armament depot, nodded to the 3 of them, and then loudly ordered. All villagers who can fight issue armor and weapons, hurry up, all move. The captain roared loudly, and the silent actors took out the weapons and equipment inside and distributed them to soldiers and villagers who could fight. The armament depot was extremely busy, but no one spoke. Thank you 3 for your help. The undead have already gathered at the second line of defense. There are a lot of them. I'm afraid it will be a deadly battle. The sudden attack of the undead caught the village by surprise. All the guards assembled quickly, rescued all the survivors, and established a second line of defense to defend. Now, with the exception of children and the elderly, both men and women have entered the battlefield. This is a life or death battle. What can we do? Fong Hao asked. The captain looked towards the south and said slowly, Follow us to counterattack. If you have a chance, rush out and leave. This is not your battlefield. If you have a chance, escape. The identity given to them by the system is a traveler passing through Erlenha village. The 3 travelers have been fighting so far for them, and they have helped a lot. If you can win, don't worry. Fong Hao said seriously. Definitely win. After 10 minutes, everyone rushed to the second line of defense. Various items and wooden piles have built a barrier defense wall that is more than 1 person high. Soldiers are based on the defensive circle to defend against the carrion undead who are constantly attacking. The guards form the first battle formation, and the rest will follow us. When the gate opens, we will pierce the buttocks of these undead like sharp knives until we reach the city gate and take back control of the city gate. Roaring loudly, pre-war deployments were carried out. Only a few guards answered, and the rest of the armed villagers were silent. Ready, open the door. The door opened, and the captain of the guard shouted, "Kill!" Everyone rushed out with their weapons in hand, the iron spears in their hands pressed against the carrion in front of them, forcibly pushing the carrion team back 5 or 6 meters. Next is hand-to-hand combat, where living beings fight against the undead. Fong Hao stood on the city wall, and after releasing 2 fire arrows, he began to recruit servants. The elemental energy gathered, and there were 3 more wood element servants beside Fong Hao. The skill summons 2, but with the blessing of the Tome of the Elements, the number of samurai has been increased. When the wood element appears, it will directly cast the entanglement. Vines began to grow under the carrion's feet, restraining it from moving. Immediately afterwards, his arms turned into canes and attacked the enemy in front of him. Pumping crackling sound. The villagers fought to the death, and the battle was reversed. Large swathes of carrion died, and humans began to gain the upper hand. Just when everyone saw hope, a wolf howl suddenly came from a distance. Ow! Everyone looked up. On the roof in front of him, a huge wolf-shaped creature screamed in the sky. The wolf's body was rotting. Its flesh hung from its broken skeleton, and its head and belly had horrific gaps open. A strange black energy rises from its body, and its eyes glow with a faint green light. Doomsday Dire Wolf, Tier 7. Seeing the information from the Dire Wolf, the faces of Fong Hao and the 3 of them changed instantly. Tier 7 arms are far beyond what they can handle, not to mention they have fought for so long. After the Dire Wolf roared, his green eyes looked at the people fighting below. Through the eyes of the Dire Wolf, Fong Hao saw the coldness, cunning, and anticipation of playing with the prey. He can be sure that this Dire Wolf, whose body has been seriously rotted, has its own intelligence. With the head of carrion hanging on it, he glanced at the guards below. Even the warrior who had already killed the red-eyed warrior shivered and subconsciously took 2 steps back when he was stared at by the Doomsday Dire Wolf. At the scene, the highest-ranking captain of the guard has only reached the 4th rank. The Dire Wolf standing on the roof has not only reached the 7th level, but also has the characteristics of an undead. Boss, it's hard to deal with. Zhang Bin took a few steps back and came to Fong Hao's side. Zhang Bin looked a little embarrassed. His whole body was covered with viscous blood, and the metal plate armor on his body also left a few obvious scratches. Fortunately, the mental state is still good, and there is no injury. If you don't kill it, you won't be able to clear the level, maintain your physical strength, and look for opportunities to kill. Fong Hao also lowered his voice and instructed. This is a test, but as the captain of the guard said, you can't run away if you have the chance. If you want to pass the level, you must kill the Dire Wolf, or be afraid to kill it. Okay, Zhang Bin said, and Dong Jieyuan nodded slightly. Ow! The doomed Dire Wolf let out another howl. The carrion below attacked like a madman. Kill! The captain of the guard yelled, wiping the blood from his face. Kill, kill. All the guards also rushed out and fought with the rotting corpse that was madly attacking. The doomed Dire Wolf jumped down and knocked down a guard below. In one gulp, he took off the guard's head and swallowed it into his belly. The minced meat hung on the exposed sternum, and the bloody head fell to the ground along the open abdomen and rolled aside. Such a bloody and cruel scene made everyone feel terrified. But the Dire Wolf killed a target, didn't stop for half a minute, and pounced on a guard again. Stepping on the guard's bones, he took off his head in one bite. The giant Dire Wolf, like a mad cow, picking targets on the battlefield. Boom. The captain of the guard held up his shield and smashed the Dire Wolf who was biting down on the next target. The Dire Wolf's body flew out to the side, shaking its head that was hit. Looking at the human who collided with him, there was a cold, killing intent in his eyes. I'll hold it. You guys clean up the carrion, the captain roared again. Yes. The rest of the team, including Fong Hao and others, began to work harder to clean up the carrion. Try to clear the mobs as quickly as possible, and then help the captain of the guards to eliminate this dire wolf. The time was running out, and everyone launched an attack without any effort. Fong Hao sent out arrows one after another, killing the carrion one by one. The wooden servant also rushed into the enemy, turning his hands into wrought tan, piercing the body of the carrion. The number of carrion dwindled, but it also reached the limit of the guard captain's resistance, and the dire wolf's huge wolf claws swung out. Boom! A muffled sound like a giant hammer hitting the ground. The captain's body flew out in an instant and fell to the ground in an embarrassment. Naturally, the dire wolf would not give up this opportunity, jumped up, fell on him, and bit his head with its sharp teeth. At a critical juncture, the person with the highest combat power in the audience is dying. Fong Hao couldn't estimate that much. He pointed his left hand towards the dire wolf and launched a flaming fireball with rising flames. The flaming fireball is not Fong Hao's skill, but a skill attached to Ring of Flame. This ring I got from Enfeng Castle. I haven't used it much since I put it on myself. But today, as long as the cooling time expires, a fireball will be sent out immediately, interspersed with his own fire arrow to kill the target on the field. Boom! The flaming fireball accurately hit the dire wolf's body, causing the few remaining hairs to burn instantly. The captain took this opportunity to roll sideways and distanced himself from the dire wolf. The captain of the guards was successfully rescued, which also attracted the attention of the dire wolf. A pair of green eyes stared at Fong Hao, with a dry tongue rolling in his mouth. The next second, he directly gave up the humans around him and rushed towards Fong Hao's position, like a runaway car, hitting all the guards along the way. "Boss, there is me." Zhang Bin took a step forward. His center of gravity sank. His entire body hid behind the kite shield, directly blocking the front of Fong Hao. Not to mention loyalty, but Fong Hao is dead and his good days are over. Boom! In the loud noise, Zhang Bin's whole body flew backwards like a broken kite, fell to the ground, and vomited a mouthful of blood. Even so, it blocked the dire wolf's impact. The three wooden servants also took this opportunity to stand in front of Fong Hao, and the vines grew from the ground, entangling the limbs of the dire wolf. Zhang Bin. Fong Hao stared at the dire wolf and shouted loudly. "It's okay, it just hurts a bit," Zhang Bin said, took out a bottle of therapeutic medicine and poured it into his mouth. After confirming that Zhang Bin was fine, Fong Hao still stared at the dire wolf. The staff in his left hand condensed fire arrows again and shot at the dire wolf. The rest of the guards also moved closer and began to attack the dire wolves. "Brother Hao, back up." Dong Jieyue stood in front of Fong Hao, pointing the spear forward. Fong Hao stepped back a little bit and pulled away to output the distance normally. Puff puff. After the carrion was cleaned up, the dire wolf was besieged by the crowd. The spear, iron sword, and arrow magic all fell on him densely. Puff. During the chaotic battle, Dong Jieyue clenched her spear tightly and launched a fierce offensive. The dire wolf, who didn't know the pain, let out a painful howl at this moment. Sweeping Fei, the guards in front of him rushed directly to Dong Jieyue in front. Dong Jieyue saw the dire wolf running towards her. She turned around and fled. Seeing that the human who stabbed him was about to flee, the dire wolf jumped high and rushed towards the target. Dong Jieyue turned her head slightly, saw the dire wolf pounce. Her eyes reappeared. She twisted her waist and longitudinal arms, and the spear turned up and stabbed straight away. The spear moved forward, pierced through the dire wolf's mouth, lifted it high, and hung it on the spear. The rest immediately stepped forward and attacked the still struggling dire wolf. The spear shook and pulled out, and blood spurted out instantly, carrying a putrid smell of corpse. The dire wolf's huge body lay on the ground, and after shaking twice, it never got up again. Completely dead. The captain of the guard glanced at the wolf corpse, picked up the iron sword, and cut off the wolf's head. It was determined that it was impossible to survive, and began to organize manpower to take over the defense of the city wall again. Fong Hao and the three sat on the wooden stake beside him. They looked at each other, feeling a little scared in their hearts. The seventh-order monsters almost wiped them out. If Dong Jieyue didn't take the inspiration potion and lacked strength and stamina, whether he could kill the dire wolf was another matter. "Zhang Bin, are you okay?" Fong Hao asked again. "It's okay. This potion is really in charge. It won't hurt if you drink it." Zhang Bin said from the side. Dong Jiayue, how about you? Fang Hao looked at Dong Jiayue. What should I do with that blow just now? It's pretty cool. Just like watching a movie, kill the dire wolves that came over. It's okay, brother Hao. You can just call me Jiayue. You don't need to call me your full name every time. Dong Jiayue said. After life and death, the relationship between the three has become closer. Okay, take a rest. Maybe there's any danger. Fang Hao just finished speaking. The guards have successfully taken over the city wall. When the city gate closed, the three also received a system prompt. Historical battle. Erlinha's dilemma is complete. Reward distribution. Frost armor skill scroll. Death face faction scroll. Spell elixir. Apprentice magic robe. Apprentice staff. Call. It's over. It's finally over. The three of them sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Back to countdown. 3, 2, 1. The light lit up again, and the three figures disappeared in place. When Fang Hao appeared, he had already returned to his territory. Opening the Book of Lords, Fang Hao contacted the other two. Knowing that they have returned to their own territory safely, I am relieved. Master, Yi came out of the Lord's Stone building and found Fang Hao, and was slightly taken aback. I don't know when he came back. Well, Yi, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to prepare lunch. By the way, let someone prepare some bath water. Okay, during the trial, time does not stand still, but the flow rate is not the same. The battle in Erlinha village lasted 7 or 8 hours, and hundreds of carrion corpses were destroyed. But when he returned, it was only noon, and 3 or 4 hours had passed. Yi went to prepare lunch, and Fang Hao also began to check the rewards. This trial mission, the rewards issued are all skills or trainee equipment. Tends to one's own abilities. The skill scrolls are Frost Armor and Death Face. Whether to learn skills, Frost Armor. Whether to learn the Camp Army skills, the Face of Death. Study. The two scrolls turned into rays of light and drilled directly into Fang Hao's body. Frost Armor. Type, Water Skills. Description, forms defensive armor after casting. Increase the defense value of your own mental power by 35%. And release magic, fire removal system, with a frost status. Fang Hao cast it directly. A burst of energy rose up, forming a light blue protective layer around his body. It's like wearing a layer of clothes made of blue glass. After checking Frost Armor, continue to check the second skill. Faces of Death, passive. Type, Undead Legion skill. Description, whenever a soldier under his command dies, all soldiers will enter a fighting state, increasing their attack and defense by 1%. The maximum stack is 100. I rely on, this legion has great skills. There are a lot of his own soldiers, and 100 of them are trampled to death by their own soldiers every time they fight. If you want to stack up to 100%, it's easy to say. Doesn't it mean that as long as he sacrifices 100 low-level arms, he can exchange for 100% attack and defense buffs of hundreds of thousands of troops? At that time, the combat effectiveness of the arms has reached a terrifying level. It's a pity that he still has a cap of 100. It would be nice if there was no such cap. At that time, the attack power will be superimposed by 100,000. Even if it is an ordinary skeleton warrior, a sword can kill the dragon in seconds. In short, even if you can only stack up to 100, this skill is very powerful. Increase the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Curse and Elixir. Type, Pharmacy. Ability. The speed of skill condensation is permanently increased by 2%. Description. An elixir mixed with the blood of a tyrant, which, when absorbed, will improve your understanding of magic. Another good thing. After drinking, you can increase the speed of skill aggregation. In other words, it reduces the casting time. This potion is very important for mages, no worse than getting a powerful skill. As for the remaining apprentice magic robes and apprentice staff, you don't need to look at them. They are all green novice equipment. When the necromancer's equipment in the territory is broken, put these two on them. Zhang Bin, what skills did you get? Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and asked Zhang Bin. The equipment rewards should all be novice equipment, and the main thing is to see what skills have been acquired. Iron Wall, you can increase your own defense and block effect. And there is a Legion skill, stick to the position. Defensive battles increase the Legion's defense power and counterattack ability. I feel like this is all a beating skill. Boss, am I going there is a road of no return? Zhang Bin replied. Whether it is the iron wall or the legion's skill of sticking to the position, it all sounds defensive, and it is not an exaggeration to understand it as being beaten. T in the game, the most powerful profession, a real man. Fang Hao comforted. That's true, my figure is getting better and better. After closing the chat with Zhang Bin, Fang Hao opened Dong Jiayue's private chat again. I learned that Dong Jiayue also rewarded 2 skills. One is to increase your own attack speed, and the Legion skill is to increase the unit's attack speed by 20% and attack power by 5%. Somewhat similar to Orc's Blood Rage, with a brief increase in movement and explosiveness. After chatting with the 2 of them, today's trial has come to an end. Master, the bath water is ready. A maid came over. Fang Hao agreed and walked towards the Lord's mansion. Bathing here is not as simple as modern times, and it is necessary to arrange for someone to boil water and then pour it into the tub. Enter the bathroom. I took off my clothes and went straight to the tub, and I felt a little drowsy for a while. While enjoying it, the door rang. A pair of soft little hands placed on Fang Hao's shoulders from behind and began to massage gently. When the other party's little head came over, Fang Hao saw that it was not Ear who came in. It was the white fox maid who was arranged in the Lord's mansion to take care of the basement. Why are you? Fang Hao asked subconsciously. The maid was a little panicked and hurriedly replied. Sister Ear is cooking. Let me serve you and take a bath. Oh, okay. You go to the door and bring the blue potion in my backpack. Fang Hao said. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't drank the magic elixir just now. This medicine is still drunk early. Good master. The fox girl agreed, took out the potion from the backpack on the side and handed it to Fang Hao. I have a certain understanding of the medicine, so I didn't think much about it this time. I unscrewed the cap and swallowed it directly. The cold fluid slid down the chest cavity into the abdomen. First there was a chill, then a stinging pain all over the body. The abdomen was like a flame, and the full-color complexion instantly turned red, like a cooked crab. Master, what's wrong with you? The fox girl on the side asked in a low voice. Hot, it's too hot. Fang Hao knew that this was the effect of the medicine, but he still felt uncomfortable. Stand up straight from the tub and expose your entire body to the air. Seeing such a scene, Fang Hao moaned, and the fox girl's face instantly turned red, and she began to slowly take off her clothes in shyness. After taking it all off, he lowered his head and walked to Fang Hao's side. Fang Hao turned around, saw the appearance of the fox girl, and was slightly taken aback. She is now more red than himself. I didn't mean that, Fang Hao said. The fox girl blushed. Master, I'm not very good at it. The effect of the medicine did not last long, but Fang Hao's heart became more and more hot. An hour later, under the service of the fox girl, Fang Hao put on new clothes and walked out of the bathroom together. At the same time, Coldwind Mountains. After Fang Hao destroyed the 300,000 army, the entire Coldwind Mountain range was in a state of high tension. The tribes near the edge of the mountain range are even more worried, for fear that the undead army will kill them desperately, and they will be the first to suffer. Skull Smash Tribe, Hall of Chiefs. Skull Broken Thrall sat on the chair with a gloomy expression on his face. That's the way it is, so please join the Bloodmaw tribe to eliminate this potential threat. In the center of the hall, there was a tall giant nearly 5 meters tall, and his huge palms were playing with 2 human skulls that had been wrapped in pulp. This giant is from the Trolls, the Bloodmaw tribe. Meet Fist, Caius, Orange Tier 3 hero. Once, the reputation of the Bloodmaw tribe spread throughout the region, synonymous with ferocity and terror. The previous patriarch of the Bloodmaw tribe was very bloodthirsty and used the god of slaughter as the only totem of the tribe. Captives and slaves of any power who fall into his hands will be brought to the altar to be sacrificed to the great god of slaughter. No matter who they are, any identity is a sacrifice. But no matter how powerful the trolls are, they only rely on their own blood and the trend of rapid rise. When they angered the elves and the dragons at the same time, a battle that spanned the entire area broke out. The armies of the dragon and elves defeated the Bloodmaw tribe with overwhelming force, and only a small number of trolls retreated to the resource-poor mountains and continued to thrive. As the 100 years passed, the Bloodmaw tribe slowly grew again, and this patriarch was still strong and believed in the god of slaughter. Thrall, you are really a waste. a force that has just developed. Will you be like this? Caius's voice was rough, like the roar of a giant beast. In the halls of the orcs, humiliating a war chief with such a taunt. It made Thrall's face a little ugly, but at present the skull-shattered tribe is really powerless to defeat those undead, and there are various internal problems. He had to bow his head to the troll in front of him, reluctantly squeezed out a smile, and said, "The Skull-Crush tribe is nothing compared to the Bloodmaw tribe. If it were an ordinary opponent, I wouldn't find the Bloodmaw tribe." Thrall's words are somewhat flattering, but they are very useful to trolls who have always used force first. Caius' original serious expression showed a smile. "You are right. Tell me, what can I get by helping you?" Sal was instantly overjoyed. This big guy is really simple-minded, and he can be persuaded in just a few words. "Chief Caius, the trophy is 3 or 7 points, and the blood throat is 7. Thrall said. Caius sneered. "Humph, what do you think of my Bloodmaw tribe? Free thugs. Then Chief Caius, how do you want to divide it?" Thrall asked with a frown. "Thrall, if I don't help you, the undead will attack you within 10 days. Don't talk about the spoils. It is not certain whether the broken skull exists or not." Caius said. "This." Thrall's face is even more ugly, whether it is personal strength or the comprehensive strength of the tribe. He had to get the help of the Bloodmaw tribe, otherwise Skullshard would really be gone. Let's just say it directly. "Chief Caius, how can he be willing to deal with those undead?" Caius glanced at Thrall and said directly, "The spoils are all mine, and you also prepared me 300,000 war coins as a reward for this operation. Don't rush to refuse. Thrall, I am fully capable of destroying you all, and then go and destroy those undead." Such a direct provocation. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became serious. Several orc warriors at the door have slowly brought their hands close to the weapons on their waists. As long as Thrall gives the order, they will attack the troll, even if the opponent is a powerful hero. Call. Thrall took a deep breath, calmed the anger that had risen in his heart, and finally agreed. "Okay, I promise you, but I need to collect so much money, and I can pay you when I defeat those undead." "Okay, then it's settled. And Shuho will collect the information and give me a copy. At that time, we will attack from both directions at the same time, and it will not be difficult to destroy a undead that has just started." Caius stood up and Shunshin said, "The huge body is like a hill, and the armor on the body makes bursts of collision sounds as it moves. Okay, the scouts have already arranged to go out. I will send you the news immediately. Hurry up, your people. I can't wait to crush those bone people." Caius touched the skull handle in his hand. "It will be soon." Caius didn't talk nonsense either, and walked out of the orc hall with a cat on his waist. After lunch, Fong Hao also filled his empty stomach. I glanced at the regional channel. It was really quiet today. Not a single person spoke. Fong Hao doubted whether the trial mission was too difficult, and these people would not all fail. Have you heard of Inspiration Potion?" After dinner, the heir brought a plate of fruit. "I heard that it is a medicine that humans often use. I heard that ordinary people can become warriors, but orcs are rare." Replied softly. "Orcs are good at fighting tribes, born to be warriors. Just like the orcs in Tauren with demon blood, these are all born warriors, and some thin people will soon be eliminated by the tribe. There is no need to research this auxiliary agent at all. What's more, the price of the medicine itself is not low, not to mention that it is difficult to buy. Can you use it?" Fong Hao asked. Fong Hao's idea is also very simple. Inspiring potions can change a person's physique. Not to mention fighting can make a person healthier. Even if Fong Hao was drinking magic potion, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Mosquitoes are not disturbed, and the physique is enhanced. When I get the medicine in the future, can I prepare some for and the others to enhance their physical strength and have some self-protection ability? I don't know, but it should be possible. I heard that some orcs bought potions. Also picked up a fruit and took a bite. Fong Hao nodded, but didn't say much. Boom. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Jia walked in carrying a silver treasure chest. He threw it directly at Fong Hao's feet and said, "Quick, open it and see if there is anything good in it." Fong Hao looked at the treasure chest on the ground and then looked at Jia, who was in trouble. I said why I didn't see Jia for lunch, so I went out for an adventure again. There are monster strongholds near the territory? Fong Hao couldn't believe it. Now that there are so many troops and a large patrol range, how can there be monster strongholds? No, I went out on a monitor lizard and walked farther. There are 3 bear corpses outside. You can also slaughter it. And Jia replied flatly, good guy, the monitor lizard is prepared for her. Fong Hao didn't say anything, just opened the treasure chest. Obtained, iron axe making blueprint, leather necklace making blueprint, natural gem 2, war coin 31. The drawing of the iron axe has been repeated, and someone will sell it in the channel when the time comes. Seeing the drawings in Chapter 2, Fong Hao frowned slightly. Leather necklace. Category, necklace. Protection, level 1 defense. Description, no one really thinks it is armor, right? Leather necklace. Leather 1, metal parts 1, spinning thread 2. This. Does this thing have drawings? How is it? Is there anything good? And Jia asked while eating the fruit. Yes, it is very practical. Fong Hao silently recorded the drawings. I just said that my luck was very good, and the treasure chest I got didn't fail to open anything. And Jia boasted. Then thank you for bringing good luck to me. You're welcome. Just work harder and don't run out of territory. And Jia continued. Hey, what are you talking about? In the afternoon, Fong Hao started making the Erlenha Guard suit to equip the archers in the territory. After that, I took an order in the Business Alliance building to replenish the needed items. Busy, it has entered the night. During dinner, Fong Hao was opening the Book of Lords, and the number of people in the channel instantly increased. It seems that they did not complete their trial tasks until the evening. My fault is the little fish man. It's not small. The fish head has big eyes and can go ashore to attack. I'm allergic to seafood. I won the battle. Now I'm all allergic. My mission is for orcs to attack the village. Although they are all first-order orcs, a lot of people have died. It's too tragic. You can do it all. The leader of Laozi's team is ASB. He doesn't care about others when he chooses the reward. He just chooses his own, and he says that he is the savior of the world. Save your mother. Then you're really miserable. What's your name? Say it, and everyone avoids the pit. That's right, playing games was the most annoying thing. Black equipment. My name is Xie Yuanfei. Everyone remember him. Even if you form a team, you can't let him be the captain. I'm Chao. What equipment did Lao Tzu cheat on you? Don't tell me when you meet. When you come back, you're going to smack me everywhere. You're fucking sick. When the other party reported his name, the man named Xie Yuanfei couldn't sit still and came out to curse. You think I don't want to? You are the captain. Who knows if you will return to your territory after the end? What will you do if you are a killer, anyway? Garbage like you doesn't deserve to have teammates. I also reported a personal report. He hid during the battle. I killed a teammate called. The first cooperation of the Traversers did not seem to go well. One after another, many people began to report the names of their teammates. There was a heated debate on the channel. The next day, Pural City. A sharp blade was hitting Fong Hao's throat. He lay on his back, the smell of bitter soap filling his nose, and the scraper was tugging at the beard under his chin. The barber looked like a dedicated sculptor, seriously repairing the beard and hairstyle for the well-dressed young man in front of him. After more than 20 days of traveling, this is the first time Fong Hao has found a place where he can get a haircut. There is also a service to repair the beard, although his chin only grew sparse stubble. This is your first time here, sir? The barber asked casually while working. Well, first time here. Visit relatives? Each city is not too big, and people in an area may not know each other, but a new outsider can still be recognized at a glance. Obviously, the young man in front of him, no matter how he looks or what he wears, proves his identity as an outsider. No, I live in a nearby city and want to come over to do some business. Fong Hao said. Oh, are you here to do business? Which line of business are you planning to do? The barber asked again, interested. Food. The barber was stunned for a moment. Then he understood the meaning of the word catering and said, You look like a scholar. The business of pubs in the city is very good, and everyone likes to go there to drink. I'm afraid it is difficult to run a business now. The store I opened is mainly for eating, and secondly, it sells wine. Fong Hao replied. The barber did not continue, apparently not thinking that the business would be successful. Seeing that he didn't speak, Fong Hao continued to ask, Is there anyone here who sells orc slaves? Well, the barber rolled his eyes subconsciously, and the orc girl who was waiting for Fong Hao's haircut not far away occasionally appear, but I haven't come for a while recently. Those orc slave traders will bring some human-like orcs and sell them to those noble masters at high prices. So, Bunny Girl or something is very popular? Cough, cough. The barber coughed lightly and replied tactfully, perhaps. Every time the girls from the rabbit clan are brought in, they will be sold. Finally, I fixed the hairstyle and wiped off the broken hair on Fong Hao's neck with a linen cloth. Okay, sir. The barber tapped him on the shoulder. Kindness. Fong Hao stood up, bent down, and brushed the broken hair on his head with his hands. It seems that there is no shampoo service here, so I can only rinse it directly after I go back. After paying the barber money, he took Njia out of the house. Why do you cut it so short? Njia asked on the way. It doesn't look good. No, those nobles all have long hair, and back to the back, you should learn how to dress up. Njia suggested. I'm not an aristocrat, and their hairstyles are not handsome at all. The two crossed the streets and happened to see the pub opening. It was still morning. It's not the opening time of the tavern, but you have to prepare in advance. Pushing the door into the tavern, the bartenders are cleaning up the tables and chairs, cleaning up the mess left last night. The proprietress stood in front of the counter, her arms raised, and she stretched her waist greatly. The plump figure is vividly reflected at this moment. What? Accompanied by a lazy, coquettish anger, people almost vomited blood. It was so exciting in the morning, and I don't know what happened to the owner of this shop. After stretching, the proprietress noticed Fong Hao who came in. While wiping the counter, he showed a hint of coquettishness. Did you come so early to drink, or did you come to chat with me? This time is not suitable for drinking, and there are not a few men who get up early to chat with themselves. Fong Hao sat down on the chair beside him, said directly, Chat. The proprietress showed a smile and leaned her arms on the counter. Come on. My sister likes you young and strong. Depend on. Which street in Pural City is suitable for business? Fong Hao asked. Well, the proprietress was stunned for a moment. She thought it was nauseous, but it sounded like she was talking about business. What do you want to do? Open a shop. Fong Hao replied. If you open a store, this street is the most suitable for business. The proprietress picked up the rag again and continued to wipe the counter. The city of Pural is actually not big, with a population of about 10,000 people. The most prosperous street is the commercial street run by the bar in front of you. Said to be the most prosperous, it is only compared to other streets. This street gathers all kinds of commercial shops in the city, and it can be said to be a prime location in the city. How about the shop across from you? I think it's for sale. Fong Hao continued to ask. You little slick, it turned out to be Sister Run who came to inquire about the news. The proprietress turned around and lay on the counter, pampering Fong Hao's forehead. The loose collar, which sags when lying down, exposes large expanses of plump mountains. Taverns are a good place to collect information. Whether it is in the city or travelers who are temporarily passing through, they will stop at the taverns. The drunkenness is rising, and there are more words to say. The drinkers may not care, but the owner of the shop will hear a lot of news. Just like last time, the proprietress asked Fong Hao who the kidnapper was. At that time, it was just a perfunctory answer, the combination of orcs and humans. She deduced that the orcs were not very smart with a mace. So, if you want to ask something, the pub is a good place. Fong Hao swept away his plump and sensual breasts. He secretly wanted to popularize underwear for local residents and expand the female market. Indeed, you are beautiful and kind. The first thing I thought of was you, sister. Fong Hao praised. Asking people to do things, naturally, you have to give them enough face. Hey, a little slick. The proprietress scolded with a smile, but she liked the young man in front of her. She was handsome and rich. Going around the bar, he sat directly on the chair beside Fong Hao and lowered his voice. That shop is not easy to buy. Otherwise you think it's in this street. Why can't it be sold? Is there something to say? It's haunted. I don't know if it is related to the undead camp. When it comes to the problem of the store, the first thing that comes to mind is haunted. The image of ghosts running around in the room also appeared in his mind. What is haunted? Don't talk nonsense. The proprietress tapped him on the arm. The shop owner has offended people. This shop can't be opened or sold. Who is to blame? Hong Yan's lips were close to her ear, and she said vigilantly, the son of the house chief. Outside the city of Pural, a man with a pimple on his face stares at the monitor lizard in the stable. From time to time, He made a sound of SSI and walked around the stables several times. What the hell is this? The acne man scolded. Behind the man with acne was a few younger brothers, wearing linen shirts with iron swords hanging from their waists. It doesn't look like the guards in the city, but it is also a uniform. Boss, the dragon, it should be the dragon. A younger brother stepped forward and said, snapped. When the man with acne went up, he slapped his younger brother on the back of the head and scolded, are you blind? The dragon's legs are so short. Does it look so stupid? What can you fly without wings? Hello everyone in front of me. It is really similar to the rumored giant dragon. But it wasn't a dragon either. It was more like an enlarged version of a crocodile. The younger brother shrank his neck. Boss, look, don't I play with you? Liven up the atmosphere. Be active with the fuck you. The acne man scolded, took off the iron sword from his waist, took the scabbard, and stabbed the monitor lizard. The monitor lizard opened his eyes and scared the acne man back quickly. He stumbled and fell directly to the ground. But the monitor lizard didn't respond, looked at him, turned his head away, and continued to sleep. The man with acne was supported by his younger brother and said, oh, he's quite docile. Go. Take it back. I want to be a dragon knight. Boss, don't you say he's not a dragon? What are you talking about? Hurry up. The acne-prone man kicked his younger brother heavily. The younger brother was driven, cautiously approaching the monitor lizard, and slowly stretched out his hand to the horse rope tied to the stake. What are you doing? A scolding sounded behind him, and the younger brother who went to untie the horse rope was shaken in fright. When everyone looked back, they saw the captain of the guard patrolling just in time. The man with acne said disdainfully, don't mind your own business, or if I give you 2 punches, you will be beaten for nothing. The owner of this monitor lizard is the guest of the city lord. If you don't want to make trouble, you'd better not touch it. The captain of the guard reminded, but no one came forward. It was a monitor lizard. The man with acne and the younger brothers finally knew what the creature in front of him was. I am also doing things according to the city's regulations. He put such a big thing here. What should he do if he attacks someone? I will take it away temporarily and let him come to my residence to take it away. The acne man said. After speaking, he gave his subordinates a look, and the younger brother went to untie the horse rope on it again. It seems that this huge monitor lizard is bound to be taken away. When I just untied the horse rope and tried to pull the monitor lizard, a woman's voice sounded again. I advise you to leave it alone. If you attack, you will all die here. The acne man looked again and saw a white-haired, animal-eared girl walking out of the city. Body and face, like a pretty leopard, give people a special feeling. Orc, female orc? What are you doing in Pural City? The acne-prone man looked up and down with his eyes. What I'm here for has nothing to do with you. I'm the owner of this monitor lizard. I'll take care of it. You can go. And Jia spoke again. Hee. How do you prove that this monitor lizard is yours? The man with acne said, putting his hands behind his back and making a gesture to several younger brothers. The younger brothers glanced at each other, and their hands slowly approached the iron sword on their waists. And Jia saw the movements of several people and sneered at the same time. Go, said the acne man. The younger brothers just pulled out the iron swords from their waists and just wanted to tease them for a while when they saw an afterimage passing by in front of them. Boom. After a muffled sound, the punch of the orc girl had already slammed into the face of the man with acne. The acne man fell to the ground, and the orc girl followed closely, his fists falling like raindrops, hitting the man's face continuously. The frequency with which the fist fell did not even make the man with acne wailing. Only the sound of fists hitting. The captain of the guard was a little surprised by the strength of the orc girl, but still said, enough. You will kill him like this. And Jia stopped her fist and glanced coldly at the approaching guard. The captain immediately stopped and explained, we didn't move the monitor lizard, and we weren't with them, don't get me wrong. And Jia wiped the blood from her fist on the acne man's body. They drew their swords first, you should have seen it. I see. I will report it truthfully. The captain swallowed. Guards surrounded the tavern. Let the bartenders who were preparing for the opening also stop their work. He could only sit aside and watch the captain of the guard and Fong Hao talking not far away. That's how things went. Although I will testify for you, he is the son of the chief of the interior after all. It's hard to say how the situation will progress. The captain of the guard sat on the wooden chair and explained what had just happened. Boom. Not far away, The rough ceramic cup that the proprietress was wiping fell to the ground, and she hurriedly bent over to pick it up. She was reminding just now that the shop opposite had offended a big man, the son of the house chief. As a result, the store cannot be opened or sold. Fong Hao hadn't left the house yet, so he gave it to the son of the house chief. It's hard not to feel guilty now. The sudden sound only made the two chatting look at it, and then continued the topic just now. How will it be resolved in general? Fong Hao asked. It's hard to say. For some reason, the city lord has left many things to the general manager, all his sons. The captain paused slightly. Do you understand what I mean? Well, I understand. Fong Hao nodded. Not long after, the news that the city lord was invited came. Fong Hao and Njia were led towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. On the way, Njia said curiously, Let's run. What are you running? What are we running for? And the city owner of the other party is not as good as you. There is nothing to fear. Fong Hao said in a low voice. Cyril is the city lord and only a blue fifth-order hero. In the battle, it may not be possible to beat Njia. I'm not afraid that you are in danger. Njia said again. It's okay. I brought the teleportation scroll. By the way, is the chief's son seriously injured? Not dead. That's fine. After crossing the street, the two came to the city lord's mansion. In the hall, in addition to the city lord Cyril, who had met once, there was also a tall and thin middle-aged man with curly hair. Lord City Lord. Fong Hao nodded. Sit down, Mr. Fong Hao. Fong Hao took Njia and sat down beside him. My house chief said that your guard attacked his son. I want to know the situation. Cyril said flatly. It doesn't sound like favoritism. Yes, but the cause of this incident was Mr. Manager's son, who wanted to take my mount and pulled out his long sword under the advice of the guards, Fong Hao explained. Boom. The tall and thin general manager's face flushed red. He clapped his hands on the table, stared at Fong Hao, and began to scold him loudly. Full of nonsense, you savages from the countryside dare to attack public officials in the city of Puril. It's really big. Halfway through the words, he swallowed hard. A gorgeous white dagger shaped like the crown of a sword head had already touched his throat. Speak well, and then spit, and I'll open a hole for you. Fong Hao said in a deep voice. It was obvious that the other party did not come to reason. Of course, Fong Hao also prefers a simpler way. Okay, you all sit back. Cyril spoke again. The chief of internal affairs stepped back a little bit, opened a certain distance, and then continued. Sir City Lord, he dares to display his weapon here. It is simply unforgivable. Cyril frowned and looked at him, scolding the old man for being dizzy with anger. Are you afraid of Fong Hao below? That leisurely look is like a hall in his own house. Fong Hao's identity has always been a mystery. Destroying the long-running bandit camp in one day proves that there are many troops behind him. Can you move him yourself? Go to war with a city for your troubled son? Is it possible? Okay, I have also learned about this matter. Both sides have mistakes. I will arrange for someone to treat your son. That's all. Cyril said directly. Don't mention who is right or wrong. Just take it straight. The chief of internal affairs frowned, and just as he was about to protest, he saw the warning in Cyril's eyes. All the hatred can only be swallowed, gritted his teeth, and said, Okay, I will listen to the lord of the city, and forget about this matter. Haha. Okay, Mr. Fong Hao, how do you feel? Cyril looked at Fong Hao. This is Puril City after all, and beating people is a bit too much after all. Listen to Lord City Lord. Fong Hao smiled slightly. The things that worried everyone were resolved so quickly. Cyril and the first-hand good mud. No one is right or wrong. Both sides are wrong. That's how it happened. No one mentions it. Of course, Fong Hao was very satisfied with this result. After all, it was not his own who was beaten. The head of the housekeeping left in a huff. Fong Hao stayed and continued. Sir City Lord, I have a crush on a shop. Just set it down and see how much it costs. Okay, which one did you like? Cyril asked curiously. On the commercial street, opposite the Rose Tavern. Oh, are there any vacant shops on that street? It seems that you are lucky. Cyril said in surprise. Maybe. The shop has been closed for 2 years because it offended the son of the house chief, and no one dares to buy it. The proprietress was still mentioning this matter to him just now, and now it's all right. You don't have to worry so much. People have been beaten by Njia, so there is no offense or offense. Someone, Cyril shouted. A waiter came in from the side. Sir City Lord. Take Mr. Fong how to handle the shop. Okay, Mr. Fong how, miss, please come with me. The waiter left with the two of them and went through the shop procedures. The price is even more ridiculous, making him think about whether to build a city and make money by building houses. This is so violent. After completing the formalities, you need to send the money to the city lord's mansion within 3 days. Then you can take the deed and officially become the owner of the property. The two walked out of the city lord's mansion while talking. Inside the pub, I dare say he can't get out. A bartender moved the table and chairs, talking about what happened just now. It's been so long since I went to the city lord's mansion, I think my head has been chopped off. It's not necessarily. People from other places still have money. That old guy only dares to bully people in this city, and those from other cities don't dare. Only the living are the rich and the poor, the bartender continued. Squeak. The door was pushed open again, and the dazzling sunlight shot in, causing several people to narrow their eyes slightly. Fong Hao sat down in front of the bar again, and Jia also sat aside. The bartenders stared at each other. Even if it's okay, it won't come back so soon. Solved. The proprietress was also a little surprised. Everyone in the city knew that the house chief was even more difficult to deal with than a rogue. Coming out so quickly, these two young people must have a lot of backgrounds. It's resolved. Fong Hao continued. You haven't finished telling the story of this reward. The proprietress took 2 glasses of beer and put them in front of them. Curiously asked, Are you interested in this story? Before, after getting to know the shop with the proprietress, I found that a new reward notice was added to the notice board of the tavern. The notice this time is not about suppressing bandits or clearing up any monsters. It's an exploration bounty. You don't have to fight. You can even avoid all enemies along the way. The goal is to find clues to a cemetery. Whether it's a location or finding information related to it, you can get a mercenary group reward. The proprietress saw that Fong Hao was interested in the reward and told a handed-down story about the city owner and the man in the tomb. Just as the story was told, the guards rushed in and interrupted the story. As soon as he came out, Fong Hao found the proprietress again and wanted to hear the story behind. Interested, Fong Hao looked like he wanted to hear the story. Well, in fact, the authenticity of the story is very low. That is, it was written down by the storyteller, and it will be passed down to the present, said the proprietress. Well, just listen to it. It doesn't matter. The proprietress threw the rag aside, sat opposite the two, and began to talk. The story is actually very simple. It is said that there was once a young city owner, tall and handsome, who was admired by all the women in the city. One day, an eccentric girl came to town, and the two quickly fell in love. The young city lord is getting old, but the girl is still young. One night, the girl was killed by the enemy of the city lord and died in the castle. The city lord held a funeral for her and buried the most precious treasure of the family with the girl. Tell me, countless gold and silver jewels were buried with the lover of the city owner, and they were buried in the mountains on the west side. The lady boss had tears in her eyes. Cough, cough. Let's not mention the lover's affairs. Which mountains? Do you have a map? Fong Hao asked immediately after taking a sip of beer. The lady boss rolled his eyes at him. Good guy, where are you here to hear the story, to inquire about the reward? Where is the map here? But it's easy to find. If you have a map, I can point it to you. Fong Hao opened the map of the Book of Lords and placed it in front of the proprietress. After being surprised by the fidelity of the map, the proprietress roughly clicked on a location on the west side of Puril City. It's probably here. It's easy to find. It's so easy to find and has a fixed location. So what else to explore? Fong Hao asked. That mercenary offered such a high amount of reward and could determine the approximate location. Wouldn't it be over to find it by himself? As for the next bounty, everyone in the city knew that these people were looking for a tomb. You can all imagine that those stingy mercenaries can't think of it. This is a group of mountains. I heard that the tomb is located somewhere at the foot of the mountain. You said it's hard to find it. The lady boss asked angrily. Mercenaries are a group of people who lick blood at the edge of a knife. They are not only greedy, but also stingy. In the tavern, there are often mercenaries who choose some honest-looking drinkers and defraud them for various reasons. It will even stalk you secretly at night, act as a band of robbers, and rob a sheep or two. Mercenaries seem legitimate, but in fact they are all people who work for money. It's really hard for Ken to take advantage of them. Has anyone tried it? Is there any danger on the road? Fong Hao asked again. People have been there in the past 2 days. There are some beasts on the way, but there is no danger. It's just that everyone has returned without success, and they are all shouting that this bounty task is sent out to make fun of everyone. The proprietress thought for a while and continued. These things, as long as you come to the tavern to sit for a while at night, you will hear everyone talking about it. The proprietress just relayed what she heard to Fong Hao. Well, thanks for your story. If I can find this location, I'll give you a share of the bounty. Haha, then I'll thank my brother first. The proprietress laughed, apparently not taking Fong Hao's words to heart. The bounty offered by the tavern will not confirm the authenticity. It's hard to say that no one will be fed up and post a fake huge bounty to play tricks on some people who rely on this industry to eat. After more than one wave of confirmation from the team, the proprietress has basically determined that this reward is fake. Fong Hao's promise is just listening. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. After drinking the beer in the glass, he got up and said goodbye to several people. Goodbye. After leaving the city of Puril, the two got on the monitor lizard and began to return to the territory. The lizard ran nonstop all the way and finally returned to the territory at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hearing the voice, Ear brought 2 maids out to greet him. Master, and Jia, you are back. Are you hungry? Do you need to prepare lunch? At this time, Ear and the others had already eaten lunch. Fong Hao and Jia also ate some in the pub and drank 2 glasses of beer. Along the way, I was filled with wind again. Not only was I not hungry, but I kept hiccups. Ear, asked the maids, are there any who know numbers or who have been merchants? Oh. Ear nodded and went to the maids to confirm. Fong Hao went directly to the bathroom, simply washed his hair, and walked out. Outside the door, the white fox maid was standing there waiting. What's wrong? Fong Hao looked at the fox girl beside him. Master, Sister Ear asked me to come to you. The fox girl whispered. Sit down. Fong Hao said. The fox girl didn't do it, but stood aside cautiously. Fong Hao continued to ask. What's your name? Can you settle accounts? Master, just call me Xiaobai. I will settle the account. Originally, I was responsible for selling furs in Foxren village. Baihu lowered his head and said, Kindness. Fong Hao replied and began to check the attributes of the white fox. Xiaobai, second order. Faction, orcs. Racial characteristics, life, avoidance, vigilance. Skill, merchant. Inherent ability, primary business proficiency. Life. This unit can be healed, affected by morale, emotions, etc., and is immune to bone drowning and similar abilities. Evasion. When running, the ranged evasion is increased by 20%. Commercialist. Familiar with commercial sales, the profit generated in the business will increase by 5%. Description. Relying on intelligence and cunning, the former fox people roamed among various tribes, drove caravans, and sold novel and useless garbage. Fong Hao continued to check the attributes of the other fox girls, and it turned out that only Xiaobai had the skills of a businessman. Now there are few people in the territory, and the undead heroes cannot be arranged to the human cities, and the only thing is to let the fox girl run the purchase shop. I bought a shop in Puril City, which is the city of human beings, and I will hand it over to you at that time. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.